Blue pill is what they call like the SJWs and like the.
No, that's not true. People that have been following the red pill stuff for a while disown them. Because you're not supposed to, like, it's like a very slippery slope. Most of them are actually more liberal.
There's almost nothing you can say to convince me of that, but okay. The answer has to be yes. What do you mean? Like our genes and our ancestors?
Well, some people don't think so. There are people that think that.
I don't know what you're asking me. Are you asking me are black people and white people different because of our ancestors, or are you asking me do genes influence our thoughts, or what were you asking me?
No, I'm not. What are you talking? Why did you just make this about race?
Well, I don't know. It seems like you're asking me a pretty common sense question. Yeah, our ancestors, of course, influence us, genetically. Yeah, for sure, of course, right? The answer can only be yes to that, right?
No, that's not true.
Oh, okay. Well, if somebody said no to that, I would assume.
Oh, yeah. Hi, guys. My name's Tori. I've stalked a lot of your videos, so I'm pretty familiar with your audience. They're really cool. Please don't come for my ass, please. I can't handle it right now. Okay, I'm an agreeable bitch.
Okay. Sounds a little traumatized, but all right.
Does it really?
Yeah,
I'll tell my dad.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. What do you call it? I make red pill content. Cringe. Don't leave yet.
You're good.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to your audience, trying to build a connection.
Okay.
Duh.
Keep building. Go ahead.
But, yeah, I was telling Destiny when I reached out to him that I'm willing to change my opinion. So, just saying, we're not that hardcore over here. But I wanted to ask him about why he thinks red pill tells men, one, not to cry or have any emotion. But more specifically, I didn't add this, but I'll add it now. Just what you hate about the red pill. Why you think it's so problematic.
Go ahead.
No, that's really it.
Okay, so let me start off by saying that red pill and manosphere. Also, if my eye looks weird, it's because I've got a dye that is blocking my eye. I didn't get beat up, and I don't have any weird shit going on, just as a heads up, okay?
It doesn't look weird.
Okay, well, no, I shouldn't have said anything, so fuck me. Okay, red pill, manosphere are all, very, very broad things, so be aware that if I say one thing, it's probably something I've heard from, that Rollo Tomasi guy, the Donovan dude, the Fresh and Fit guys. That's, the world that I'm kind of in as part of, the red pill stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so there might be other people that say different things, but this is what I've heard, okay? So, in regards specifically to that thing you spoke about for teach men to be emotionless or whatever, one thing that I've heard repeated over and over and over again from all of the guys that have gone on Fresh and Fit, from Fresh and Fit themselves, and anybody that's, adjacent in this space, is this idea.
I already know what you're going to say.
Yeah, it's the idea that, if you show any emotion to a woman, there's a chance she's going to leave you. And I just think that's the most profoundly retarded statement I've ever heard in my entire life.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Keep going. I'm just taking notes because I had an accident, so I don't want to forget and put words in your mouth. So keep going.
Like a concussion? What do you mean an accident?
I had a double concussion, actually, but it was a seizure. So I used to be on debate. I already told you, this isn't a debate. I'm just trying to get information.
Okay, well, I was making a joke, and now you made me feel bad, so, okay. You had a double concussion.
Don't feel bad. It's funny.
Okay.
I think it's funny.
Okay.
But, yeah, so I'm just going to make sure that I take notes, or else everybody will come for me in the comments. So that's if you hear me typing. Keep going.
No problem.
What else do you hear?
Let's see. That's a really big one. I hear people on the red pill side make the same mistake that I think people on the blue pill side made, where it felt like the blue pill people were really they were really anxious to label every masculine trait as toxic, that's toxic, whatever, and it was really cringe. But then it feels like for the red pill guys, the blue pill people do make some good suggestions. Men do need to be more emotionally intelligent and available to their partners. That's just a fact, okay? 100% true. But red pill people will take that as women don't want any type of emotion from men, and men don't need to fulfill those roles in a relationship. They're only there for resources. And I think that framing is also really shitty and stupid and toxic. Yeah.
Okay, can I clarify something? When you say blue pill people, I don't like red pill as an adjective. Will you just blue pill? I'm assuming everybody else.
I think blue pill is what they call the SJWs and
No, that's not true. Blue pill is people that are like, it's just the opposite. It's like kind of diluted, but I wouldn't say that's SJWs.
Well, I think
that's
like
more so like politics.
Sure, but I think like largely speaking, like the super progressive SJW people that like, you know, hashtag believe all women and toxic masculinity and pro feminism and blah blah blah. Those are like largely like blue pill ideas. Like they come from there. Maybe the blue pill. I don't. But yeah, I think that's just it though, because I don't think there's an actual like blue pill dating community. Is there?
It would just be like Matthew Hussey.
Okay, I don't
you know,
know
like
what that is,
your general, yeah, just like general dating. But they call SJWs SJWs.
Okay.
Just wanna.
Well, wouldn't they say SJWs are blue pill? I feel like they'd say that.
Honestly, there's some idiots in the sphere, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just like to lump everybody in one category. You know.
Gotcha. All right. Well.
Yeah. Keep going. I just want. They'll come for me if I don't clarify that.
Sure. I mean, I would work around those two. Those would be the two starting points I'd give you.
Okay, so you said something on the stream with Angry Man. I'm not familiar with him, but I did see it. And you were saying that men, and then just now you said the thing about showing the emotion, but you said that men can't cry or she's going to leave you.
I didn't say cry. I said show emotion, but sure, we can say cry if you want. I don't like that, like, every time I talk about showing emotion, like, the red pill thing is like, oh, you can't be, like, a blubbering, pathetic loser. It's like, well, if you're going to do that, nobody's going to let you, of course. But that's not necessarily what I'm talking about, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, sorry. Don't think that I'm, like, trying to put words in your mouth. I just suck at talking right now, to be honest with you.
You're good.
But, okay, so show any emotion. So, like, stoicism.
Yeah.
It depends on if you're trying to build a relationship or if you're just trying to sleep with a woman, for sure. But there's a lot in the red pill that teaches men how to like access their emotions and really understand them.
Is there?
But you probably didn't know. Yeah, there is. Promise you.
Okay. I never hear any of it ever, but yeah.
Yeah, we got to refute their bullshit. They put out some pretty bad shit. So that's why I wanted to have you on. Guys, I'll read the super chats in a minute. What was the second thing? Sorry.
Just the general idea that like a man's job in a relationship is just to provide resources. Like, yeah. Like, so any type of like, so when you're talking about like improving your standing in relationships or like getting women like successfully into relationships, the only framing is usually around providing resources. So basically like upping your money, maybe upping your gym and, you know, how you look. But like generally it's all focused on that like that resource analysis basically.
So for relationships, right?
Hit it. Okay, Hannah and I get one wedding day, and you're our best friend, so you're all gonna act normal and celebrate our love. There's an open bar.
Thank God.
Look, just sit in Hannah's lap.
Ready for the catch-22 of the century? The mental health struggles you want to work on?
Well, I say that kind of. Or maybe it's for hooking up. It feels like red pill guys don't actually talk about relationships that much. They'll always say like...
They do.
Okay, well, I hear them use dating, sex, and hookups. I hear all three of those used interchangeably, so I don't know which advice is supposed to apply to relationships or not. It's very hard to tell, but I feel like I don't hear them talk about maintaining healthy relationships almost ever. It seems like it's almost always revolving around how to fuck a lot of women, basically. But
Interesting. I kind of agree with you, though. Definitely the stuff that gets pushed out a lot is kind of what we would call red meat, and it's like clickbait, just like red pill-esque.
Sure.
But no, men are not just supposed to be providers. I would say that. I think a man can be in either role. It just depends on his relationship, whether he wants to be a stay-at-home dad. Just out of curiosity, this is random. Sorry, I'm tangential.
No, you're
Try
good.
to follow. But do you think that red pill folks follow some sort of political affiliation or whatever? Do you think they're like predominantly right-wing?
yeah, for sure. Yeah. Probably going to be predominantly right-wing.
So anybody that ever talks about politics and red pill, like people that have been following the red pill stuff for a while, disown them. Because you're not supposed to, like, it's like a very slippery slope. Most of them are actually more liberal.
There's almost nothing you can say to convince me of that, but okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
Or
I'm
if they
coming in with
are
good faith,
no, yeah, I know, but like if they are liberal, they're the kind of liberals that are like, oh yeah, like I'm kind of like I'll decide who I want to support. You know, I'm not sure I can go either way. But then when you look at like their Twitter feeds, the way they talk, it's like relentlessly talking about how hilarious Trump is, and he's actually so funny for owning the libs, and Biden's a huge cuck who might have Alzheimer's. But like I'm kind of a centrist, so I'll go either way. But everybody that identifies that way always falls like super far right. Yeah.
Maybe I should have used the term progressive.
Yeah, progressive is very far left. None of them are progressive. Or are you saying they are?
Yeah, they are.
No,
they are, and I'll explain. I'll explain why.
Okay.
So we actually, I say we, but people that have like a red pill awareness, whatever you want to call it, they understand that you cannot go back to traditional values. So what you're referring to is like incels. Okay. I hope that made sense. So,
I feel like all the red pills I talk to always talk about like return to tradition, kind of, in terms of like this is what men do, this is what men are. This is why we talk about Evo psych all the time and shit.
Isn't it a bitch when people misrepresent some shit?
Well, sure, but if everybody's misrepresenting it at some point, you're like, no true Scotsmaning me. Like, if all the red pill people I talk to are saying this, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Fresh and Fit, the Rollo Tomasi guy, that angry man.
I know for a fact Rollo Tomasi and Fresh and Fit don't. Fresh and Fit, though, I will say their after-hour show does have a lot of red meat in it, but that's also because that's the most, when it comes to talking to women, it gets the most, not only the most shock factor, but it gets to, like, the heart of the issue the quickest. And I know it's like, why are you talking to women that way? But that's how they'll get the response from them. It's entertainment more so than I would say anything else.
I feel like
women end up Go ahead.
I feel like when I listen to them talk, like the appeal doesn't ever seem to be like adapting to today's environments. The appeal seems to be like returning to traditional lost masculinity. Like all the advice that they give is stuff that would have worked, you know, in the 1900s. Or like,
so that's when you have to ask, do they follow a religion? Because red pill's not an ideology. It's not like this set in stone thing. Like a lot of people will have different religions in it. So like I know for my dogs, okay, I have 2 Dalmatians. It's chaos in here. But like I know for a fact Myron is more like he follows Islam, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he actually does. I know a lot of them say they're religious, but I don't believe any of the red pillars are religious. I think a lot of them wear it as an aesthetic, but.
No, you just have to learn to like separate it, and it's hard because people keep spewing red pill as an ideology, and I think that's where a lot of misrepresentation comes from.
I mean, it kind of is an ideology, no?
No, I wouldn't say it is at all, actually. You've probably okay. I know.
I feel like red pill implies a whole bunch about your view of the world. That if somebody tells me they're red pill, there's a bunch of like assumptions I can make about their beliefs of the world, and I'll probably be correct on some things 90% of the time. On other things, probably like 60 to 75% of the things of the time.
I understand what you're saying. I would definitely, like the first time I came into the content, it seemed like I was talking to people on the alt-right.
I wouldn't say that, but like here are some general statements. Some of them might be, but
some of it was crazy.
Here are some things I would say in general, but I would guess that probably 75+% of like red pill people think that the new mRNA vaccines are some kind of like bad scam, evil thing that like causes harm. I'd say probably 75+%. I would say probably 50+% regularly use words like World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, or you'll own nothing and rent everything and be happy, like these kinds of like globalist ideas. I would say 80+% were either Trump voters or Trump supporters. I would say probably 80+% regularly attack or shit on Biden or the establishment. I'd say that like 80+% probably have a very negative view of feminists. I would say like probably 70% plus have really negative views of trans people. I'd say 60% plus have really negative views of gay people. Like I think that these generalizations are probably about correct. If you saw polling data, it'd be probably true.
Definitely when you started with like the conspiratorial, like mRNA, that in and of itself could certainly class people together. I noticed that when people have a tendency to lean towards that, I could also say that they're probably right-wing. They're probably, I agree with what you're saying, but in terms of like the actual red pill itself, it has nothing to do with your political stance. It has nothing to do with religion. The only thing it has to do with is like, here's some stuff that we have seen kind of aligns with female or male behavior. Do what you see fit. That's it. It's not like people that turn it into this whole like, oh, so-and-so told me never to fuck a bitch with tattoos or never fuck a bitch with blue hair. Like that's like the extreme that takes it out of context group of people. And the only thing we can do is kind of say how crazy they are, and then people think that we're crazy for calling them crazy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can say that, but I mean, at some point, like if everybody on that side seems to be like ubiquitously coming out with these messages, I'm probably just going to assume that or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say everybody, that's hyperbolic, but when like it feels like all of the large content creators are pretty lockstep with this type of messaging, then I'm probably going to say like, yeah, this is what quote unquote red pillars believe, like because it seems to be the case.
Sure, I understand, but you said fresh and fit specifically, but like I know for a fact Rollo Tomasi does not push that kind of stuff.
Okay, I guess I'd have to dig more deeply, but he's contradicted me on almost so many different things that I've said, and I've watched his stream before, and it seems like he's pretty lockstep with the fresh and fit guys. I don't think I've ever heard him push back on anything they've said or contradicted, so I assume that their views are going to line up like 95% of the time. Okay.
No, you could. I don't think it matters. Everybody that I've met has different. Like I said, a lot of them are progressive. Other than if they follow a religion, maybe they'll have old order thinking is what we call it, archaic views, in my personal opinion. I'll call them out and just say it's archaic as fuck.
What do you think?
Other than,
what do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
For the Rollo Tomasi guy, like, what do you think he doesn't believe that I've unfairly ascribed to him?
Can you rephrase that?
What do you think I've said that like Rollo probably believes this, and you're like, oh no, Rollo doesn't believe that? I'm curious. Like if I had to make assumptions about it, he's probably like super pro-Trump, super anti to neutral on the vax, believes like globalist shit, is trying to make men weak, like all of that. That'd be like my guess. Are there some of these things that he doesn't believe, or?
I would say that like can we turn it on women for a second? Because I don't know if I know. I don't want to say for sure, but I don't know if he wants me to put stuff like that out there. But I'm just for the sake of it, I'll talk about women specifically because I know the red pill shit's on women, whatever. Okay. For women, a lot of people that have big platforms will say women should not have the right to vote. Okay. Have you heard that before?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Like, me and Rollo are really big on saying that's voter fraud. That won't happen, and we actually do want women to be voting.
Sure. So although I would say that's an extreme view that I don't know any mainstream red pillars that put out that view. That's pretty extreme, I think. But
well, have you ever heard that like women make up most of voting polls or whatever, and it's like mostly Democrats?
Like yeah, I've kind of heard that before. People will allude to like voter demographics as being an important reason why Democrats win and shit.
Yeah, and so whenever they're talking about it, they're like, we should just repeal the 19th or whatever the fucking.
Yeah, that seems to. And again, it's just my personal experience, so it could be different. But that seems to me that comes from like the black pill people. Like there is a guy called, is it Pigeon Speaks or Sparrow Speaks? I'm not trying to fuck names up. I generally don't. I just don't remember.
I have no idea.
Sure, but that was a guy that I spoke to on a show before, and I think that like people like that, or there's one guy whose like avatar is like anime pillows he has sex with. I'm not trying to shit on anybody. I think that's genuinely what he is.
It's okay.
Okay,
people have their thing.
Okay,
yeah. I don't judge.
Yeah, they might be hot anime pillows. I'm not sure, but yeah, when I hear stuff like that, my assumption is or I'm sorry, when I hear like about the women shouldn't vote thing, usually that's like the mega incels. That's not like the mainstream. Like I don't think Fresh and Fit even would ever say anything like women shouldn't vote.
They've jokingly said it, I think, just to get a point across about how women end up wanting to set up the community or not the community, like their state in a communitarian way and not like a patriarchal way. I know that's like a trigger word for some people, but when I say patriarchal, I just mean a man in charge. Right? That's all I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not saying one is better or worse. I genuinely don't even know. I couldn't tell you.
Sure.
Sweden seems to be doing well, or Norway.
Yeah, but I mean, like, usually when those people say it, it's jokes, right? Like, everybody in my chat is spamming the Just Pearl thing, that Pearl thinks that, like, women should be able to vote. That's not true. She was making a point about, like, women, like, not being in the draft but still being able to vote, like, shit like that, basically. I don't know if she...
actually, Pearl was pushing it for a while. I mean,
yeah, but was she pushing it, or was that, like, her edgy thought? Like, did she genuinely think women shouldn't vote, or did she think that women should just have more responsibility in society if they're going to vote?
I think later she was like, oh, okay, selective service, but I don't think for a while it didn't seem like that's what she was pushing.
Okay.
But
I might have missed the
early. When you look at the logic and you're just like, okay, I'm just pulling numbers. I genuinely don't know, but let's just say more than 60% are Democrats. It's like if you're a right-wing person, take away women's right to vote because they make up most of the Democratic Party, and then boom, we win. That's the logic that I saw, and I was like, well, that's voter fraud.
Sure.
We should educate women if that's what you want to do first, you know. But yeah, I just think that low-key, relax. Like the whole selective service thing, it's like, okay, but we haven't been drafted in a while. So in the same time, equal responsibility, fine, whatever. Low-key's mad. So sorry.
You're good.
No, she was genuinely pushing it. Yeah, I see.
Okay. If she was, I just didn't hear it. I only heard her use it in a reference to that selective service thing. But, yeah.
What other stuff?
What other stuff about what?
I don't know. Is there any, like, low-key, relax. Is there any other stuff that you hear about Red Pill that you're like, this is problematic? In terms of, like, I don't know, relationships. Let's go. You say you only hear about them, get your money up, fuck a bunch of bitches, and...
Yeah, I don't usually hear them talk about relationships ever. When I'm on shows, it feels like they all conflate. I say they all. I should really say Fresh and Fit, and maybe I don't know if I've talked about Red Pill stuff actually with Perlay things, but like Fresh and Fit, Stinko, like it feels like they use sex and relationships interchangeably. They never like talk like, but they'll even say like, oh, like if you want relationships, like it's really important to and then they'll start giving advice on like how to like hook up with girls or whatever, and they use that, or they talk about how women date hypergamously a lot. They'll say that, and that doesn't even make sense. You can't date hypergamously. You could fuck hypergamously, but like one guy is
well, it depends.
It doesn't.
Some people don't even believe in hypergamy. That's just to date up and across the hierarchies. That's all it is.
Sure. Well, but usually it's used in the context of the Fresh and Fit guys. It's used to argue the like that 80-20 thing, that 80% of guys are getting, or sorry, that 20% of guys are getting 80% of women, which from a sex thing, I don't even know if that's true, but from a dating thing, it's absolutely not true. Yeah, go ahead.
It's actually, a lot of people fuck this up. Okay, relax. It's actually 100% of women want 20% of guys. It's not that they're actually fucking them.
Okay, sure. I don't even know if that's true.
Which makes sense.
Usually when it's framed, it's usually that 20% of guys are fucking 80% of women. When I've been on shows, that's how it's always been presented to me. And then they use the example of like Tinder matches and like top guys at schools, like jocks fucking all the women or whatever. That's usually the context is brought up in.
But think about that for a second. Is that realistic? That every single woman that has an issue with a guy, it's all the 20%. It doesn't even make sense mathematically.
Don't talk to me about that. Talk to them. When I was on their show last, I asked them what percentage of college women do they think are getting flown up to Dubai to fuck, and Fresh said it was 30, 40, or 50% of college girls are getting flown up to Dubai. So I know the numbers don't work, of course.
Okay, I'm glad you know, because that sounds like it's just misrepresentation. And as far as like the data studies go, a lot of people get the OkCupid ones.
Yeah.
Is that the one you're talking about?
That's usually people will talk about from like fucking 1997 or some shit, or not that old, but like it's a pretty old one.
They redid it though, so it's still the same. It gets really misrepresented as well, because it's like pretty much TLDR. Too long, didn't read it, whatever. It's like men were asked which women they found the most attractive. So it was like a survey. They would just show different pictures of women across all ages, and then they found that men are most attracted to women at 22. But who they message is really close to their age. So they always leave out that part.
Sure.
So that, like, women assume that these men are just messaging 22-year-olds. And the ones that they do, if they do, this was like another caveat or whatever you call it. It was like they don't respond.
Okay.
So I was like, it gets misread a lot.
Sure.
So men aren't messaging 22-year-olds. They're just attracted to them.
Okay, sure.
You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those people will boil down some of those studies like single numbers to like make very, very far-reaching conclusions about society. Like there's the one that gets talked about how like men tend to rate women more evenly on an appearance curve, whereas women are judged a bit more harshly. But people will extrapolate out from that like women only want to date the top 5% of like 6 foot or taller guys or whatever. Like that goes from there to there, and I don't think that jump is warranted. Or I think you need to build up to that a little bit more.
So, in terms of like dad bod, is that what you're kind of alluding to? Like,
well, no, what I'm alluding to is that there are a couple other plausible explanations. I don't know what the actual explanation is, but like, for instance, it might be the fact that women are just more attractive in general than men. That's why they're rated more highly, because appearance and stuff is something that women focus on more. And it might also be that women will rate more harshly on appearance, but appearance might not be a primary selector for what a woman is going for on a dating app, right? She might say like, oh yeah, like this guy's a 9, this guy's a 9. A lot of these guys are kind of like, 5s or 6s, but like a lot of them are like, oh yeah, if the guy's cool, funny, makes me laugh, got money, like 5 or 6 is fine. Like, that could be the case, right? But people will cite that one difference in appearance rating and say, oh, this is why women only want to date the top 1% or whatever, or 6 foot, gigashads.
Well, the top 1% doesn't necessarily mean that you're good looking.
Sure, it could be in money, it could be in status, it could be in wealth.
It's probably in money. It's when I hear that, because like most good looking guys are broke. That's why bitches be mad about it. They're fucking a guy that has no career, but he's good looking.
Sure. Yeah, I think that can happen for sure. But I mean, like that, what you just said doesn't exist in some red pillars paradigms. They'll say that like that's impossible, or something for some reason.
Incels, probably.
Well, I mean, if you want to call it fresh and fit incels, Rolo might say some of this shit too. Okay.
No. Fresh and fit don't say that stuff. Fresh and fit will cite the studies. And from my knowledge, it's a wow factor, but they're not necessarily wrong. And if anything, I see Myron correcting it a lot of the time. I actually don't know if I agree with you when you say that they say certain stuff.
If you ever want to pull up a clip of me arguing their show, because that's usually where most of our disagreements come from, is from my arguments I've had with them. But I feel like, do you know who? Or go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask, do you know who Playing with Fire is, the Alex guy? Don't apologize.
Yeah. No, I talk over people, so.
No, that's fine too. Fuck, that's as long as you gotta make people listen. But I was gonna say that's a guy that is very much like he's in the pickup artist community. I don't think he's red pill. So, and I hear him.
Not at all.
Yeah, I hear him talk a lot about how like they say this. So like he's got a big focus on like game and like charisma and picking up girls that way. And from what he tells me, it seems like he stands in stark contrast to the red pill community that thinks that stuff like game and all of that is like it's kind of helps, but not as much as things like wealth and status. Seems to be the case. That's what he tells me at least. And then that seems to be what I get from their shows, but.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar other than the fact that Alex would read the fucking books. I know he's watching this right now.
Okay.
I'm supposed to go on his show after this. Me and Alex have gone head to head. I think he agrees with hypergamy or he doesn't. I don't even remember.
Well, those are two opposite positions, so it's probably one or the other, I would imagine.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say before, though. It was, men and women. But every time that I see you on Fresh and Fit, it always comes down to men and women being different. Do you agree that men and women are fundamentally different, or like?
I think that men and women are fundamentally different, but we have more in common than we do in difference, if that makes sense. Like, there are going to be... Yeah,
I would agree.
Okay, yeah.
I would agree. Yeah. I think we all agree on that, to be honest with you.
I don't know if we all agree on that, and I'm not sure about that. You're going to say they do, but I don't think they do. I think they would say, no, women are substantially, significantly different from men. I mean, look at, one of Myron's favorite sayings. Men have to become something. Women just are, right? Or women hunt for resources, and the way that they fuck is different. That's why one-sided open relationships are good. Men can fuck a lot of people, but if a woman fucks somebody else, she's cheating on you, but it's not the same for a man. I think they think there are big, divides between men and women. That's my feeling.
Again, religion.
What about religion? What?
You see where religion comes in? Yeah,
no.
Because
they justify this with evo psych and how they
4 wives.
Yeah, no, it's not about 4 wives though. They justify this with the differences between men and women. They never use a religious argument here. They say that, because they'll always say like, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to clarify because maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, but to say that they go and say you can open on my end, close on yours or something, that's what they say when it comes to sex. Again, Myron's religion and that align, but that's not what Red Pill's about.
Sure, but they don't
See what I'm
say,
saying?
yeah, maybe. I mean, this is just what I hear from all of them, but maybe it's different between some of them. I don't know. None of them seem to contradict him on that. I've never heard that. But his justification for that isn't a religious one. His justification for that is the fundamental differences between male and female reproductive strategy. That's what he'll say.
Well, I would say that we do have different mating strategies for sure, but I'm not somebody that will promote harems.
But they seem to make it... Go ahead.
So men, if given the chance, I think would have multiple wives, regardless of religion. But I don't think that society has anything in place that would promote that. Because the way that they see it is like women have these things in place. Have you ever heard of like gynocentrism?
I mean, I can guess what it means, but yeah, the opposite of patriarchy or something, or what?
Kind of, yeah, but more so like all the ads and commercialized stuff is also kind of incentivizing women to be single and childless.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
My dog is so bad right now.
What's wrong? Maybe he just wants some dogs. He just needs some pets.
No, she's just being a bitch. No, we're gonna go out. I promise, baby. We were waiting for you. Now you got my dog's crying.
Okay, listen. Yeah, I don't fucking check my phone. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but anyways, so I was saying before with the harems or whatever, like maybe I should let her out for a second. Hold on.
Yeah, go for it.
Let me let her out. Talk to my audience.
Okay. Yeah.
Say things. Hold on.
All right, guys, what's up? How you guys doing? From Portia's stream. You guys ever play Factorio? Shit, okay, never mind, she's back.
Okay. What are they saying in the chat?
Nothing.
Are they
being shy?
They're being mean?
No, they're being shy.
They're shy?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, not very red pill of them.
Yeah. Berate me. What the fuck? Okay. So anyways, so whenever you see them promoting this like 4 wives thing, I would encourage you to be like, what religion do they align with? Whether they fucking practice it or not.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, like, the justifications they give aren't religious ones. Like, they appeal to, like, the psychology and shit when they give these relationship things.
So my whole thing, I know I was talking about, I want to make sure I know I'm going all over the place. I remember I said something about gynocentrism.
Yeah,
so, like, in a perfect world, to me, is a place where both men and women could optimize their mating strategy. Cringe. I hate that word. Okay. It's just so fringy.
No,
but
that's good. We're talking about females and how they, go ahead. Like a fucking science.
I actually don't. I don't mind female as much as I mind mating strip. Like as if we're aware of what we do. But anyway, so like in a world where both sexes could optimize theirs. So like right now we live in a world where getting married to one person is the ideal. And if you see a man that leaves his older wife for a younger woman, he's shamed. You notice that, right?
Yeah.
Or oh, he's dating a woman that's 6 years below him. Again, it's age a lot of the time. But, like, men typically like younger women to have sex with. I don't necessarily agree for a long-term partner. But, like, in, let's say, a world where both men and women could optimize their mating strategies, like, that wouldn't be shamed for, like, a guy doing that. Obviously, within legalities, you know.
Sure.
Like,
I feel like for some of the sexual strategies, it's hard to know what comes from our socialization versus what comes from like our innate feelings too, right? So, like for instance, it's very easy to make a whole bunch of stories about like, well, women don't want to sleep around because it's not good for identity of the baby or securing a male or blah 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 blah. We can like go back and kind of like make those stories up to fit what we think is true, but like it could also be the case that women are heavily disincentivized from mating with multiple men because socially like we punish the fuck out of it, right? Like that could just be the answer. And it might be like in another society, maybe women are just as promiscuous as men, or maybe they get like closer to it if they don't get like shamed as much for sleeping around. Like that could be the case. I don't know what the answer to that is, but
So have you ever heard of like blank slate equalism?
no, but is this something that says that like the genders start off the same and then they socialize and that's where the differences come from?
Kind of.
Okay, go ahead.
Pull it up. Take your time.
God, you're gonna make me Google shit.
Yeah, because I don't want to. Yeah.
Blank slate.
Because if I just
what's it called?
Blank slate theory or equalism. Because this is something that I find.
Okay.
Yeah, this is something that I find when talking about men and women. This is like, it always comes back to this. Because like what you're saying is that women should, or not should, but I hate that word too. But like women have this possible, they want to sleep around. Like we don't know. We don't know. We just keep pushing that they shouldn't, or else they're 304s or whatever the fuck. But when you look at like, oh no, my dog now wants to come back in. Hold on. Take your time to read it. Also look up Steven Pinker with newborns or something.
Okay.
Scientist, neuro-linguistic guy. I don't know.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, guys. You still fighting Nick for Sneeko Soul? I don't know what Sneeko and Nick are doing right now, okay? Those two are both, I think, it feels like, and I could be wrong, I don't have the sick insider deets, but it feels like Ye is done with his shit. Didn't I say it would happen in like a month or two? Did it happen even sooner? Because Nick said he's going back to streaming regularly. I haven't seen any announcements for either of them relating to Kanye shit. Do you think Kanye is done with his stuff? Yeah, I saw that Kanye got married. Yikes.
Are you reading it?
I read the whole book.
Why did you say yikes?
We were talking about Kanye West. Basically everything with Ye is big yikes, but...
Oh. Is it? Did you not read the thing I asked you?
Well, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, this blank slate thing.
Yeah, so...
It has blank slate, the modern denial of human nature. So, my guess is going to be that...
That's what came up?
Well, that's the name of the book.
That's what came up for you?
That's the name of the book.
Hold on. Don't be disingenuous. Hold on.
Wait, that's the name of the book. The Steven Pinker book, right? The Blank Slate, The Modern Denial of Human Nature.
Yeah, but the way that you say it, just...
that's his title.
Don't worry, guys. I'll carry this team. What he found in his study with newborns was that newborns... I always fuck this up. Forgive me. Just if you want to Google it, newborns, Steven Pinker. But pretty much he noticed that within newborns, they could pick up on different facial expressions amongst, it doesn't matter the gender. Like, this isn't about gender right now. But which proves that there's like, I always have a hard time, like a firmware.
We have some sort of like a priori reasoning or programming that like is probably almost fundamental to the existence of us as human beings, right? I would agree with that. Yeah, like I think you can see it with kids whenever they just kind of learn to talk. It's like, okay, they picked up on what I was saying, but how did they learn to say it? Like actually like say something. That's how I always explain it. Or even more like fundamental to that, the idea of like object permanence, the idea of thinking that other people can have unique thoughts. These are things that aren't learned or socialized. We seem to have some like before anything, these are granted to us by the like composition of our brain basically, right?
Yeah, and so then when it comes to gender, do you think it's possible that there's different ways that maybe like a man versus woman, I know, don't come for me, you guys, just to keep it simple. We can go into the other ones in a second, but do you think there's possibly a different way that our firmware kind of learns, if there's like a differential between them. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah,
I'm not good with words.
Yeah, my guess would be is that in a perfectly even world where everybody is treated exactly the same, and there are no differences from one thing to another, you'd probably still see some gender differences. If for no other reason. What would you see though? I have no idea. Just but if for no other reason, we know that testosterone has certain effects on the body, estrogen and proestrogen or whatever bullshit, that stuff has different effects on the body. So if for nothing else, yeah, go ahead.
Just to be fair, some can have more and. Just to keep it, inclusive.
Women that have more will be up what is the nanoliter per fucking deciliter bullshit? It'll range from 10 to really really high would be 40 or 50, I think. Would be an ungodly amount of testosterone for a woman, and the low end for men is 300, and the span is from 3. So some women might have a little bit higher testosterone, and some men might have a little bit higher estrogen, but the levels are astronomically different from male to female. They're completely different.
So aside from hormones, though, just because you're speaking in jargon that a nanoliter, right over my head.
You run a YouTube channel, don't act stupid. That's my one trigger point, okay, for women that I talk to. Don't act dumb, okay? You know what I'm talking about. You know what hormones are, right?
I know hormones, but I want to keep it more. If I can't picture it, then I would assume a lot of people can't. No offense to the audience.
Sure. Okay, broadly speaking, men have testosterone, women have estrogen. These two hormones not only impact our food on the day-to-day, they probably impact the development of our bodies and our brains by extension. Yeah.
Fine. Yeah. But I want to pull it back to something else. Okay, so when it comes to how... Yeah, I'm not trying to run you in a circle. Somebody write down hormones. We can come back to it. But men, and let's say men and women have a tendency, and I know you've said this before, they learn a little bit differently. Women can kind of sit there and be in class and take in the knowledge. We kind of see that women are better at school because we're more biologically hardwired for it. I don't know.
Sure.
Sorry. And then for men, they kind of like to throw things, and more spatial intelligence, I think is what it's called. Yeah.
Sure.
Do you agree?
Yeah. Now, for why that is, that's a really interesting and complicated question.
Here's what I think. You can tell me what you think.
Okay.
Do you believe that, I'll ask you if you believe, do you think anything with our ancestors has anything to do with us presently? I don't know how to word it. I'm honestly a dumb bitch.
Well, don't say that. Stop. Okay, I don't know.
I can't clarify it if you want to.
I can't. I mean, the answer has to be yes. What do you mean? Our genes and our ancestors?
Well, some people don't think so. There are people that think that.
I don't know what you're asking me. Are you asking me are black people and white people different because of our ancestors, or are you asking me do genes influence our thoughts, or what were you asking me?
No, I'm not. What are you talking? Why did you just make this about race?
Well, I don't know, because it seems like you're asking me a pretty common sense question. Our ancestors, of course, influence us, genetically. Yeah, for sure, of course, right? The answer can only be yes to that, right?
No, that's not true.
Oh, okay. Well, if somebody said no to that, I would assume they're fucking insane, but...
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. You give me enough proof. I could probably lean the other way. I was asking you so I could move forward. Oh. I'm not asking you to trip you up. I don't think
you're trying to trip me up. You're good. You keep thinking that I'm going to think you're trying to fucking trap me or something. I don't think you are.
Well, I used to be on debate team. Fun fact. But, I'm really not trying. Every time I say I'm not trying to do something, people think I am.
Sure.
But I
don't think you are. I have no... If I thought you were, I'd be screaming a whole lot more and probably calling your name, so...
Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you. But, so my dad was recruited for the Cubs baseball team. Okay. He was a pitcher. My brother was also recruited. He didn't end up doing it, obviously. And then I was also a pitcher. So you could see kind of in our family, we were all kind of really good at one thing. Probably came from dad.
Sure.
But for a girl, let's say when it came to, sorry guys if I'm all over the place, my pitch with baseball, because girls normally play softball, but with a baseball, it was, I think, 73 miles per hour, which is pretty fast for a girl last time I checked in 2013.
Okay.
But with the softball, I could also pitch it around 68 miles per hour, which is really fast.
Okay.
Last time I checked. There's probably people that are better than me now. But, so typically, though, women would pitch, if I remember correctly, I know I'm all over the place, but I think they would pitch like 62 miles per hour with the softball.
Okay.
So there's obviously like a component of genetics probably with me.
For sure.
Got my dogs. But based on history, men typically, they say, would be the ones to throw the spears. You know what I mean? I think it was both genders, to be honest with you, but just for sake of argument, like men would hunt, and so their accuracy would be a lot better than women. Obviously, I gave you my example so that you kind of saw the nuance. I know throwing a spear and a softball is probably different, but do you understand what I'm saying? Kind of, so I can move forward.
I think it sounds like you were taking a really long time to say that, like, men and women, like, get things, or that people can get things genetically from their family, right? That you have probably some genes in you that are predisposing you towards, like, throwing things quickly.
Sure, but I think the way that men and women operate is going to be fundamentally different, because when we go back to, like, the firmware, I think that women have a tendency to, and this is just from observation and reading different things, but it seems like women process emotions within the moment. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, let me know, because I might be saying something wrong.
No, you're good.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. Okay. I don't know if I agree with you, but I understand what you're saying. Sure.
Okay. You don't have to agree. Just be like, yeah, you make sense.
Can I, or actually, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, can I just, like, lay out my view of this, and then you can kind of pick apart or tell me what you disagree with?
Can I let my dogs back in?
Oh, you just let them back in.
They wanted to go out again. They're barking at me.
Why
you
don't
hear them?
Leave the door open. Yeah,
because then you will hear everybody.
Okay, go for it.
Hold on.
Okay.
BRB.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
People are saying it's cuxing. I'm not driving any frames on my end, so, and some people are saying it is, and some people are saying it isn't, so I don't know if it's YouTube or what, but I can't do anything about whatever is happening right now. Sorry. There it is, the final frontier.
This is fucking painful. Sorry, that was probably so loud.
Yeah. You're fine, don't worry.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
What am I going ahead on?
You were going to give me your overall view.
Yeah, okay. This is my overall view on men and women, okay? I think that men and women, biologically, okay, because of how biology works, we all start with the same parts, right? Nature tends to use and reuse things because it's more energy and developmentally efficient, right? So, like, if you look at fetuses, I think that they start female, and then if they have the genetic variation to be more receptive to androgens like testosterone, then they kind of, like, diverge a little bit and they become, like, more masculine. And then if you look at, like little...
Mutate?
What?
Like mutate?
Sure, we can say that, sure. If you look at, like, little boys and little girls, they seem to be pretty similar in terms of, like, they're all small, they've got high-pitched voices, they've all got soft skin, but then when the puberty starts, that's when you start to see an even wider divergence in secondary sexual characteristics. Men become more rugged, they climb mountains, women wear dresses, there's social things. But, like, right, women get boobs, women tend to exhibit, like, different features in terms of body composition, men tend to exhibit different features in terms of body composition, right? So that's my foundational understanding, is we all have the same parts, and we're all built from the same pieces. Now, because we're sexed differently, things like hormones, and I'm going to say mainly hormones, are probably going to drive differences in early behavior. And because of our genetic differences, we're probably going to be slightly predisposed towards different types of activities, right? If I had to guess, men are probably a bit more wired for, like, physicality, for aggression, for competition, and women are probably going to be more wired in general for things like caretaking, nurturing, stuff like that, right? Broadly.
No.
Okay. Let me finish my thing, right? In the most broad sense, it's going to be true. However, in the sense that this is broadly true, there are two things to consider. One is there's going to be a lot of overlap, okay? Like, if the sensitivity of men is from, like, 5 to 9, the sensitivity of women is going to be, like, 3 to 7. It'll be something. There's going to be a lot of overlap between us. And two, if there's...
I hate when you use numbers.
Okay. And the next B, part B, that was part A, this is part B, okay? Part B, okay, is if there are any differences, we're probably going to hyper-exaggerate those differences. I think a really good example is the average strength of women, right? That women, when they're socialized, are like supposed to be kind of like weak or whatever. Like that's just kind of how like women are seen. Or there's no.
You think that that's socialization?
Let me finish, please. I love you so much for this. Let me finish,
Sorry.
okay? Right?
Okay, go ahead.
Women are weaker than men. That is undeniable, okay? On like several deviations. But there's no reason for a woman to not be able to put her bag in the overhead compartment in an airplane. That's socialization.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Or like, so we can say an example that might be, and you said you did like pitching or whatever, right? Like women and men will go to the gym with totally different programs because women think that they like can't build any muscle or whatever, and they just run around and do 52 machines and that's it. Whereas men will like do principles of like, you know, basic building their muscles or whatever. But like if a woman goes to the gym and she trains for strength, she can get like strong enough to like carry her bags. That's all I'm saying, right? So that's like an example of like a thing that isn't real
biological. Sexist.
True. It's a small biological difference, right? No, I'm sorry. It's like a medium-sized to large biological difference, but we drive that difference even wider because of how we socialize ourselves. And I think that most of the big differences between men and women start off as small biological differences, and then I think we drive those really far apart socially. So that's my broad feeling on things. So for some things, we can bring those back in alignment. For instance, like men can learn to have emotionally fulfilling relationships and good, satisfying conversations where they have some level of emotional intelligence, and women can be competitive and do sports like this happens, but like, yeah, it just depends a lot on the socialization. Okay, that's my broad feeling.
You've said this before about men and emotions, and can you clarify for me? Like, it seems like, and how do I word it? It's like, what makes you think that the way that you think men should process emotions is the right way?
Because men are killing themselves at huge rates because men seem like when they communicate to each other, it's borderline autism. And then when I see the differences between men and women engagement with the opposite sex on things like Tinder or Grindr, men seem to genuinely just have no fucking concept of like what other people are thinking about them or like how to communicate in an appropriate manner. And that kind of way, yeah.
But what if I told you that you're the minority that says that? Like, what makes you right with that? That's what I'm asking.
I guess at this point we're kind of roughly appealing to anecdote and like social norms. I guess I could be wrong. What? I don't know. I don't know if I can ever come up with a study on like conversation quality differences.
I'm not gonna fuck the stats. I'm not fuck the stats.
Well, I'm like gonna appeal to like the things that I see people say, the social norms that I see, the way that people like communicate with each other, the personal experiences I have with people.
So,
like, yeah.
When I hear you give experiences, it's usually like a woman saying it to you. Have you had guys say anything to you like, hey, like I don't feel like I can express myself?
No, because they usually are too retarded to even have the notion that they're lacking something.
Okay, do you have, like, can you watch the language?
Sorry. Men are too emotionally stunted to even realize there's a problem, oftentimes, seems to be the case.
But what makes you think that, like, that's true? Like, I'm really not trying to appeal to anybody, but it's always so interesting to me that, like, the majority of men feel a certain way. They do a certain thing, and that's the majority. But what you're saying is that's wrong. And I'm asking you, is it wrong because women come to you and say, like, I can't connect with them, like, they're not emotionally available? Is it just women that do that? Because that would make a lot of sense to me why they do that.
So I look at, broadly speaking, I look at the different ways that men and women communicate with their friends, and I think that it is, I don't think many people disagree that women are much better at forming deep, personal, emotionally fulfilling friendships with each other, and I think that men have a really hard time with that because of the way that we communicate with each other.
Who do you think holds on to friends longer, men or women?
I don't know the answer to that.
I would honestly say men. Like, I'm not trying to set you up, but I think men hold on to their friends longer than women do.
Yeah, but I don't know if that question is meaningful. So, for instance, real quick, like, I have a friend. I've got a lot of friends that I've held on to for a long time. Mm-hmm. Like, one of my personal friends growing up is Kyle. I've held on to him for a long time. I haven't talked to him in 3 years. But, like, I know if I were to message him, we'd be, like, chilling. We could go, like, hang out. But, like, is that, like, an emotionally fulfilling friendship? Probably not. But, like, he is, yeah.
So I guess that's one example, but I think men that have their same friends throughout childhood, like from my experience, and obviously we're talking anecdotes, but like I think that they do have fulfilling relationships. They're just different.
Sure, but I mean, like if they're different in terms of like less fulfilling, then does it matter if they last longer?
But how do you know it's not fulfilling to them?
Sure, because when I look at
saying?
we dive into it. Go on. When I look at the different styles of communication between men and women, it seems like women are way more open to share their feelings about particular events and to have conversations and get feedback from their friends about it, versus men tend to stay way more locked up with things. I think a really good example of this might be talking about, like, I want to give an example of everything I say so that it doesn't sound that okay?
Go ahead.
I think a really good example is how we talk about our relationships. I think it's I think it's generally pretty rare that men talk about their their romantic relationships with their fellow friends, whereas for women, it is exceedingly common for them to share a ton about their romantic relationships.
Maybe because we're different.
Sure, but in that case, I would say, first of all, there's no reason why a man can't do that. I don't think you're hardwired not to have those conversations. And secondly, if we are different in that sense, I'd say women are better in that sense. That's just a better thing, I think.
I just don't think it's a matter of better or not better. I just think it's a matter of difference.
Well, do you think different things can be better or worse?
I think different things can be different and still be good in their context.
What would be the positive here? Sell me this on the male friendship model.
Okay, sure, fine.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that, like, your friendships, well, correct me if wrong, like, your friendships with guys tend to be more meaningful, and meaningful to you is like more in depth, I guess is what you said. Like, women have a tendency to be more deep. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that women tend to have a lot more, like, emotional exploration, I guess, in friendships, and they're like more open and sharing and everything. Yeah.
Is it possible that men typically aren't that way?
Don't have emotions?
Majority?
Or what do you mean?
No, they do. So, like, there's this whole thing that, like, whenever people talk about male emotions, they're always like, men can't cry or something. I'm like, okay, first of all, men have a tendency to lean more towards anger, and being able to process anger is equivalent to women in crying, I would say. Whether you think that's true or not, you can come to your own conclusion, whatever. But, like, men just are more so, they process and then they either get mad about something or upset. But with women, and I know I'm tangential right now, try to follow me. With women, we process things as we go. So, like, be like, this bitch at work, fucking Bethany, she was saying this, but hold on, and, like, we kind of go all over the place, and so we process it in a little bit different way. Guys will process, and then they'll tell it. And so maybe by the time a guy tells it, there's not really that much to go off of.
But, like, let's say
it doesn't mean that it's not valuable.
Well, let's say that I grant you all of that. Let's say that I say everything that you've just said is true. What sounds better? Somebody that processes everything completely on their own before sharing it with somebody, or somebody that solicits the feedback of friends with help, like, sorting through things?
Sure. I do think that men would. I agree with you when we talk about, like, men should talk about things with their friends. I agree with you on that. But I think that it's possible that it might be healthier to process it yourself first, for women too. Women shouldn't be telling their friends all this shit, but it's a burden on us too. It's a burden on a lot of people because we don't. Whenever women talk, and I'll say from my own experience, it's like they're still processing it, so they don't know if they want to do A or B. Let's say they don't know if they should go to HR or not. They never should, but, like, let's say that was their dilemma. And then the friend will be like, well, you should do A. But have you ever been around women that are like, oh, but should I do B? And then they go back and forth a lot, and then the other person's just kind of stuck there like, I don't know what you should do. I'm just going to tell you either or, and you just try to end the conversation. I think that's a lot of women. Hopefully you're picking up what I'm throwing down.
Yeah, I mean, some people some people are just fucking annoying to talk to. Like, I don't disagree with that. But I think as a general rule of thumb, talking about problems you have with your friends to get help on, like, sorting through those. I mean, humans are built as incredibly social creatures. I think that's probably going to be better than bottling it all up and dealing with it on your own. Now, obviously, there could be obnoxious forms of communication where you're complaining about every little problem, or you complain about the same problem over and over and over and over again. You don't actually implement any solutions. But broadly speaking, I think it's probably healthier to have a communication style that involves getting feedback from friends and family.
Yeah, probably. but I don't think that men need to fundamentally like change the way they process. That would be like changing firmware and the way that they. Remember, I was talking about.
But
Stephen
again,
Pinker?
yeah, I understand what you're saying, but this is going to be the thing where I say I don't think this is a firmware thing. I think this is a heavy socialization thing. It's hard for me to believe because it's hard for me to believe that a man couldn't just like share an emotion with somebody. I think a man can do that. I don't think there's anything that is like super hardwired into us that makes it impossible for us to do that. I don't buy that.
Do you think they want to though?
I think they don't know they want to, right? They don't know they want to.
Okay.
Like if you ask a heroin user what they want, they're going to say more heroin, right? They're not going to say they want to get clean. They're going to say give me more heroin, right? So like if you want to ever also, this is just like shit my channeling says, so I'm never trying to like ambush you with anything because I don't know like in terms of like all the data and all the stats or whatever. Somebody in my chat threw this at me. I'm going to link you this in Twitter DMs. There you go.
You can just say it. I believe you.
So this was like I guess this was a survey on who is more likely to receive emotional support from friends. So the first question was received emotion.
Before you even go there.
Go ahead.
Before you even go there, though. Mm-hmm. What if men process something and don't think there's a problem?
But I'm going to appeal to anecdote here. That's not the case, right? The average guy that you meet. Yeah, go ahead. Well, I was going to say the average guy you meet is not like some like really well put together, like you're talking. It's like, yeah, I had these issues and, I did a lot of self-reflection and I think I've like really handled it. I don't think that's like the average person.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, though, is women on average, I don't know the exact number, but women are more likely to seek treatment than men are. And a lot of times men, when it comes to mental health, and this is like my area of expertise, like this is like when it comes to psychotic disorders, it's like a lot of times, even with something like, let's say, bipolar disorder that doesn't always have psychotic features. A lot of times they suffer from anosognosia, which is lack of insight. So a lot of times men, because they have a higher, higher probability that they'll have a mental health condition that falls into like a mood disorder or a psychotic disorder, means that they'll have a higher instance of lack of insight. So it's like maybe they don't even know, or maybe the ones that do know are like, oh, it's not that bad, and then they don't seek treatment. I always say, like, when it comes to suicide, the number one the number one thing that will indicate suicide or whatever is depression. So like, yeah, go seek treatment. A lot of times we socialize men to not seek treatment because that means they're weak, right? I'm trying to appeal to you right now because this is kind of like, that's what you would agree with, right? Like most men.
Yeah, I feel like everything you just said, I feel like I agree pretty hardcore. Yeah.
Okay, so like, what if men get to a point where they don't think that what if they get to a point where they're like, maybe my problems are too overwhelming and it's too much of a burden because I haven't really noticed it until now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that might be the case, but I feel like you're making my argument for me. Or does this go back to you somehow?
No, I am.
Okay.
Because I agree with you on some stuff. I'm trying to make sure that I kind of give the nuance or whatever to be more specific. Okay. But, so it's like, yeah, men might get to a point where they don't realize there's a problem. And I do agree that we should help men recognize a problem or when it gets too overwhelming. But overall, when it comes to processing information, I don't think that I don't think that men, by and large, do it wrong. Like, I do think there is something innate to say about it. I do think we tell boys not to hit, and that's probably an issue, and that's the socialization that you were talking about. And men express their neglect or, because, like, anger's not, or aggression isn't an emotion, but it's a behavior based on an
We don't
emotion.
teach people how to work through anger very well. We usually just tell people not to be angry, right? Yeah, I agree with that. But again, I guess, like, if you want to dive into this, like, I would argue in favor of the woman's style of communicating here is not different. Well, it is different, but it's just better. It's superior here. Like, when I say superior, I mean it's going to produce better outcomes, and the self-reported happiness levels of the people involved are also going to be higher. Like, it's just going to be a better way of doing things.
I think that's like we're raising men as defective girls. Why are we telling them to do things a certain way that maybe they innately don't follow.
Because I don't think
Like,
that being able to have a conversation about your emotions makes you a girl. I think the fact that anybody would even think that's a girl thing is incredibly problematic.
That's not what I'm saying.
I don't think you have to be socialized like a girl to be able to have like emotional conversations with somebody. I think that that's something that a man can handle doing.
I think they handle it very well.
But they don't, because they're not doing it.
Why do you say that though? Like when it comes to like men, like let's say.
Well, yeah, sure. This was
heterosexual.
the thing that I shot you on Twitter. So
Yeah.
for people that are more likely to receive emotional support from friends, right? So 20% of men said that they received emotional support from a friend in the past week. That was 40% for women. 25% of men said they told a friend they loved them. That was 50% of women, or 48% of women. 30% of men said they had a private conversation.
You're about to prove my point, but go ahead.
Okay, 30% of men said they had a private conversation in which they shared personal feelings or problems. That number was 46% for women. Like, these seem like things that are all just, like, good things to do. And if men aren't doing
that... Who did that study? What's the... I know you sent it to me.
Yeah, it seems like it was sent from the Survey Center on American Life. Sample size was 2019. It was an American Perspective survey published in May 2021. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that men live lonelier lives than women?
I think so, yeah. I think that's almost absolutely true, yeah.
Why do you think that is, in your opinion?
I think that we've been trained very, very, very poorly at socialization, and we have a really hard time adapting to the new world that requires better and more sophisticated understandings of how to socialize than it did in the past.
I would make the argument that you probably have a lot more girlfriends than an average dude. I think you understand women a lot better than maybe even women understand themselves. But I wouldn't say that you are your typical male by and large.
But I also, to be ultra clear, I don't advocate for anybody doing anything at all that I do. I think I'm an outlier in a lot of different ways, so I don't advocate for any of my lifestyle or any of the shit. I'm just talking.
You have been this entire time.
Absolutely not. I have very few personal friends, and I don't talk to.
You've been saying that women are the right way.
No, hold on. I don't. This is not how I resolve any of my stuff. I don't talk to anybody about my problems. I don't share any of that shit, because that's how I personally do things. None of the prescriptions that I'm giving you have anything to do with my personal life. I live a very atypical...
Hold on. I'm not talking about that.
Hold on. No, wait. That's exactly what you said. You just said that, I'm advocating for things that I'm doing. No, wait. I'm not advocating for anything.
You're going to get mad.
Okay, go for it.
You're going to get mad. Because I'm genuinely not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that you said that women do it the right way.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm basing that not on my lifestyle or my life or anything. I'm just basing that on, like, research and, like, well-understood tenets of, like, psychology and, like, basic, like, fundamental, like, human interaction. That, like, talking to more people, having more friends, sharing emotions with each other, broadly speaking, non-controversially, this is going to be a good thing. Yeah. Like, it's going to increase, like, our longevity, like, our mental health, like, our probably physical health, and, like, everything, right?
Probably.
So if you can do more of these things, it's going to be better. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I know what you're getting at, but do you think that men are disenfranchised right now? I know it's probably like...
It's such a broad question, it's like almost meaningless. I'm sure in some ways men are, I'm sure in some ways women are, like, yeah.
Do you think that men are viewed well in society in the West right now? Or do you think they're viewed as either like pedophiles,
I think in general, men are viewed well. There's going to be, like, places on Twitter, some places in, like, pop culture, some celebrities that say dumb shit. I think, broadly speaking, I think men are in a pretty good spot.
I have to be honest with you. I really don't use Twitter, so I know there's, like, a whole thing where you can look at threads and shit. I really don't know, like... I know Twitter was groundbreaking for shit, and I just don't know it. So,
sure. For
the sake of whatever. But do you think that men... I would say that men, in my opinion, are viewed really poorly right now. I think it's almost a joke.
Well, I guess the question is going to be, when you say viewed poorly, what does that mean, I guess? That's the question.
Like, overall, like, do you think women are happy with men? I would say probably not.
It's, like, such a broad question, I don't know how to...
I'm not trying to pin you down. Like,
no, I understand. It's just, but, like, the question is, like, so broad that I don't know, like, in terms of, like...
Then rephrase it.
Like, I think that socially, there's some dumb stuff that happens right now where men are demonized or over-demonized for a lot of things. But when you say, like, are men taken seriously in society, like a male police officer, a male CEO, like a male businessman, a guy with money, a guy that looks really good, a guy giving commands in a social situation, like, all of these men are going to be looked up to and respected. Like, nobody's going to, like, say that, like, oh, my God, like, my CEO is so bad because he's a man. Like, nobody's saying that, right? Whereas some people might say, like, oh, that's a woman. I don't know if she can lead as well. Like, I don't know, women are leaders, right? So, but like, if we go to, like, social media or pop culture, people shit on men relentlessly, and that's going to affect like young boys or young men that haven't stepped out into the real world yet, that are still like in college or high school. They're going to have really negative views of themselves, probably because of the messages they receive. So in some ways, yeah, men are probably like shit on a lot. Obviously, I see it and I fight against that every day because it's so fucking stupid. But in other ways, like men are doing fine, like in the adult world, like they're not being like attacked or all castigated as pedophiles or anything. Yeah.
So then, like, what's the average age of suicide for a man? If you know, I don't fucking know.
My guess is going to be like 30. Kids. Yeah, so did I. But I think the average age is probably like 35 or 40 or something.
So do you still agree with what you were saying before? Because you were saying that it was young boys that are going to grow up to see all this and kind of take it on.
Wait, no, but I don't think that if suicide. Wait, I don't think that suicide is an accurate tracker for who's seen as good or bad in society. That doesn't make any sense. Because if I was using suicide as a tracker there, I would say that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying like. If they're committing suicide, I swear to God, if they're committing suicide, you could make the argument that their life is harder. Let's say.
No, I don't think that's true.
I'm not saying it like that, but I'm saying it because you were saying before. Now I'm gonna get distracted again, but you were saying that. I'm drawing a blank. Sorry.
In terms of who's like attacked more by society, or.
Yeah, maybe, but that's also like. An iffy subject. I'm sure you could make the argument for either, but I think like the suicide stats kind of like the fact that men commit it more, we could say it's either because they're not socialized, like you were saying earlier, to seek treatment too, or they don't have enough friends to talk about it. But then you could also say maybe women don't have that hard of a life. You could make that argument too, like it's kind of nobody really knows.
No, I would have to dig into why that happens. I would never say it's because they have a harder life, right? Because
no, I'm saying you can make the argument for multiple things.
Well, no, what I would ask is I would say, well, what are the reasons? What are the biggest risk factors for suicide? And then that would give some indication. So I Googled this and I come across late life suicide.
Probably loneliness.
Yeah, but if it's loneliness, which it is, risk factors for suicide in older adults include the loss of a loved one, loneliness, and physical illness. So if that's the case, then it seems like now we're getting an even stronger argument for men's methods of socialization is bad.
Yeah. But what is it possible that maybe what's keeping them lonely is a society telling them they have to do things a girl's way and they just can't?
No.
They can't. I think so. Okay. That's where I think it. I think like a large thing is like we're pushing this female-centric message, and it's possible that men just can't adapt to it. Maybe they're just not fundamentally hardwired for that. Sure, over time you can like try to socialize them, and hopefully that passes down, but that's going to be a long time. But I think it's possible that the reason that they commit suicide at higher rates, and you can look at the stats, I would say it probably started around the 60s, and it's been continuously either leveled out or going up, maybe for social media. I don't know, it could be multiple factors, but is it possible that like maybe the message we're pushing is that women do things the right way, and it's actually not this patriarchy that we've been pushing? I'm not saying you have to agree with me. I'm just saying, is it possible?
That's like an interesting hypothesis. So it's possible, but I would need I need something to back that up, right?
All I ask is maybe you look into that.
Well, I have, and I've never found data that supports that ever. There's not a single anything that supports that. Like telling men to have better conversations, more emotionally fulfilling relationships is leading them to kill themselves more. I mean, my understanding is there's no source.
I didn't say that. You know, I didn't say that.
Well, but when you say like socialize
don't
like women,
say that.
Well, but yeah, when you say
you're going. I think you're going super high, like fast right now, and like super quick, and you're taking things from prior things and adding it. And what I'm asking you is literally like the thing I said before.
Well, what do you mean when you say are men killing themselves more because they're being asked to live in a gynocentric world? Can you expand on that for me? What do you mean by that?
So I'm saying, like, is it possible that the messages that we push are female ways of doing things, and that maybe men can't adapt to it because fundamentally
I understand that part, but what is the messages? What are you talking about there?
So, like, let's say, love me at any size. We say that for women, but we don't say that about men.
We don't, but men have always been loved at every size. So it's a fundamentally...
No, that's not true.
That is absolutely
I remember
true.
you brought that up earlier when you were saying, like, the thing about beauty and looks, but I've never seen a dad calendar where it's, like, of chubbier men. I've never
First of
seen
all,
that.
women,
I've only seen
if we look at the difference in beauty, this is just true, unless you have to acknowledge.
Go ahead, ask me.
If we look at the types of actors versus actresses cast in movies and TV shows and everything in culture and singers and everything, and we go back 30, 40, 50 years, there's plenty of like big dudes that like get jokingly called sexy and they have careers and it's cool and it's not all about them being fat or whatever. For women, there is a very narrow mold, although that's expanded recently in the past like 10 to 15 years, but for the large part of our history, there's a very narrow mold that a woman has to look like a certain thing.
Are directors predominantly men or women?
Probably men.
It's men. I don't know the exact percentage, but it is men. Is it possible that we're appealing to things that women say? Like, women will be like, I want a guy that's a little chunkier, right?
I just don't think that
You're not going to follow where I'm going with it, so...
Okay, I don't think that women, like, rate as harshly on appearance as I think men do. I think that's why men can occupy a larger space, larger window.
50 Shades of Grey.
What about it?
You know the book? Have you ever read it?
I've heard about it.
Okay, it's like this fantasized...
I know what it is. I know what 50 Shades is. I haven't read the book, but go ahead. You'll have to give me a play-by-play.
Well, I won't give you a play-by-play, but, like, the guy in it is this billionaire that is ripped and shit, and it's like women fantasize by reading that book. It was like, I forget how many copies were sold, but it was like one of the biggest, is it fan fiction? Yeah, because I don't think it's really, I don't think you're going to find that guy on the street, you know, but that was such a big, it got so many copies, it wasn't even published by an actual publisher, it was self-published or something.
Yeah, she originally started off writing a Twilight fanfic, and then it grew into that, I think.
Yeah, so it's like, that coupled with, there's certain studies where, I don't know for sure, I don't always like to pull studies I can't remember off the top of my head just for sake of not putting out false information, but there was something around the thing that, like, you could determine how many women a guy slept with based on how muscular he was. So the more muscular, the more women he slept with. Okay. So a lot of times, I've noticed this with my girlfriends, this is anecdote, but like that they will say they want one thing and go for like the exact opposite. I mean, it happens more often than it doesn't. This is just my friend group. But a lot of times I think women will say they prefer something, and it might be that, bro, mom's trying to finish an argument. Let me talk. A lot of times women will say one thing, but they actually go for something completely different. And I think a lot of times we, in terms of media and culture, we will push a message for men to be more dad-bod-ish. I'm trying to speak in terms of like what men look like.
I don't think we push that. I think we always push for men to be like pretty ripped. Like that's the push. But we just, even though we push for that, we seem to have a broader space that men can occupy, right? Like historically, they've just been like.
You just proved my point, man.
How do you think I proved your point?
Go backwards.
That
you think in society we have pushed that men should.
Yeah, when you're looking at like advertisements, like men want to all be shredded and stuff. They advertise as shredded men. But regardless of that, socially speaking, men can occupy a broader range of body types. Men don't need health at every size because they've already been viewed as healthy at every size, right?
Say that to a fat guy, Destiny.
Sure, look at Drew Carey. There's people that think that Drew Carey was worse for losing weight.
Is that a celebrity? Come on. Like, on average.
Yes, look at people like Seth Rogen. Look at Jonah Hill. There are lots of, like, fat dudes that people love. I think Jonah Hill loves it.
Have status.
Sure, but I'm saying that even with status, as a female actress, being fat is, like, that's almost, now it's changing a little bit, but traditionally, all women were, like, 17 to, like, 22-year-old, like, size 0, like, fucking models. Like, that was, like, it was a very narrow space that women could occupy.
I think, okay, with OnlyFans coming out now, I'm not totally moving, but it feels like that. Like OnlyFans, I would be curious to see the body types that men go for on OnlyFans now that there's not this whole production company, like how porn industries were. You know how like they would kind of push a specific image. OnlyFans, this is like studies I want to see come out. I don't have the answer to it, but I think that men typically can fetishize anything. So I don't actually think that there's this beauty standard created by men. I think it's created by other women competing with each other. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to agree. I don't think women are getting like Brazilian butt lifts and like lip injections for other women. Like,
so is it possible that maybe they watch what guys like on Instagram and maybe that's what they think men want?
Yes.
But they're not actually. Yeah. Okay. So I agree with you because I've fall into that trap before.
I will say though, I think that like it's hard to know this. I don't know what the research says on this, but what you mentioned about women saying they want one thing, but they'll go for a whole other thing. It feels like that in a way it harkens back to a point that I said earlier about how like women might rate appearance more harshly on dating apps than men do, but it might be that appearance just isn't a thing
on
that women care.
Apps?
Yeah, that women might not care as much about like appearance versus other qualities when it comes to selecting a partner. So even if women will say things like, "Oh yeah, I think I prefer to be a guy that's like 6 feet tall," or "I think I prefer to be a guy like this," if she meets the right dude that like makes her feel good, she'll be like, "Fuck everything I just said." Whereas it feels like this again, these are feelings, but it feels like men can be a bit more selective about that. Like, and maybe you know this, and I just haven't met women that are like this, but I feel like I hear more from men who say things like, "I really want to be with a Latina chick. I really want a fucking Asian girl." Like that type of like more narrow like.
Grab my head! Wait, are you sweating? Think you don't like clown spray? Of course I do.
Band of preference, or like even you'll see like these, no offense, like these really fat like neck bearded guys on the internet will be like making fun of like other women that are overweight. It feels like men have a bit more of a narrow band in terms of what's acceptable to look like as a woman, versus women might say a thing, but their band is a bit wider. That's what it feels like, or a lot wider.
I think a lot of times.
Like I feel like I hear a lot of people. This is one example on the internet. I feel like I would have heard a lot of women say things because I watched a lot of stoner comedies and shit growing up. That like people like Seth Rogen, like he's like a fat, sexy dude. He's cool, he's sexy. I love that guy, right? I don't know of any man that would have ever said anything like that about the about like fucking Roseanne or what's the name of that one? There's that overweight woman that's like in everything.
I know
Melissa McCarthy. Melissa McCarthy. Yeah. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like guys don't say that about. Yeah.
Roseanne.
Generally speaking, or Amy Schumer, or whatever. Like generally speaking, Amy Schumer, I don't even know if she's obese, but like these people get a ton of shit about their weight. Whereas like there was never an outcry about like, oh my god, Jonah Hill is so fat, Seth Rogen is so fat, right? Yeah. Okay, go for it.
So I hear you. I think that. Like, if you want to talk about dating apps, I know you mentioned that, dating apps, I know for a fact that if you are 5'10", your matches nosedive to the fucking bottom. I would Google it. But it's like height. Men can't change their height, right? They're born with it. But women can change their weight. You know what I mean? And so, like, pushing the whole weight thing to be healthy is not healthy. And I know people are going to be like, I know like when people don't actually care about health and they'll push that whole argument and it's like, no, you're actually just being fat phobic.
Sure, listen, literally no one here is saying that you're not getting any bravery points for shitting on fat people. We all agree with you. Okay.
Okay. I've seen different people like argue it. I'm like, you literally don't care about this person's health. So it's just like annoying.
Sure. But, I mean, the people that fat shame them also don't care about the person's health either. They're usually trying to win dunks on the internet. They're just shitty. People just like to shit on people on the internet. Nobody actually gives a fuck about anybody's health. That's why when you see like images of like overweight people like doing yoga and shit, like everybody's shitting on them too online, like it happens. But
really?
Yes, there was that recent. It was a. Was it Nike or was it somebody else where there was a woman doing some yoga pose with the splits, but she was clearly obese. But like everybody was shitting on that particular thing, even though it was like a fat person like exercising in an app, which seems good.
Oh,
But...
that makes me sad because I would hope that if like fat people are in the gym, people are nice to them.
Sure. Was it a Gatorade commercial? I don't remember what it was, but regardless.
I believe you. I haven't seen it. But you know, I agree that maybe women. It sounds like. See, the height thing is what always gets me, though. It's like if a guy didn't have status, I don't know any woman that would date a guy below their height.
Below their height, sure. But you have to be careful because earlier you said 5'10". I think that like.
So that on the dating apps, it'll go down.
I don't think, but on a lot of dating apps, you don't even list your height, right? Like Tinder, you don't have to put your height on Tinder.
Right, but let's say you met. Should they lie, or like if they meet?
You should, because girls don't care. Girls don't care if you're 6 feet tall. I think in general, like as long as
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, in general, as long as you're like 5'7" and above, you're probably okay. But once you hit like below 5'7", you're gonna have big problems. Not to knock any guys, but like if you're like a 5'3" or 5'4" guy, now your height is like a significant roadblock to like dating people. But if you're like 5'9" and you think the reason why you're not getting girls because your height, you're capping like super hard. There's some other crazy weird shit you're doing 100%. But like I doubt there's never been a guy, and the only exception to this is going to be women that are tall, because like if you're a woman and you're like 5'9" or 5'10", some of those women don't ever want to be with a shorter guy, especially if they go out in heels, right? Average height for a woman is 5'4". For guys,
5'6"?
I think is it 5'6"?
Is it? I thought it was more than 5'4". You might be right. You're
women
right.
is 5'4". I think man is 5'9". So like if you got like a 5'4" woman and you're like 5'7", 5'8", you're probably fine. But again, when you hit like below like 5'8", below 5'7",
if you have other things going for you, though, I don't think alone on height. Like if you're a broke dude.
Yeah, but nobody's making it alone. Men are not making it alone on height. Being like 5'11" doesn't guarantee you're gonna lay somebody, or like being 6 feet tall doesn't guarantee you're gonna fuck somebody, right?
I think I actually would disagree and think height could probably, if you're really good at lying.
Well, sure, but now you're saying, right, if there's with a conjunction of other factors.
There's other things.
Yeah, a man's never fucking just because he's 6 feet tall. Like a woman might fuck because she's a woman and she's cute, but a guy's not fucking just because he's 6 feet tall. There's no shot.
You'd be surprised. That I might disagree with you on. I think women are fucking dudes just because they're tall. And they might think that they have money that might be added to it, but the guy might actually not have money.
He's gonna have to do like the bare bones, like fucking like hygiene and like looks decent or whatever. But like there's a lot of like tall cells out there that are just like tall, creepy, weird dudes. I don't think so. I don't even know how correlated that is. Like if a 6 foot guy on average has like an 8-inch dick or something, I don't think that's.
But women think it's correlated. You don't think so?
I have no idea, actually. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe they do.
Our whole firmware is trying to figure out if this guy's the real deal or not.
Yeah, but like the most populated people on the planet are Asians, who aren't known for having huge dicks. So like, what is the firmware doing there? Right?
And they don't get as many dates.
But they're populating the whole fucking planet, right? How many Asian people are there compared to fucking white people?
What? Wait, what?
How many fucking people are in fucking China? How many Chinese people are there, right? It doesn't seem like they're selecting for huge dicks, no?
Okay, fine. But, like, how many people are in the U.S. compared to fucking China, Destiny? Like, I don't know. Probably more. Aren't they more populated? Like, that's just like, there's more of them.
Wait, hold on.
What are you talking about?
There's more of who? Wait, clear that up.
Asians. You were saying Asians.
Yeah, there's more people in China than in the United States, right?
Right. I agree with you.
Yeah, but I was just making the argument that, like, the idea that...
They're very lonely. They're not coupling up with people. Like, they're the most single.
Wait, hold on. Asians? You can't generalize Asians, right?
No, like, they're literally... I'm not generalizing Asians and saying that they're not sexy. They're sexy.
No. I'm not talking about some... I'm just saying that, like, Asians doesn't mean much, right? Asians includes, like, South Koreans, fucking people from Singapore, people from fucking India, like Japanese people, South Korean people. Yeah, there's going to be different, like, dating... No. Okay. That's weird.
I'm sorry, I don't understand it. Go ahead.
I'm just saying you wouldn't make a statement about Asians the same way you wouldn't make a statement about like Americans and group in like Canadians, Mexicans, and people from the United States, right? You treat these as three distinct groups of people, right? So
you said China.
Well,
that's where you lost me. I thought you were just talking about China.
Yeah, but China is not all of Asia, right?
Right. But you were saying just China earlier, and China's bigger, isn't it? Maybe it's not. I don't know a map.
China's not bigger than Asia. I promise you that.
No, I thought China is bigger than the U.S. Is it not?
It is, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
I started to read a map this year, so I'm like, I was positive. And then you started adding in the other stuff, but like, yeah. But I thought we were talking about China and the U.S.
Okay. To recenter way back on where we were, okay. You were mentioning the fact, like, oh, well,
I think we talked about enough. I think it's good.
Okay.
I'm tired. I have to go on Alex's show. Oh, I'm late.
Oh, be careful. All right. Well.
Sorry, Alex. Anyway.
I was late here because of
It was
Alex
nice
talking to
talking
me,
to you.
so that's fine. You know, he fucked over both of us, I guess. So.
Oh, he did. It was his fault.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to talk about these conversations.
Yeah, thanks.
Hopefully, I didn't piss you off too much. I was really not trying to make you mad.
No, you're good. No problem. Okay.
Alrighty. Have a good one.
All right. Have fun. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna be totally honest. I saw the picture she had on Twitter, and it was a silhouetted picture, and she mentioned the red pill stuff I was on, and I thought it was a black woman that was coming to talk about like those black men, black women issues. I just made that assumption. That was dumb. I don't know why I did that. But the picture on her thing is not a black woman. It's just a silhouetted white woman. I was not ready for that. Okay.
A punishment. Please don't. A punishment. Shut up. A punishment.
You just make one point. You don't have to expand on it 50 million times. This is what you
You
ramble
made
on
a
everything.
point. You made your stupid racist.
Let me help you. No. Okay. Let me help you. You could have just said. Listen. Okay. Jesus. You're doing it again. Okay. All you had to say. Listen. Okay.
When you make a stupid statement about a racist person, I immediately wanted to counter that, and then you did the repeat tech, and I recognized you're right.
Holy shit. Okay.
So I let you finish.
All I'm saying.
My point is.
Dude, you're still going. Holy shit. I know what your point is. You said it like 50 times.
Shut up and let me finish. This will be trying to get my word in. Let me finish, and then I will stop going. When you make a stupid racist statement about like, oh yeah, like, you know, what if a racist person would choose to Topic 1. In the U.S., the problem of providing healthcare has been hotly debated. But since socialism is still politically toxic, options like Medicare for all are silent. If socialized medicine isn't the answer, then what could it be? How else can we possibly provide quality care to all of our citizens? Will the liberal or conservative answers to this question always leave a certain portion of the population out? Is that an acceptable loss? Okay. So when we had these debates right on this left-leaning Twitch politics space, it's always focused on, technically the progressive answer. We are rarely debating other answers. So, like, what is everyone else saying that we should be doing, right? If you know me at all, you know I'm not a fan of the other solutions that have been presented to me. But still, what are those solutions? Are they worth our time? And is the left, people like me, are we overlooking something that actually might be really great? All right, so we'll start with, for introduction to this topic, with Fanatic, work our way around.
Okay, I don't know. I think the problem, the reason why like a lot of like the expansion of healthcare ideas get shot down is because people are afraid to give an inch, because a lot of times the left wants to go extremely far with things. I think the idea of like, you know, having, good coverage for expanding Medicare and Medi-Cal for all, I think that's probably pretty good. But I think there's a lot of rhetoric that's like around the idea of abolishing the other types of healthcare once we do that. And I think that's where the problem comes into to play. I would say ultimately, yes, like all these other ideas, like we see other countries like, you know, doing pretty successful models. I don't think it would work the exact same in the United States, obviously, because our country is kind of amazing and we do all sorts of things that create the vast majority of medical advancements, biotechnical advancements in the world. So then I think the idea of getting rid of that profit motive, I think would probably hurt that. But overall, I think, more Medicare, expansion of Medicare, things like that sound like they'd be pretty good.
Thank you. Next, Nyla.
So I think like the way that the question is framed is kind of like an indicator of like what the issue is. Like it's not even like socialism, right? It's not like we'd be getting like a health insurance co-op if we did like socialized Medicaid or Medicare, right? The idea here is that you've got state managed healthcare or you have private run insurance. That's like the actual debate. And it wouldn't actually impact our medical research either. We have some forms of it. Like when COVID hit, I was privileged enough to be able to take advantage of some of the programs in my state. And the result was they basically put me on a private insurance provider anyway. And instead of me paying for it from my paycheck, I was paying, having it paid for by the state. So it's not like things would be that much different in terms of like the bureaucracy. Like everything would be basically the same, and people would be still getting paid. I think the question is, will state managed health insurance work? And I think in our country specifically, it won't work specifically because there's individuals within our system that are actively willing to sabotage whatever systems we put in place, specifically to push the narrative that state-run anything will just like fail by default. Like we saw what happened with the Affordable Care Act. There's lots of harping about it. No replacement plans recommended, and then the end result was a system that's not particularly good and not being improved upon. So I think that state managed would be totally fine in a country where there is unity, but with our divided system where we're actively trying to sabotage ourselves and shoot ourselves in the foot, I don't think it's plausible currently.
Okay. All right. Hans.
Yeah, at this point, you're not going to like find this lefty like freaking out that we don't have Medicare for all right now because it's not really possible inside like a Biden administration. I don't think anyone here who argues for that is being realistic, and that's why you mostly hear online people talk about Medicare for all at this point in time are like the Jimmy Dore dumbfucks who really just don't seem to understand how the system works and that we should just try hard to do with socialism. I think while we're waiting for the awesome perfect state solution, which I am in favor of, for the most part, obviously take everything that Fanatic suggested, like lowering the age for Medicare, increasing access to Medicaid, like to like envelop more people, not just people who say are like in direct poverty, give like a public option to expand care. When we talk about say socialized medicine as like a boogeyman, I don't really understand that. We already have like a public-private system that sort of exists, and I'm happy with just shoring up the sides of the public system because again, I don't see any profit motive that would ensure, say, private companies wanting to insure a bunch of fucking old people. That's why we have Medicare. So we should just keep lowering the age year by year. So eventually when I'm 70, that the actual age maybe get into it is 40. So just do what we can to keep making things marginally better. And honestly, like, big meme, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Like, just keep doing good stuff right now. And any people who argue against that are really fucking ridiculous and kind of annoying. An enemy to progress.
Next, Destiny.
I agree pretty much with everything Hans said. I think that well, actually, I'll give one more notable thing. I agree that expanding the ACA and things like Medicare and Medicaid would be good, increasing the eligibility, get more people drafted to these programs. When people see that they work, then they become more defensible, then we can expand them over and over again. Something that I think would be really good to try too, that people on the left often overlook, is more state experiments. We have Medi-Cal. We have Romney Care. If people think that these types of socialized medicine programs are good, maybe trying them out on the state level first, even though there are added difficulties to doing it on the state level, maybe that would be beneficial. And then once you see the proof of concept on the state level, then you can roll it out on the federal level. But otherwise, I agree more so with the expansion of the already existing federal programs in order to get more people rolled into these, so that more people see them in a favorable light.
Yeah, I feel like I agree with just about everything Destiny and Tom said, and Fanatic actually. Yeah, I mean, I think that the goal should be universal coverage of some sort. I think it makes more sense to have some kind of like hybrid system where you've got like some kind of public option or like universal coverage for everybody that covers like basic necessities. There may be some private plans available to what's the word I'm looking for? To cover all the extra shit. That makes the most sense to me. I think that works in countries that have it. I don't see any good reason we shouldn't have it here.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I don't want to be another broken record, but pretty much I agree with mostly what was said. I think the most interesting part about the question is about the possibility of leaving people behind and whether or not that's going to be an acceptable loss. I'm interested in what exactly would be an acceptable loss, or if anything is at all, right? Because if we continue progressing, like, is it like if we go down to the Medicare for all, like Hans was saying, and we get down to like to year 40, right? Is all the lives in the middle, is that like the acceptable loss that we have? Or if like we're only going to apply it to like American citizens solely, whatever system that we create, if that's going to be an acceptable loss? I think that's an interesting question.
Browse it.
So, man, I'm gonna take some heat for this. I think that the healthcare system is fine as is. I think there should be a public option. Besides that, I think that if you don't have healthcare, that you can choose to. I think that the system is fine as is, where hospitals are forced to give you medical care or life-saving care. If you go to the hospital and need life-saving care, they're forced to give it to you, whether you can pay for it or not. And I think that's where we need to draw a line. I don't think we need to start paying for optional surgeries or optional care if there's no health insurance and they prove they can't pay. But other than that, I think there should be a public option and let the private market do what the private market does, because it's not sabotage to say that the government doesn't work. It's historical evidence that shows the government-run programs are bad. Look at the Veterans Affairs. Look at Social Security. We can go on and on and on. This is historical evidence. It's been a pattern. It's not sabotage.
Before we get to the general, Brian, just letting you know, Ty got back to me, so we have another ready for the panel. You can bring in whatever you want. He's ready.
Okay. I do have someone else already here.
Don't worry that he's apparently he saw Destiny and he doesn't like you very much for whatever reason.
Wait, which name?
Anyway, Tiberius D. Okay. I don't know. Have y'all met? Like, I don't know. You both seem like, I don't know why y'all wouldn't like each other. Anyway, like Brian, just bring on who you're gonna bring on, I guess.
Yeah, I already had someone.
Wait, are they right leaning? The other person
I'm so mad at Gambit. What the fuck?
Sorry. What you say, Justin?
Are they right leaning? Who you're bringing on?
Yeah. Well, the person he's. You think he's right leaning?
Oh, it's Gambit.
This guy.
This is just gonna be like this whole show is gonna be us like all shitting on the Sproticus is what it feels like. But...
It doesn't have to be. Actually.
Well, I mean, like, I think Sproticus actually had a point a little bit in terms of like when I was first perceiving like what the ACA should have been. I really would have rather seen like a public option from the government competing against the regular insurance companies on the markets, because I think it would have driven prices down by default because they're competing with a government entity. So I think there's something to that argument. And I would be curious to see how that would work. And I think it does. Didn't they do that in Massachusetts already? Like that was a thing, right? And
I think Massachusetts has instituted already. I think several other states have instituted something like that already.
Right.
There's a public option and there's a private option as well.
And it like drove costs down, I do believe. I have to look this up just to double check. But I think that's what happened.
It's typically what happens when you introduce a cheaper alternative.
Yeah, okay. I want to challenge this. If we're moving on, if we're past openings, why do we say that like the VA and Social Security are failed government programs?
Well, because Social Security can't survive the way it is right now, and the VA. I don't know if you've ever looked into the VA, but the VA is absolutely a horrendous program medically. Soldiers have to, not just soldiers, Marines, seamen, all the military members have to wait have to wait large amount of times before they can actually go in and see a doctor, even for something minor.
Sure. So
and sometimes it's proved to actually be very detrimental to the service member because by the time they actually get in to see a doctor, it's much worse than it would have been if they were actually just seen.
Yeah, so why don't all the guys in the VA just go get private insurance?
Because the guys in the VA some people in the VA can't afford it, and I think that there should be extra allowances given to people who decide to risk their lives for our country and come back with PTSD and come back with other kinds of disorders.
I understand, but like, let's
get affordable care.
Wait. For the VA, because I think this is a great lens to look at. So your claim is that we have a healthcare system that works all right, but then you say you have a huge problem with the VA. So my problem is I see the VA as a form of government insurance or government healthcare. But all the people that are in the VA, if they wanted to, they could go to this private market that you say works very well. But it sounds like they opt to do the VA, even though there's a private market out there that you say works well. If the VA is not that great and the private market is there and they're not choosing it, doesn't that mean that the private market might be even worse? Like you yourself said that a lot of people that have the VA or access to the VA might not have the money for private insurance.
Yeah, because there's a lot of homeless veterans. And
get closer to your mic. You're a little bit quiet.
Because I'll just turn my gain up. That works. Is that better? Okay, so there's a lot of homeless veterans, and I think that when you're homeless, you don't have money to pay for surgeries and stuff like that. When you have service-connected injuries, this is usually what you go to the VA for. I don't think that you should be paying out of pocket for service-connected injuries. And if you decide to go see a private doctor outside of the VA, you are not allowed to go back to the VA because you went and saw a private doctor for your injury.
Yeah, so I understand that, but
the VA basically keeps you as like this.
Let's just focus on this, right? So there's a lot of people that might have military service that have like injuries. What about like normal people that have injuries?
Normal people did have injuries. Normal people didn't sustain injuries fighting in Iraq, fighting in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but like it doesn't. Who cares? Like whether your arm got broken in combat or your arm got broken working in a factory, you still have to pay healthcare. You got to pay somebody to fix it, right? I'm just saying that, like,
and I believe that if your arm got broken in the military, I believe that there's a much different standing point at which we should be going about it.
Sure.
And I think that they deserve medical care for the service-connected injuries that they have received.
Sure. So is it fair to say that you don't believe that our private medical system is good enough for veterans?
No, I think if the government decided to basically contract out the VA to the private medical care system, I think it'd be much better. The VA system is absolutely trash, and it hasn't been until Donald Trump started allowing veterans to go see private medical care that they were able to do that. And now that veterans are able to see private medical care, there's a huge uptick in veterans actually doing that, and a huge uptick in there's a huge downtick in how often the wait for veterans to actually go see doctors.
Well, I mean, like, if you increase the pool of doctors by, like, subsidizing private education, like, having subcontractors, then obviously, like, there's going to be, like, reduced wait times. If we're trying to, like, solve the problem, it seems like your issue is that the current free healthcare for veterans isn't enough, but you, like, list the systemic issues about them not being able to access the private system, which is apparently pretty good. So that feels like you're, like, suggesting almost like an Obamacare thing where we're like, oh, we're having the government, like, send money to private, like, doctors to expand the pool for our healthcare system for veterans, which I'm not like entirely opposed to. Like if it's working, then that sounds cool. But then you're obviously like offering like a change to our existing system. And you said it was fine as is. Like do you want to rephrase that or just I'm not trying to like do like a gotcha thing. Like I'm legitimately curious. Like I also like want to like reform the VA. My cousin is in the Air Force right now. He's going to like he's probably gonna like get a couple like dings and like shit before like he gets out. Like I want to make sure that he's okay. So yeah, like.
Yeah, so I think that this has worked magnificently for the VA, and I think that I think that it should be very limited in what we choose to do this with, and when the government provides healthcare, because unfortunately, when the government provides healthcare, the government also provides what healthcare you don't receive, and so I think it's a very dangerous proposition when you allow the government to say who can live and who can't. You saw this in Great Britain when an Italian citizen was in the hospital for Great Britain. I think it was a baby, and Italy tried to take the citizen into their own hospitals to try and keep them alive, and Great Britain said no, and that they were just going to let the baby die peacefully. Which seems extremely wrong to me. I mean,
okay, but like, hold on though. Like, you're talking about like letting someone decide what kind of healthcare you have, and I mean, like having a government decide what healthcare you're eligible for sucks. But so does having a private.
He's really misciting that baby case. I don't know if I want to jump in on that or not, but that is so wrong.
So like, it's not like
that baby's brain was water.
Your preferences are that much better. I also want to add that like having the government pay for private insurance for individuals has like a side effect, right? So like, yes, you've expanded the pool of you've expanded access, but we did this with education, right? Like remember, like the government started giving out loans to people so they can get a college degree, and all of a sudden the cost of college went up because you had a guaranteed way of paying for college. So I think what my biggest concern is with a system like this would be the government causing the insurance companies to up their rates overall. So I would say a public option that's competing actively with insurance companies is preferable to the government outright paying for private health insurance.
I also the government. Just as a real quick thing, that UK baby case gets cited a lot. I'm pretty familiar with this because I read a lot about this a long time ago. I think it was, I don't know if it was some form of extreme like encephalitis or whatever, but that baby's brain, like there were scans. That baby's brain was like 90% mush. The reason why they didn't transfer the child, I think in Italy, it was either in Italy or France, there was some like highly experimental, like they were like, oh, we could try some crazy shit. The reason why they didn't is because I think the country stepped in as a guardian for the child because they thought the parents weren't acting in the best interest of the child. That kid was fucking dead. Like I said, I'm pretty sure they scanned the kid's brain. It was like 80% water. Like that kid was completely fucking gone. People try to cite this a lot as like, oh, the government was rationing healthcare. They weren't. They were stepping in to be like, bro, like your kid is dead. Like it's time to let go.
Just so one more thing, Spartacus. You're saying that the internet works. You're saying that not internet. Well, you're saying that healthcare works fine. And my question to you is, okay, so in the cases, like, people are literally unable to afford their healthcare such that they're like literally dying, right? Or where people are literally unable to afford their insulin, and so then they're dying in those kinds of cases. Do you think that that's like working fine? Do you think that's just an acceptable loss?
I would consider that life-saving medicine. But I mean, to continue down this road, I think that a lot of people have issues with the government deciding to provide health care because the government has continuously lied. Obama said he'd keep your doctor. Turns out you couldn't keep your doctor. Obama said he'd keep health insurance. Turns out you couldn't keep your health insurance. The government has continuously lied about this, and at a certain point, citizens just don't know what to trust. And I think that's a huge issue that people are going to have to deal with if you're going to decide to push this narrative. Is that you're going to have to deal with politicians that have lied continuously about this, and no one ever trusted. So I mean,
that's not at all an answer to my question. You didn't answer my question literally at all.
I did answer. Okay, well then ask your question again, and I'll do my best to answer.
Sure, okay, and do so, but I actually don't want this just to be Owen's Spartacus because I want a liberal answer. Like I want to examine the liberal answer. It doesn't, do we have liberals here, right? Who have told me Medicare for all is fucking terrible, right? Bad idea. What's your answer? And like, how can we make it actually universal? Is that ever a possibility, or will people be left out? So, a fanatic, ask your question, and I can answer it, but I don't want just to be on crowd.
Yeah, sure. He's just the only person that says something so insane. Do you think it's perfectly acceptable that there are people who are dying or going bankrupt because they can't afford their health care, or people who can't afford things like insulin and just dying because they can't afford it? Do you think that is evidence of a working system? Do you think that that's something that could be avoided through a better designed system that would still function well?
Okay, and in my mind, that would be life-saving healthcare. I think that hospitals should be forced to take care of those people, and that would be life-saving.
Wait, stop really quickly. Yes, we know it's life-saving healthcare. The point is that even though the hospitals are required to provide it, that those people are still on the hook to pay for it. So in these cases, these people are going bankrupt because they can't afford it. Is that acceptable to you?
I mean, declare medical bankruptcy. I mean, if you can't afford your medical bills, declare medical bankruptcy.
Sure, but do you understand that with declaring things like medical bankruptcy, then that means now that your house, things like your livelihood and the livelihood of your children, and like sometimes in these cases people have like dependent children, right? Like so then in these cases now these people are forced to kind of live in squalor, and you think that that should be acceptable? They should just declare bankruptcy, sell their house, lose their.
Just as a really quick fact interjection, if you even for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, usually you'll be allowed to keep your primary residence, not investment properties, and like 1 or 2 vehicles, depending on how many working adults are in the house.
Okay, sure, but even still, like, okay, so you keep your house, but you keep your primary residence, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to be insanely impacted by like all of your other possessions and things like that. It doesn't like bankruptcy is obviously not something that we just want to like jump towards as like a solution, like that can't be, right?
I mean, I would push to take the public option. I would push the people that need this care to take the public option that is already there. And I think that's something that should seriously be pushed for someone.
What if people needed a lot of health care, but they were spending all their money on WWE champions, guys?
Eli Lilly is the company that puts out insulin. If you talk to Eli Lilly, they will actually lower the prices, and sometimes they make it free. If you can prove that you cannot pay for insulin, Eli Lilly will assist, and they say that in their commercials that if you have problems paying for it, to contact them, and they'll see what they can do. So I would suggest maybe taking the public option, and then maybe talking to the people who make your drugs and seeing if you can get a better deal through them, and possibly even free.
I mean, that's hardly a guarantee, though. Like, we'll do what we can
for charity.
Yeah, I don't. And I mean, the thing is, like, this is a hypothetical question, right? Like, this is like, what's the best healthcare you can imagine? And I'm hearing like something sort of like what we have now is like ideal, and I'm just kind of not feeling that. Like, it was like, if I had to create, like, my perfect healthcare system, right? Like, everybody would be covered, or everybody would have access to free coverage. And then if you want, like, you know, the Lexus of healthcare, like some private insurance on top of that, you could purchase that, right? And then you would also have a public option for folks who can't afford, like, bonuses. And I mean, I guess we'd have to figure out, like, what the nuances are, like what counts as extra and what should be just like a guaranteed basic right for a person to have access to. Like, if someone dislocates their shoulder, they should be able to go to a patient first somewhere and get that thing taken care of and go home and not have to pay for it, right? If someone's about to give birth, they should be able to give birth for less than $200. Like, things like that. I think we should actually aspire to improve our system so that folks aren't going to go bankrupt every time something random happens, right?
I think Donald Trump was on the right road with this. I think Donald Trump was forcing these medical companies to give us the same price they were handing over in Europe, which would have greatly decreased the actual price of medicine here in the United States. So I think Donald Trump was on the right road with this. But to answer,
but isn't it the government affecting the market though? I thought this was something you'd be against.
To enforce companies to not just sell their. I mean, the government already controls price gouging, right? The government
on some level, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where you're at. Like,
okay, they're price gouging. Okay, so I'm against price gouging.
Wait, how is it price gouging to offer different rates to different markets? How's that price gouging? That's not price gouging.
So, I mean, I'm against the idea of price gouging and similar to price gouging, correct?
I don't know. I just don't understand how that's price gouging.
Offering a lower rate to Europe than they do to the United States.
So right now, if I buy a latte in LA and then I go back to Nebraska and I buy a latte, those are going to be two different prices. Is that price gouging or?
I would argue yes. That if you're gonna offer your latte at a price, then it's that price, and that's the price of your latte.
Well, so like if you want to run a business, theoretically, you're looking at a certain profit margin, right? Different markets are going to support different prices. That's just.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then, like, I mean, the reason Europe has cheaper drug prices is essentially because the U.S. is effectively subsidizing the prices.
No, it's way more complicated than just that. Like, you talk about, say, like, you talk about, like, subsidization of, like, doctors and how, like, under Obamacare, like, people couldn't, like, keep their doctors because some doctors wouldn't opt into, like, the government insurance. You realize that because, like, those rates are like, either lower or subsidized. A lot of people don't like say, Medicare or certain government coverage because the government pays out less per person than, like, potentially, like, either paying out of pocket or private insurance. Like, there are problems with that we accept, like, when we have, like, larger risk pools. And so I don't know how we solve that problem, like making this is even what I want to talk about. I want to talk about like the catastrophic coverage that you were talking about, where we should like keep people from dying. That's really cool, but a lot of health problems in America are based on like non-essential stuff that turns into bigger things. A lot of like reducing healthcare costs is about preventative coverage. And like Obamacare slightly solved this by getting rid of the catastrophic coverage programs where you would only get health insurance if you were like literally about to fucking die. And they like said that those weren't okay anymore because like those weren't actually insurance. So if you're trying to like reform the system, even inside like like this is all lib shit. Like we're not talking Medicare, we're not talking about any of that. We're just talking about like improving our healthcare system like as is. Then you've got to make preventative care more accessible to people. Doctors' offices, like even if it's like a little bit of a copay, like that sort of stuff. That's still like way better for access. So I don't know what's your goal then? Like you said, you're okay with the public option. So then you're not okay with the current system. You want us to have a public option for like people like to like either buy into or like have if they're like too poor. And like is this outside of Medicaid? I'm not trying to pick. I know we're all like asking you questions, so like I'm happy to ask other people stuff as well. If you want to take this on with you.
I do want to expand. So you can respond to that. Rob, you can respond to that. I actually do want to get to other people.
Can we talk about why drugs are more expensive in the United States too? I just want to talk about that for just a second. I'll try to.
Yeah, I want to talk about that too.
Okay.
I mean, so so there's one thing that's undeniable here is that if the American healthcare consumers suddenly started paying the same prices as the European, Canadian counterparts, the world's private medical research would come to a screeching halt because the private medical research wouldn't actually be able to take that low of a pay cut to where they're not funded by the United States anymore.
You don't have to pay upkeep for defense platforms, right? I don't think you do, right?
Americans spent $7,960 per person on healthcare. Canada spent $4,808. Germans spent $4,218, and the French $3,978. And so if Americans had that same rate as the Canadians, the Germans, and the French, undeniably that the private medical research, which does so much better than government medical research, would come to a screeching halt because America is funding that far beyond what Canada, Germans, or French are.
Well, no, so like if you look at like what Shkreli did, right? Like there's Martin Shkreli, he would like buy old drugs that were like invented in the 19th century or early 20th century, and then quadruple or even like I think there was one drug that was like $3 a pill. They made $75 a pill, right? And no additional research was being done on it. So like we're talking about price gouging. Like a lot of the drugs in the United States are at higher rates because of price gouging. It's not just Americans subsidizing it. It's the fact that insurance companies directly negotiate with these pharmaceutical companies.
You don't think companies that make, let's say, epinephrine, because EpiPen got into that scandal as well, and I have an EpiPen. I have several EpiPens, and I actually went to a different supplier after EpiPen started doing that. But you don't think that EpiPen is developing new medicine? You don't think they use the money they get from the medicine they sell to develop and research new medicine?
Isn't it just adrenaline? Like, isn't it just something that like literally is produced by like?
That's not correct. Like,
let's not minimize it.
Yeah, we like I know like we lefties we like doing the meme where it's like everything is like partially like made built from public funding. That's totally fine, but like there is a lot of research like actually done by the private sector as well. So if we want to like increase public funding,
yeah, I mean I agree with that. I just feel like you're kind of that example, right? Like that's like something that's like very very naturally produced and like not there's like the research development not existent.
Wait, what?
You can't reduce it down.
Yeah, again, someone please stop me. I do not think EpiPen is just adrenaline. Like, there's got to be like, if it's that easy, there'd be like a million different people.
I think it's like $3 to get. Don't quote me on this, but I think like EpiPens in like third world countries are like really cheap, aren't they not?
So the reason, real quick, my understanding is the reason why things in the medical world become so expensive is because the fault tolerance is very, 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 very low. So like EpiPens, like the drug itself might not necessarily be expensive to synthesize, or there might not be a lot of R&D that supports the drug. It's like the whole delivery system is why those are so expensive. Like, whereas for like a consumer gizmo or gadget, maybe you have like a 1% fail rate or like a 0.1% fail rate. When you're talking about EpiPens, that's not really acceptable. You can't have 1 out of 100 people that need an EpiPen dying. So when you have a device and you've got to design it so that the fail rate on these is like 1 in like a million uses, or 1 in like 10 million uses, or whatever the fault rate is on those, then the cost is way, way, way higher.
I think you were just justifying it. Like, it really is just adrenaline. Like, I just looked it up. It's adrenaline.
No. It's not just adrenaline, though. You can't do anything with adrenaline. If I gave you adrenaline, you wouldn't know what's
right. I mean, like, it's the pen that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. The drug itself is not the big deal. It's the delivery system, right?
We've been using syringes for like 100 years.
It's not just a syringe,
It's not just a syringe. It's a rapid syringe. It's a rapid syringe because I'll tell you, I'm definitely allergic to peanuts. I've encountered peanuts 3 times in my life. Each time I went to anaphylactic shock. And I had to use EpiPen. When's the last time I used EpiPen?
When's the last time it was redesigned? Like, you've had one for a long time, I presume, right?
No,
yes.
Just to get a new one's awful.
I have to get a new one about every year because they do expire.
Yeah. No. He's saying redesign. He's saying like when has it been functionally changed? So Destiny here points out that this cannot fail, right? You can't having a emergency, as our friend Spartacus unfortunately has had in the past, right? And then he stabs himself and then it doesn't work. That's a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to have an exact system that is reliable. Okay, so what our friend Matt Ladd is pointing out, well, okay, then when is the last redesign? Or are we saying that because this manufacturing process is somehow so exact that in itself, producing these pens that's been produced millions of times already, still has to cost that much?
I mean, just look at a third world country and how much it costs, right? Like,
I mean, here's the thing, right?
What's the like? Then is our issue with like patent law and like having like?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Exactly what it is. I feel like everyone's ignoring that point.
Yeah. I was getting ready to pick up patent law because the people who made EpiPen had the patent.
Very often the reason why these things are so very different in prices is because within the United States we have specific laws. We're the ones doing the research and development. We're responsible for like literally over 90% of like biotechnical advancements in the world as a sole country. So because of that, like our country subsidizes quite a bit of these biotechnical advances by funding partially some of the research and development. So when you have our country doing it, then the people who are responsible, who are actually doing it and putting in their own money as well, they have to recoup their losses, right? Like they're trying to make money, and a lot of times their motivation behind it is because if they think that they can do it, then they can make money on the back end once it's now patented and can't be sold by anyone else. And then as a result of that, they get to set the price, and then now they get to make their money back, and some profits. So I mean, it does suck because again, the profit motive that's at the heart of everything. We can just go ahead and tell them no, I'm sorry. And then as a result of them coming up with the advancements, then the next thing is the other countries, China or whoever else, they end up coming up. The technology is there. They recognize what the technology is, and then now they can end up producing the same exact drugs in their own country, and they don't have to respect all of our law, or they come up with something extremely similar. So now at this point, they can do for their citizens using our biotechnical advances.
So if we're talking about COVID medicine, for example, right, or something that's high tech, brand new, like antiviral stuff. Yes, absolutely, I 100% agree with you. But we're talking about things that have existed for decades, like diaphragm or EpiPens or whatever else. When we've had
EpiPen is protected
when we've got injection systems that have been perfected for decades, there's no justification for the price hike past wanting to make as much money as you can for the patents that you have. And I agree that patent law is a big part of it. Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, Matt, is EpiPen under patent? Is EpiPen under patent still?
Yes.
Okay,
so EpiPen is no longer under patent. I know that because I have a competitor. I use a competitor's EpiPen. The competitor, pretty smartly, right, is that they then designed their product and told insurance companies and people that if this is free to the patient. If you have insurance, your insurance will pay for it.
The EpiPen is protected from competition until 2025. So maybe there's something fundamentally different about.
Maybe the market is controlled by
They probably
also, important thing, there's multiple types of brands of auto injectors. Like in Canada, there's Alterject, Emerade, and EpiPen. So it doesn't seem like there's a single monopoly on this. They're probably the biggest provider.
Well, no, but that's exactly my point, though. Imagine if EpiPen comes out with their product, and then they say, by the way, we're patenting this so that you can't sell anything like it for 10 years. U.S. says, okay, great, no one else can make any competitors in the same way, right? Whereas Canada might say, okay, well, you can't sell EpiPen, but you can do other products that are similar.
That's not how patent law works. What's going on right now? So what's going on right now is that insurance companies are negotiating with Mylan, the producer of EpiPens, and saying we will force people to use your product, and that's it. It's all about what the insurance companies are deciding in terms of EpiPen.
If you develop it differently, if you develop it outside the patent, just like PS4 and Xbox.
No, Sprout, we don't disagree with this. Nobody disagrees with what you're about to say.
No, I think fanatically kind of disagree, but honestly,
So I guess my question for Matt on this. I think there's ways that we can solve this without completely rewriting patent law. Because I can also agree that in the big socialist meme world that we're we have socialized research and development for all these drugs as well. Patent law isn't really a big issue. We don't have to worry about that. But right now, how it currently works, even if a single company has a monopoly on the production of EpiPens, which it seems like they do not, or there's our auto
90% of the market. 90% of the market is.
Okay.
That's changing. That's changing.
Okay, but regardless, even then, we should use the power of the government to negotiate and lower the prices. There are solutions that we have even in that system. We can say, oh, hey, we're not going to we are only going to buy EpiPens and maybe distribute them to the government, or just change how if there's a life-saving drug that is completely owned by one group.
This is a meme. Wait. This is a meme. I understand your frustration with it, but this also would reduce the amount of people who are invest in trying to create technology in these spaces.
But it has nothing to do with the technology at all. That is a myth. This isn't cutting edge science.
Y'all are not listening.
The point Gavin was making, and what I'm making right now as well, is yes, if a company spends the money to research and create something, again, it was created in 1983. They've been fucking coasting on this for a bit. No one's denying that. The basic system of how the market currently works is if you spend like the money to develop something, you have to be able to turn a profit on it. Otherwise, it's not going to be worth it to develop. So there has to be some profit. Okay, that's cool. So then we can alter the system and they can still make profit, but still have it function.
They made their money back 30 years ago.
Matlab is saying that he should decide how much profit is enough, and I agree that we don't want people.
I'm saying that profit is.
No, you actually are. You actually are saying that. But the thing is that
let's just go.
Yeah, so you're saying that there should be either some set amount that they can charge that the government is regulating, and I can somewhat be sympathetic to that position, but you do have to understand that a part of the appeal to getting into these industries is the ability to create something that's transformative and make money from it. Both of those.
I'm saying that insurance companies are a meme. They're the reason why the prices are up. And it's like we don't have to use the government.
So wait,
they're not the reasons the prices are up. They're not the reasons the prices are up.
I was like, the reason go through like all the nitty gritty dumb shit, like is important for like making things better right now. Like,
so we should
let's talk about what's actually happening.
Yeah, we're gonna win. Like,
so we should get rid of insurance.
What's actually happening versus making up like whatever system we think exists.
The only way you could say get rid of insurance is if you want to abolish the entire system.
I'm like literally trying to explain, like mechanically, what is happening. I'm not saying this is what we need to do. I'm literally just saying the reason why drug prices are excessively high, and I've done some research on this, is that insurance companies will negotiate with not just drug companies, but like different companies that provide various.
Just because they'll negotiate doesn't mean the company doesn't want to charge that price.
Let me finish explain the process, and then you can judge. You're saying it's silly, which means you're not going to listen to me anyway, so maybe this is a waste of time. But anyway, so that the audience can hear exactly how this actually happens instead of people saying. The way this works, the insurance company will negotiate with various providers of things, whether it's drugs or bandages or surgical equipment, whatever else. And they will pick prices for what they're going to pay these manufacturers. They will just literally say, you know what, we're going to give you $30 a pill for aspirin. That's what we're going to use for we're going to justify it by charging our insurance customers X amount of dollars a month. And that way, when people don't have insurance, they will pay this money to you directly. And this is why people are forced to get shoehorned into getting insurance so that things are actually affordable. But also, the folks who manufacture the stuff make a killing when people don't have insurance or when the insurance companies just pay them this money anyway. So, like, literally...
what do we do? Prescriptions. You describe the problem.
Yes.
Like, saying, like, the problem without providing a solution is just whining. We already said Medicare is on the table.
How do we fix it? I just want to accurately explain what the problem is.
Okay, you did.
And the House Caucus actually had a good point. If there was a public option added to our current system, it would actually resolve a lot of problems. If there was
it would resolve
insurance,
it would resolve a small. It would resolve a small amount.
I'm actually trying to answer your question, and you guys interrupted me. So don't.
You're just grandstanding now.
All right, whatever. Like, if that's what you think, that's fine. I don't care. I'm going to answer the question now. So, my answer here regarding the
public... you're literally just grandstanding.
Please stop.
How long are you going to go on? You didn't answer the question.
I'm trying to answer the
question. First you said you wanted to spell out the question, and now you're just sitting here taking up all the time and sucking up all the air in the room and preventing anyone from having an actual conversation. You can't say that you're not criticizing the healthcare community, the insurance, if at the exact same time while you're doing that, you're literally going and then saying, oh, the insurance is a problem, and here's all the reasons why the insurance is a problem, while simultaneously saying, I'm not saying we should get rid of insurance. I don't think we should get rid of it, but you are clearly saying it's a problem. Stop.
Got it. Great. Thanks.
Want to answer my question? Okay.
He's not going to. Good. We got it.
All right.
Oh, man. Chris Fanatic going off again, thinking he's got all the answers, and he can't bother
I'm just waiting for you to give one. You won't. You're just talking and not saying anything.
Okay. Not lad.
That is incorrect. He provided one. Public option, good. All agreed with
Not lad.
We're talking about the public option and how it impacts the specific problem is if you have a state-managed insurance company that's negotiating with providers of the same drugs overseas at a much cheaper rate, will allow us to import EpiPens and import surgical equipment and import pills at a much lower rate. And if there's a hospital that's charging $10 for an EpiPen, people are going to go to that hospital instead of all the other fucking hospitals. That's my point. Thank you very much.
No, so I knew he was going to go to this, and this is something that I actually felt strongly about until I thought deeply about it. So I was a big Bernie fan, and Bernie was a big favor of importing drugs like from Canada, and I was as well, because I was like, yeah, this will reduce prices, but it circumnavigates the problem of the U.S. companies doing the research and acquiring a patent. If you allow import of drugs made with the prescriptions of said patents in different countries. So it's not as simple as let's just allow import of drugs, because if I create a company in the U.S. and I get a patent, and then these things become publicly available, if you just set up shop with a company in another place and then import the drugs, I then lose all of my like foundation for my patent. Like, that's the reason we acquire patents. So GSU, it's not that simple.
GSU, I think you're going to agree with me on this one. I really do. And this is what I started off saying, is that the huge issue is that the United States is not being given the same prices as Europe, Canada, or any other country. The United States is given much larger prices, and we're called on to subsidize for these other countries, because they're obviously making their money back, but they're making their money back off of us and then giving other countries cheaper options. So the United States is effectively subsidizing the price for other countries. We are paying more so that way other countries can get it for less, which is why I think
they're making
it's not a myth. That is not a myth. That is not a myth
money from those
whatsoever.
countries too.
Wait, so I think what you're saying, slightly what you're saying is, if we do the research first, then other countries are just copying. If they're creating a generic version of the drug, they're copying it. They don't have to do all the initial research that it takes to create it.
It's not even that game. But what he's saying is that you have if it's produced here and like prices are higher here, and then other places can like pay less and still make profit. So I guess like the only thing I would say to this is that they wouldn't sell the drugs in other places if they weren't making profit there. So they might pay like lower prices than like Americans. And then what I would say then is that's probably because their healthcare systems are better at negotiating prices. Maybe it's because they have like stronger public like institutions that can negotiate better, as opposed to like our conglomerate system, like dozens of private corporations like trying to do that. Or like there's so many things that we can fix. But like it's not just because like they're cucking the U.S. It's because like there's other systems in place because they're still making profit. They can still make profit here. People just want to reduce it.
I can assure you that there's no medical provider offering services overseas for a
let me explain
what I'm saying is
what you're
the U.S.
missing is
consumer literally funds research and development for every other country.
Yes,
the U.S. consumer funds research and development
listen,
for
y'all
every
are
other
missing.
country.
a lot of that, yes, I agree, absolutely. However, they are making a profit in every single country they operate in.
So the question y'all have to ask is, why are these other countries able to negotiate lower prices? And that's because the patent laws don't exist there, and they have other competitors, which drives the market, which drives the prices down. So if you're in America and there's a patent, you're not going to be able to drive the price down as if you want to make your drug available in different places that have other generic options. So that's the whole thing. Like, that's why here in the States.
I got negotiating.
I got a question when it comes down to this. If we go as Sprodica said in regards to the U.S. provides most of the funding for the research, fine, right? But that's not going to come to a standstill if we just drop prices and we're on the same plane, let's say Europe or all these other countries, right? They're still going to do research. Hans is absolutely right. They're still making profits inside these areas, right? So the question is, and I can accept that we can slow advancements in medical, right? But the question is that going to be a worth trade-off if we're able to get like a slightly slower, or I don't know how slow it's going to be, advancement in medical, but everybody's now covered, right? And we can solve a lot of the problems that we suffer today. I think that's, in my opinion, that's a perfectly fine trade. I don't think that's that big of a deal.
Sorry,
as opposed to have like a large populace not be covered, I think that's fine.
Hold on. On this thing of funding, right? So this is from the New York Times, right? The story of coronavirus vaccines, the story of drug development in America writ large. Government funding contributed to research associated with all 210 new drugs approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration between 2010 and 2016. So the U.S.
No, Brian, you're right. It's related, but the thing is, like when we say that, the implication is that like we like did like almost everything, and then like a company swooped in and like nabs it at the very end. Like I think they're like the existing numbers. I think it's like 1/4 of research for like in America is done on the public level, and 75% is done privately. So it's like again, like public has like a huge like incentive. Like we get a lot of shit off the ground, a lot of amazing technologies that only been.
Why do people only scream at each other when I'm gone? What the fuck?
Public sector has like done the sunk cost because it takes decades to develop some of it, like these technologies. But like to say that like the public does all of it, like it's incorrect.
So I didn't say that, but we do already pay. Right? We do pay for these in the front end, right? We pay for these drugs, but it seems like we don't. The U.S., for instance, we don't get a chance to negotiate drug prices, right? We don't get a chance to do any of that. We pay the highest cost for drugs that we've already paid for. I mean, you see like what's wrong with that? Yeah, does everyone see what's wrong with that?
Yeah, then we gotta negotiate better. Like we gotta like allow both Medicare, Medicaid, all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
We're only mentioning part of the problem. We're only mentioning part of the problem, right? Like, okay, so you guys are saying we're paying more money. We're saying we're paying more money because the U.S. is coming up with the advancements, and the reason why we're coming up with the advancement is because of a profit motive. They're recognizing.
I'm saying you're wrong.
Shut up. We're recognizing that what's going to happen is that, like, okay. I'm in the middle of this game. I'm going to finish this game, and then I'm just going to go ahead and come back with the data really quickly to support everything that I'm saying right now. I need someone to disagree with me so I can go ahead and shout at them for being an absolute idiot. We are responsible for the vast majority of biotechnical advancements in the world. By a lot in here. The United States. If we combined literally all other countries in the world's biotechnical advancements, they still will not equal the United States. I mean, literally, every country in the world combined cannot equal the United States. So we are responsible at a large margin. The reason why we are responsible for such an absurd level is because of the fact that we have specific patent laws that are attractive to the people that are doing the research because of the idea that they will be able to make a profit in the end because of the fact that we have these patent laws. So if we just wholesale get rid of those, then at that point, that takes away their incentive to continue to develop.
At all.
No,
okay, I'm saying that. So if we do that, and so now, if we allow people to import generic versions of the drugs, then that means, as opposed to paying the company that directly came up with the biotechnical advances, we will pay the third party the generic knockoff version, the Safeway Select. So that at that point now, this company's not making their profit back. Then that means, why the freak would I come up with the technology that's going to help save people's lives if I know I'm not going to get any freaking money from it in the end? And you guys are just going to go with a knockoff version. So as a result of that, that means that these companies would then stop doing the biotechnical advances. That's what we're arguing this whole time.
Does anybody not understand that?
Wait. So here's my problem. One, to think that, that's the only reason. It's because the patent laws. That's a big reason, right? Because of our completely unfair patent laws that put profits over anything else. No, that's true. That's definitely plays a part in it. So 5% in that. But on top of it, it's not like the U.S. is picked by random. Like any other country can replicate our laws, right? It's the infrastructure that I see. Part of it is the infrastructure. Part of it is the mines that we have here, right? We already have colleges, college and all that. Yeah, who are pumping out people who can work at these companies to develop these new drugs, right? But you can't just pick up all this infrastructure and put it somewhere else. So if we change the patent laws tomorrow, right? Pfizer and Moderna, or whichever one is America, I forget which one. But like whatever these companies, whatever these companies, they don't want to just pack up and leave, right? Because they just can't access this in all the countries, right? Now you can start creating that infrastructure, but the infrastructure certainly is not there. And beyond that, the U.S. is like the center of commerce. It's the center of fucking trade, of everything, right? So I reject that. Well, it's just these patent laws. That's the only thing, right? But beyond that, but I guess you didn't see beyond that, to be fair, right? But beyond that, like this idea that, actually, I lost my point.
Wait, I have a question for you. Wait, one small question, Brian. Is your problem that the people who create these revolutionary drugs and technology have the ability to get filthy rich? Is that the core of your problem?
Thank you. I don't have the fact that they're making profit isn't a problem, right? It's the making those exorbitant profits off the back of dead individuals, right? Like that's my problem. So like, it's not that they couldn't make a profit.
That's a way to frame it.
Hold on, that's not like they couldn't make a profit at a lower price, correct? Right? They could actually make all their money back if we negotiate with them, right? Because right now that's what's happening in our Congress, right? We're talking about changing the rules so that Medicare can negotiate drug prices. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. If that happened, would that destroy the market? Would that be the end of it? I mean, the companies will say it is, but I don't think that's actually the case. You can actually make a profit at a low price. You won't make all of the money. The money will come in slower, certainly, but you will make the money. You can make a profit. So,
but okay, so I guess my only issue with this prime is, again, I also would be in favor of either buying out patents from companies in a way that's profitable. If we want to say reduce the upfront cost to consumer, there's a lot of ways we can handle this. What I am nervous about is say dramatically changing a policy without having any additional infrastructure, right? If we're gonna have if we're getting rid of patent law, then essentially what I believe what the Fanatic and Gambit said about how individual investment for private companies won't be as robust because they won't make as much returns on it. So then the question becomes, we have to subsidize that somehow. In this case, public investment has to become greater than 25%. So I'm okay with if we're doing away with patent law in the way that we're suggesting, we have to think of the externalities that are happening, and we have to say, if we're making it less profitable and less optimal for companies to do the research, we have to make sure that the state's stepping in and doing picking up where they left off. I agree with you your principle, but saying because we're just the center of markets, the United States has a lot of power, a lot of pull. We just have to make sure that when we're changing the system and crafting it, we have to put in roadblocks to make sure that things don't collapse, or we have some stuff that we weren't assuming happening that will fucking wreck our system because we got patent law with changing nothing else.
I'm absolutely with you. I would love to have a public option in terms of pharmaceuticals, right? We could do that. That's what we did before. We used to develop the government. We should develop drugs here, right? We could just do that again. I'm not saying that we eliminate the private market. We don't have to, right? But we could just do that again. And there's plenty of drugs that those companies that you guys are, sucking the dicks off right now, they don't want to bother developing just because they don't believe this will be profitable. That's fine, okay? That's when you have a public option. Just like for the mail system, right? There are plenty of places FedEx and UPS won't deliver to because they won't make a profit. They do, but the U.S. government is there to step in to make sure that everyone is served. So why not do that again, like we used to, for the pharmaceutical industry?
You're not worried that
the government's been proven to be worse off on innovation and research and development than the private market. The private market has proven to be better time and time again than the U.S. government actually has ever been able to be.
I disagree. But
internet, space race. Sprout, you have to be very specific when you make that claim. Because a lot of amazing technologies that the private market has magicked up came from initial research and investment from the public sector. How much stuff that came from the space program? How much of modern technology and computing has come from government investment? If you get to being highly specialized and developing patents to be maybe make a shit ton of profit in a specific area, that's one thing. But just saying private investment better than public investment means absolutely fucking nothing, because I can give you a million examples of where public absolutely beats the shit out of private. Guess what, we landed on the fucking moon first? Public funding. Guess who still hasn't made it to the moon yet with manned people? Fucking SpaceX and all the other dumb shit.
Okay,
that,
I'm sorry. I was specifically speaking medical. I apologize. I should have clarified that. I was specifically speaking medical, and that's the topic of discussion.
The government ever actually created an agency to invent drugs or do anything medically related in the first place?
Yeah, actually. We used to have it on state levels and I think on the federal level as well. Was it? Okay, I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't have an actual list of the ones that were created by the government. But there's a whole list.
Even
this is moving right now.
There's an actual list of that.
Even the COVID vaccine was developed by private companies with the help of public funding.
Well, I mean, like everything now is right. Like for the last 40 years, we've privatized a lot of our government stuff.
I wanted to hear from Justin. You have something to say?
We moved on from it. I don't remember what it was.
Okay, I said something amazing, and you were like, you're not afraid of. You were talking about public investment, like a public option for pharmaceuticals. Try to jog your
No, I think he was trying to say something about you wanting to reduce innovation in the private sector or something.
Reduce innovation. That's what I want to do. Is that what would happen?
No. I'm not saying that. Wait, I am kind of sort of coloring your argument. I am for sure.
That matters, but that's like it wouldn't happen. Like even chat's posting links to articles like demonstrating countries that are way more efficient about their spending and them contributing just as much as the United States does.
Yeah, but efficiency is weird when efficiency. They can copy what we do and skip all of the investment.
It's not copy. Like look at this.
Wait, so here I posted a graph in the Reverie chat, right? Here it is. So there they have the rankings of all the other countries as far as in life science research, right? The United States is like far and wide the best, as I said. Here's the numbers here. They are significant. I linked it in the Reverie.
Yes. Yeah, no one's not Reverie chat.
Yeah. I know.
Okay. Right. Okay. So I laid out the reasoning why, and then you responded, but didn't explain to me or didn't seem to disagree with any of my reasoning why. So do you disagree with any of my reasoning why?
Why? Oh no. You laid out patent law as unless I'm missing something else, right?
Right. Right.
So
and
I said that I agreed, and then I added to that.
Okay.
And yeah, but that's not the only reason. And I said if we create or change patent law now, it doesn't necessarily mean that all the stops in terms of our level of innovation, the amount of drugs that are pushed out, like that doesn't necessarily stop because we changed patent laws, or maybe not patent laws, but like change just how.
Okay, wait, real quick, just to establish some groundwork, right? We need patent laws, right?
Yes.
No, yeah, sure.
They're talking about reworking them, but hold on, Prime.
Right.
There's a difference. Like what seems like is like we're laying out this is a really compelling argument for why these things are happening, and you are just saying what I think is rather vacuous. Well, look, that's not the only reason why things happen, and if we get rid of the major compelling reason, it'll still happen.
No. I didn't. Okay, I'm not sure if I said get rid of patent laws. I said change them.
Right. Change them. Wait, hold on. Change them. You can't just say change them, because if I'm saying these things are the reason for this, and you're saying we need to change them, then I feel like to say change them in response to that sounds like you would also be changing the motivation for you're changing them in relation to how they're compelling people in order to create the advancement. If I lay out these things are causing A, and you're saying, well, we can just change them, then that sounds like you're going to change the thing that are causing A.
Well, how is he going to change it? Just ask him that. We don't have to.
That's why I said disincentivization problem.
How would you change it? That's fine. How would you change them, Brian?
Thanks. Here, one example is to shorten the amount of time they have certain drugs patent, or
we start right there. We started that one right there.
Shorten because one thing you can do with these drugs
is already done it. That's enough. You just said it.
Oh my God. Let me finish, and then you'll understand, right? Because one thing that these companies do is that they'll change the formula slightly, and then they'll just re-up. Right, so they'll just change it slightly. It's functionally the same drug, right? But they'll add some non-active ingredient, some shit like that, right? They'll change it slightly.
Why do I have an unemployed
specialist? Sometimes you can see this in drug commercials, right? There was one example that was years ago. I don't watch much TV anymore, but I remember there was one example. I think it was like a weight loss drug or something. But anyway, it doesn't matter. There was this product, and then there was okay, there's this new
bureaucratic jobs aren't specialized.
It's the exact same thing, but they just changed the ingredient. Right? These things happen. So
how am I supposed to know which jobs are specialized?
Don't allow that, right? Make it easier for generics to break into the market. That's one way.
Wait. The first way that you just said, right? Oh, maybe we just shorten the length of time. And it sounds to me like you're going to chip at the profits of these things, right? Because if we shorten the length of time of the profit, because the goal is typically, for the length of time that this thing is required, I will be the exclusive supplier of this, so I will be making the profit. If you chip at that, you chip at their profit. So it sounds to me, again, the patents.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, great. So that's my point. So then the argument that I made originally, I don't know why I needed to entertain that. We knew that was the case, but we'll go through it anyway and lay it out plainly.
Oh my God.
The argument from the beginning was these patents are very causally related to their profits. And so you saying change them sounds like you're going to change their profits. You just said shorten the length of time, which means you're going to shorten the profits. If we get rid of the profits, then we get rid of the incentive in order for them to come up with the biological advantage.
That's where you made the jump. No. I just gotta say this. That's what he made the jump, right? So you saw what he did there, right? He says you shorten, by that he means reduce the amount of profits, right? Of these pharmaceutical companies, right? And then he jumps to if you get rid of.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I misspoke. Not shorten. I'm not get rid of. Keeping it simple. I get you. Although I knew that we weren't talking about getting rid of it entirely, but I guess if you guys read it that way, that's my fault. I'm sorry. If you reduce their profits, you will reduce their incentive to come up with the biotechnological advances.
Okay, wait. Can I just ask a question real quick, just so we can get this just a little bit of foundation? Does everybody in here feel like they have a really good understanding of why patents exist, or understand like the marginal cost of producing a good or service?
I understand why patents.
Yeah. Okay, let me just real quick. Okay, let's say that it costs me. So marginal cost means that the next thing that you make is cheaper than the first thing you make. So let's say that it costs me $1 million to develop the technology to make a really cool shirt. Okay, but let's say that the shirt itself costs $1 to make. If I spend $1 million and I make one shirt, every single shirt I've made costs $1,000,001 because I've only made one shirt. But if I make two shirts, to make two shirts costs $1,002,002. Now, instead of each shirt costing $1,001, now each shirt costs $500,000.50. If I make 10 shirts, well, now every shirt costs $100,000. If I make 100 shirts, now every shirt costs $10,000. So this is what it means when we say like the marginal cost of producing a good or service is decreasing, and there's a high upfront like initial cost in R&D to develop something. The reason why patents exist is because usually, maybe not always, but usually for drugs, the marginal cost of pressing like a pill or making like a vaccine or whatever is usually pretty low compared to the massive upfront R&D because of how much you have to spend in research trials and everything to actually get something to be approved by the FDA. The FDA does not approve very many drugs. So the reason why patents exist is because you have to ensure that there's some sort of reward guaranteed for a company if they found a drug. Because if a drug is founded by a company and they don't have a patent, well, making the drug is easy. Somebody else can just press the pill form and say, fuck it, and now that company has no incentive to do the research. So if we want to talk about getting rid of patents, we need to replace that profit incentive in the beginning. Now, some people have suggested maybe like a finder's fee. If you invent a new drug, the government just pays you a flat, like, okay, $10 million for this patent, basically. There is no patent, anybody can manufacture it, but you have to have some reward system that incentivize the creation of these drugs.
Sure. Thank you for that. And to Destiny or Fnac, and then we'll go to Hans and Gamp, I guess, right? Yeah. So to either of you, if we reduce the number of years, right? And I'm not describing exactly how much we reduce, but like we make just the two changes that I talked about. And we did that one, like once you lose exclusive rights, does that mean your product goes off the market?
Nope.
No? Okay, great.
There's just competition.
It means there's competition, indeed, right? And so what do you do with competition?
It drives prices down.
It drives prices down. But can you still make a profit with lower prices?
No.
It depends on the initial cost. It depends on the initial cost of your development. So, like for example, obviously, like so if I spent $1 million, right, and I'm only making, I don't know, to $10,000 of freaking gear, and after 5 years my patent ends, then at this point now the prices are driven down such that now, like if we're now making pennies on the dollar, and I'm now not making $10,000 a year, or even $100,000 a year, I'm now making something lower, then at this point it's going to take me longer to make my profit, and sometimes that number can be completely erased. It's going to take me now 30, 40, 50 years before I eventually make a profit.
Or even real one minor thing, and then I'll shut the fuck up. Okay. Something that's really important is profits have to be roughly equalized throughout the entirety of the economy. You can't have one sector that makes 50% profit margins with no risk adjustment, okay? And another sector that makes 2% profit. If there's one sector that makes 2%, nobody's going to invest in it. No capital. One thing that capitalism does really well is in capital markets, money can flow with risk adjustment to different types of investments. So if there's like if the profit for being the first person to develop a drug is like 2%, because now you have to compete with generics after the high upfront cost, nobody's going to develop that drug. Because if you just think about when you go to invest, when you go to open your investment account, right? Let's say that you can invest in this year over year, the YOY of like a stock is like, oh, that's 10%. Oh, this fund is 11%. This fund is really risky, but it's 20%. This fund is not. This fund is kind of risky. It's 3%. Well, I'm not going to invest in that. You would never, ever, ever invest in a stock, right, that gives you 3% year over year return. That's kind of risky. This is what pharmaceuticals are like, right? If you're going to invest in something, it has to be profitable roughly as much as the rest of the economy with risk adjustment. Yeah.
So I'm happy he illustrated that. But Prime, this is why we say that this is disincentivization when you do some of the things that you're saying, because of everything that just explained.
It's really weird that you guys are talking about like de-incentivization when like you're also promoting like free market like pharmaceutical research, right? Like you're saying that these pharmaceutical companies should have like a monopoly on this because they develop the profit, right? But then like they don't have incentive to further research and develop and improve their product. Like, so what happens, they have this patent for 40 years. There's no competition at all, which means they don't have to do anything to this drug or device or whatever. And then once it's finally released, then there's going to be competitors who are going to try to take the design and improve it and innovate it and improve it. And I would say that having a lengthy period of a patent to the point where there's no competition for decades is actually undermining our capacity to improve our medical research because we are relying on one company to do the medical research.
Do you understand what you're saying? You're saying that somebody has an idea. I want to more quickly iterate on their idea without them being able to gain the spoils from the idea.
Well, I'm not saying instantaneously. Right? Like
I removed instantaneous because I don't want to describe it.
I just want to make sure it's clear. Like, I'm just saying,
sure, like, at a certain point. But all of this is still connected to the same conversation we've been having.
Right. What I'm saying here is that like, at a certain point, there's like a balance between rewarding the research and actually undermining society.
So Matt Lennon is absolutely 1,000,000% correct. So if you create a drug, it might be the case that somebody could iterate on it and improve the design, but the patent actually causes you to not innovate on it because you don't need to. But to be clear, but Gambit is also right, that's not an excuse to just deprive companies of the profit they get from developing a novel drug, because then they're not going to do it, right? So that's why like finder's fees are kind of cool, because you could do a finder's fee, you don't get a patent, but boom, you get paid a big sum of money, and then other people can come in and iterate on it, right?
But Destiny, that's the thing, Hans. You keep saying deprive. Okay, I'm gonna let Hans in because I agree with a lot of the foundations you guys are laying, but the conclusions that you're drawing from this is like, all right. But Hans first.
So like two things. Like I also like a bit of a finder's fee. Destiny, I'm suing you. Someone in my chat said it before you said it, so that's a identity theft or IP theft, whatever the fuck. Like I'm a patent laws are coming after you. But anyway, there are some issues with the upfront cost of doing a finder's fee, because if we do that, and let's say the drug is like a dud, or like there's long-term side effects that like weren't like prepared for, or just like isn't like super popular, people don't want like to make it anymore. Well, like maybe then at that point the government has to be willing to shell out, like potentially millions, if not billions of dollars to drugs that like either might be like ineffective or potentially dangerous or like have to be like called out.
You're talking about where markets are based. Cool. I like this.
Okay, but like I'm saying like this is possible, but like there's still like issues that we can't have with it. And I think what Prime is trying to say is that you can, like, Vinay, please don't explode, all right? Like, I promise, like, I understand where you're coming from, all right? So we can make, like, say, less profitable for American companies while still being the most profitable place. If America is at 100, let's say like America is like 9,000 power level, right? And the second most powerful one is Piccolo 3,500, say in soccer, right? And then if we reduce our power level to 7,000, we're still far and away more profitable. So I think Prime is talking about a scalability thing where we can make it slightly less profitable to get more return for, in this case, the American people or whatever, and still
I think you're overestimating.
Okay, hold on a second, please. And still have substantial, say, some cost because we have American research, American universities that a lot of these companies use. There are certain things, and Prime describes some of them, whether it's America's markets, whether it's America's research, or I think Fanatic brought that part up, where there are incentives that keep them here aside from that, and that is a very delicate thing that I think no one on this panel is particularly capable of guessing that right now. Where it's how much can we slide it? I don't think we're at where it's perfect right now. I really don't think it. I think we can easily move it a little bit and see
we got you, but this is the problem with that.
I agree.
You're thinking that you know how to strategically reduce this complex equation from 9,000 to 7,000, and I would offer. I would offer that these things are so complicated, the free market is valuable in these ways that once you put restrictions, you actually don't know whether you're reducing it from 9,000 to 7,000. And that's why a lot of these things are better left alone or completely absorbed in something else built, which hopefully we don't do. But it's not this simple calculus to we're just changing the power level a little bit.
It's absolutely not simple. There's a shit ton of levers that we have to be worried about, which is the same reason that I was worried about the potential pitfalls. Even though I very much like the idea of the finder's fee stuff. I'm very much in favor of public option stuff or having more public research. There's pros and cons for literally all of these.
Why do I have a trade route when I don't even have a trade hub?
And I don't think we should just write off the entire
Wait,
capacity.
I might have a trade hub in this one. I don't have a trade hub in this one though, right? So why is this a trade route when I don't have a trade hub here?
Everywhere else is disgusting. I don't think that's disgusting whatsoever.
Hans, that I can agree with, right? I think the idea right, the idea that we could just alter these things somewhat so that we get somewhat less profitable, but at the same time still make it extremely profitable and more profitable than any of the competing countries. I think that makes all the sense in the world. I think it probably still will cut back. It still will dial back some of these advancements, but I don't know. I think there's a price to pay. I don't know what that number would be. None of us do. Obviously, it's something to work on.
Why are we so obsessed with? I think that American drug innovation, it seems to be in a really good place. I don't know why we're so fixated on punishing pharmaceutical. We made we got the goddamn hero vaccines in a year. It seems like American drug innovation and manufacturing is pretty good. It's just the end cost to consumers is really shit.
It's definitely the end cost. It's definitely the end cost to consumers. It's just what I was pushing for the beginning is that the U.S. is subsidizing these other countries.
Sure.
Which I think this point hasn't really been argued against. Is that I think Donald Trump was on the right track, forcing medical companies to give us the same price that they were offering in other countries.
Well, so this is just bad for a variety of reasons. But that's actually not the important point. Hans brought this up earlier. So the biggest reason why making healthcare affordable to people is because emergency care is that's horrible. If you had to choose between, if you have an interference engine and you've got a timing belt, do you want to fix the timing belt for $400 when it gets old, or do you want to wait till the engine fucking crashes and you've got to pay how many thousands of dollars for repair, right? If you have preventative care in a car, when your check engine light comes on, you want to get the simple thing fixed rather than waiting for the huge thing that comes down the line, right? It's the same thing with healthcare. If you can provide for free people the ability to go get mammograms or some shit, you don't have to have them in the emergency room where you're trying to fix these problems that have been building for maybe decades sometimes, depending on the person. I think that the biggest argument in favor of socialized healthcare, or at least some sort of public option, or at least some sort of subsidization from the government, is that if we invest publicly in preventative care, we save so much cost down the line. I think it's just a bad argument, even from a conservative point of view, to say, oh, well, because you've said multiple times, I think that the emergency care should be, provided free at the point of service, or it should have to be provided, and then you can file bankruptcy if you want. But that's such an inefficient way to do things. Rather than me having to pay for all these Americans to file bankruptcy, I'd rather just pay out of pocket for the preventative care. One, it's going to be cheaper publicly, and two, it's going to be better for the economy and the tax collection because there's going to be more people working. They're going to be happier, healthier, more productive. It just seems to be a better way all around to do it.
Destiny, this is how you reach Sprout. More people will have access to personal responsibility if they're healthier.
Sure.
Okay, I agree that more people will have access to personal responsibility if they're healthier. I just think I think it's unfair for companies to be charging Americans more for research and development that helps the entire world. That cost being spread out equally. I think that we're in a very unfair deal with these other countries and how we do research and development. I mean, I could bring in other things.
The problem,
we provide the majority. We provide the military. We provide the majority of security protection.
This is wait. This is way off. So
other shit.
Just real quick. So economically, you want to be able to sell things at different markets for different costs because those markets can only support a certain cost, and the marginal cost for producing whatever good or service you're selling is very low. So just real quick, for example, for video games, let's say that I manufacture video games in the United States and I sell it for $60 a pop. Okay. Now let's say that I can sell these in like poorer Eastern European countries, but I can sell it for $20 a pop. My initial cost for developing these video games doesn't change. And if you say, well, hold on, you're selling games in Lithuania for $20 each, but you sell in the United States for $60 each, that's bullshit. We're going to equalize the prices. All you're going to do is say the company is going to be like, okay, well, we're not selling to Eastern Europe anymore. Fuck that. They're not going to reduce the cost, the final cost of the good or service to whatever it's being sold at the most expensive country. They're going to stop selling it for cheaper in all the other countries. If a company has a low marginal cost for producing a good or service, and they can sell it to a bunch of I don't want to say cheaper developing countries or whatever for like way less, you want to let them do that because they're just collecting more money. And at the end of the day, ideally, that makes prices lower for us. So I don't think that's the thing you want to get rid of.
It would bring down the price. I mean, it would bring down the prices in America. They'd bring the prices down in America, and it would raise the prices in Europe. I'm not saying that all of a sudden. I'm not saying that all of a sudden we'd be getting
an international price like ceiling.
Well, so before I just want to piggyback off of Destiny's statement because, like, using that as an example, you could then say that those video games that are $60 a pop could be representative of like where countries and like us not doing business in Lithuania anymore is like kind of representative of what happens in the medical industry right now, right? Like the medical industry is not in countries where they're not going to turn a profit. So the idea that the United States is subsidizing the medical research costs of other countries is kind of outrageous because if they weren't profiting off of those countries, they wouldn't actually be offering services and products.
They can profit. They can profit off other countries, but just like Destiny said, if he's selling video games here and he's selling them for $60 a pop,
regional pricing is so important. It's not like an argument point,
right? Then he wouldn't be able to survive off selling every video game at $40 a pop.
This is what you're missing.
It would average around to $50 a pop. And so we are subsidizing these other countries. We are making their prices lower because we're theoretically able to pay these higher prices.
You're missing like almost the whole plot of it. The reason why they can afford to sell it at this cheaper price in this other country is because Americans are paying the price that they are. If they had to reduce their profit in America, they wouldn't be able to sell it at that price externally, right?
Or even in America.
That's not true. So like,
that's absolutely true.
So I feel like the most basic thing is there's a certain upfront cost, and they're going to sell it everywhere at the price they can get and still make a profit inside that country. If EpiPens cost $1 and they can sell them in Lithuania for $3, and they can sell them in America for $10, they will do both. They'll recoup it eventually. But a lot of times, like what people pay is like their capacity to pay, and that's how like a lot of systems currently operate.
And regional pricing is really good because it's in economics. It's very, very, very rare in economics where you have a zero-sum game between two parties. Like when you have a high upfront initial investment, but then you can do regional pricing afterwards. Theoretically, everybody should win off that transaction. Let's say that an EpiPen costs $1 to produce after we've done millions of dollars of R&D into figuring out how to like make them to the precise formula and the precise delivery mechanism, right? Now, let's say that I need to turn a certain profit on these. I could sell these to Americans for $11 a piece because that's how many they make or whatever to do it, or I have a whole other market where these only cost me $1 a pop to make. If I can access other markets and do regional pricing and sell it for like $2, $3, $4 a piece, I can actually go back to my original American market. I can even afford to lower those prices a little bit to make it even more competitive because I'm collecting more revenue because I'm selling more units. And remember, selling more units is always better because our marginal cost, meaning the amount to produce the next unit, is lower and lower and lower and lower. So even though we are kind of, in a way, subsidizing other countries, oftentimes with the way that like economies of scale, comparative advantage, with all these trade mechanisms, the way that this works, even though we are kind of subsidizing the other countries, we're gaining off of that as well because the initial cost is so high and selling every extra unit brings down the average cost of every single product. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Regional pricing is really good. Everybody wins.
Destiny, do you think we're getting the fair end of that deal?
Yes.
Do you think we're getting the fair end of that deal? Research and development,
Yeah.
paying higher costs.
What makes you think the American? Hold on, wait, because you're continuing this and you're ignoring everybody's argument. So I have to ask you.
I'm trying to listen.
No, I want to ask you a more fundamental question. No, hold on. This is an easy question. What makes you think the companies would operate such that they could give cheaper prices to non-Americans? Like, what makes you think that they would preferentially treat non-Americans? Because that seems to be the thought that you have. You have this thought that, the companies they're trying to preferentially treat external people while hurting all of us. Like, what makes you think that?
Because, for example, Great Britain has a socialized healthcare, and so the government does pay for the healthcare. The government does pay for the drugs, and the government is the one that's bargaining for those drugs, and so the government is the one that's paying. The government's the one that's paying for this, and they're able to get the price lower than what American citizens are able to get.
Sounds like socialized medicine's fucking awesome.
No, it's socialized medicine isn't. No, it wouldn't work that way in the United States. The United States would still in this scenario still have to subsidize for other countries. America would be paying more per unit than other countries
still
would.
People who can't pay the spread. So spread, like I'm olive branch to spread right now, buddy. I can agree with you that right now there's a good amount of externalities that keep regular Americans from having access to healthcare. That's a really big problem, and I don't mean access in that you can go to the emergency room and then go medically bankrupt. That there are certain issues inside our current system that, despite our advancements, some people are being left out in the cold, which is why we need to change how our existing system operates to make sure that doesn't happen. So I can agree with you on the basic premise that yes, some Americans are getting a very raw deal because they currently can't access our excellent supposed healthcare system. So then we have to make it so that they can do that, and in that way, that we will solve the problem of Americans getting a raw deal. Because as long as we have a functional system, whether it's through public, whether it's through private, whether it's through a combination, that we can fund those things and make sure that Americans don't get a raw deal. Yes, we will pay more than a lot of other countries because we can afford to pay more. Our per capita income is greater, so they're going to charge us more because they can. And but we can lower that. And again, this is about the sliding scale of power level stuff of how much we squeeze these companies, which I'm saying we can do a little bit if we really want to. We can try and lower that using government risk pools and greater bargaining power through either larger private conglomerates or massive public conglomerates. There's a lot of ways we can do this to help Americans get less of a bad deal. But those are systems that are almost they're adjacent to what you're talking about. But the solution isn't government bad. We just have to use existing power structures to make things good. In this case, have a public option that can negotiate for drug prices extremely effectively. There we go. And the companies will still make profit. But that means that could be another issue then, right? Because if we use a public system to lower the yearly profit of insurance companies, of pharmaceutical companies, does that mean that we have to lengthen patents now? Because now they're going to make less money per year. These are all things that you have to think about. And again, I'm okay with squeezing companies a little bit. That means better things for consumers. I'm a huge consumer advocate. I love that sort of stuff. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is my fucking dream job. But it's your questions aren't providing any solutions. And I'm trying to provide them to you.
I understand that, and I can't think off the top of my head who makes EpiPen. So I'll just refer them. Mylan. Okay, so Mylan makes EpiPen, and I think they tripled their prices in the United States, while other countries received the same price that they were receiving prior to. This is after they've already gained back their the money that they put into research and development, into these countries. Great Britain, France, Canada.
Do you know how much of the market share they own there, and if there are generic versions that are competitors? I'm just asking. I'm going to look it up.
There is. I can't tell you at the time. I can't tell you there is a generic version now because I use the generic version because the generic version offered it free if you have it. It's free to the patient. So if you have insurance, your insurance pays for it. And if you don't have insurance, then you don't pay for it whatsoever. You just get it for free. And they work it that way. So if you have insurance, the insurance pays as they have deals with insurance. I don't know exactly how it works. All I know is that I pay nothing and my insurance pays it. And if someone doesn't have insurance, they get it for free.
So like, but like, I think there's a lot of people like potentially left out in the cold or damaged by that. Where if you have good insurance, it gets paid, or if you're absolutely like broke, it gets paid. But if you say like make just enough money that you can pay for it and you don't get the help, the way of like fixing that is lowering the drug prices for like everybody. So it seems like there are some people who are currently struggling to like afford like either drugs or insulin or what have you. And those are the people that we also got to worry about. These are the same people that are saying just like they make too much money to like be part of Medicaid and get free government healthcare that way, but they're still fucking poor, right? Like I can't remember like the cut off the top of my head in terms of like income, but like that matters. Like, just because like so you're making like 26K versus like 24K, like you're still fucking struggling.
Welfare.
I just want to piggyback on that. Just like really quick, it's a very small point.
Okay.
The insurance companies are paying those violin a little less than you would be out of pocket, but then using that expensive cost to justify their high insurance rates. So they're still taking advantage of you for your insurance anyway, even though you're not paying out of pocket directly.
Yeah, man, it sounds like you're just making the argument over and over again that just like, hey, insurance is bad in this country, which I totally agree with you. Like, a lot of the benefits behind insurance are awful, but like, that's not the conversation at hand.
All right, that's fair. I mean, I just wanted to reinforce that since
insurance bad and like healthcare good.
And Hans, I've said again and again and again.
Yeah,
I think we have an issue in this country. I think that welfare encourages people to stay poor. I think
welfare keeps people from dying. Like, do we want to go back to like?
Oh, wait. Actually, let's just ask like a really simple question.
I'm not saying do away with welfare.
Wait. This is like a really simple question. Yeah, wait. If welfare encourages people to stay poor, why aren't all these European countries like fucked? Like, why isn't all of Scandinavia fucked? Or all of Western Europe
talking about United States welfare.
Wait, are U.S. citizens like uniquely lazy? Are U.S. citizens uniquely stupid or lazy? I don't understand that.
Okay. I think the way the U.S. system of welfare is designed to where if you go over a certain amount of money, you no longer receive food stamps, you no longer receive Medicaid, you no longer receive this, you no longer receive that. They're encouraged to stay below that level because then they receive these benefits. They're not encouraged to get a job that pushes them past that.
Also, you want to get means tested. Oh, base.
Well, hold on, or we can argue for like more or less aggressive. We could argue about less aggressive like phase-ins if we want, right? Like we could literally. Because most of our stuff is phase in, phase out. It's not like you earn the next dollar and then unless. I was going to say, because technically this argument means you're arguing against progressive taxation as well, but you probably would be against that. So,
we could do this thing, like that's talking about phase-ins, where it's like the goal is like say to get everyone's standard of living to like maybe like 40K in America, like as the baseline, right? And if you make less than that, you'll get pulled up to it, and in that way you won't be like punished. Because once you start making, say, more than like 40K or whatever, the benefits that you get from like making that much money is better than like the benefits of being on the welfare. Like we can fix it that way, but like the solution isn't like getting rid of welfare. It's like again, like for a second, like
I wasn't arguing for getting rid of welfare. I was saying that we have a bad welfare system in the United States that encourages the poor to stay poor. Yes.
Okay, cool. Like, that sounds fine. Like, but like, okay. What's the upper limit then, right? Because right now it seems like there's some like harder cutoffs, like say like being able to apply for Medicaid, that sort of stuff. So I think we can get rid of like the issues of some of those things by having access. I'm not gonna do like the full like pLuG universality thing, even though like I like that shit. Like instead of like giving people the option to opt into public health care, that's one thing that you don't have to worry about being poor to afford Medicaid anymore. That sounds like a pretty fucking base thing, right? Maybe give everyone like everyone's allowed to say apply for like food assistance, like even though they don't like if they don't have to, like you can opt into like a government like food program or whatever. And, like there's a lot of things we can do that provide these things that even to people who aren't say like expressly dying or poor that could like benefit from these programs. But that's a massive expansion of like the welfare state, which I'm in favor of. I'm not sure if you understand like the end state of like the prescriptions you're espousing.
No, I understand the end. I haven't looked into food stamps. I haven't looked into that, so I'm not going to touch that part of what you said. But I am fully in support of having a public option in which would be available to U.S. citizens. And so I am 100% in support of a public option that would be fully available. Yes.
Okay. Well then, again, like if we're talking about like getting like raising the baseline or having it so that like say monetary assistance isn't like a thing, then like that goes like dangerously close to decommodification territory. And like again, like as a big lefty, I was like told we weren't supposed to talk about that tonight, so like I'm gonna try and like like my solution for like solving that is like decommodifying like housing or healthcare or food or that kind of shit. Like that's not like I don't want to get into that right now.
Yeah, let's not get into that. But yes, I posted a link that basically said everything that we've been saying today. You can check it out. I posted it in the Reverie chat too. Basically, they have competitors there. The UK has different restrictions on how they set limits on prices. Yeah, so it's basically everything we're saying. So you'd have to do what those countries do, which would disincentivize investments and blah, blah, blah. And we can regurgitate back everything else we said.
So I guess my issue is this idea of disincentivization, right? Like, if I am being paid $1 billion for a task, I am highly incentivized to do it. And if I am being paid $1 million for that task, I am much less incentivized, but still highly incentivized to do so. So I think there is a balance here, right? So we're talking about how this works out for the end user, right? And I don't care how we do it. I don't care. Would you all be in favor of, all right, moving to a bit of socialism, would you all be in favor of the government paying these companies at whatever price? So let's say like the government decides we're just going to pay for everything, right? In some sort of Medicare for all stream or whatever, it doesn't matter. But they're going to pay for the drugs, but paying for it at whatever price that they're
It's legitimately fucking insane. Like if we're going to have like a massive public risk pool, there's no reason not to use the power and the collective energy that like as a market force, like to reduce prices. Like if we say, oh, we're going to throw like 1 million people onto like public healthcare and then not let public healthcare negotiate prices despite it being like the largest like healthcare provider in the country, then yeah, drugs prices are going to be fucking like explosive. Like there's no reason not to do that. Like that way we're essentially saying that like part of like an important market force cannot function. So that's just a really dumb way of that like sure, like everyone gets healthcare, but what if we just decide like, oh, EpiPens are now $10,000? Like, okay, like I guess we're gonna pay that, or we can just say like, hey, you're still gonna make a fuck ton of money, but like per like unit, it's gonna cost less. Like I don't know why we wouldn't like.
And I was saying this earlier, actually, it's exactly like what the government did with the education system, right? Like we offered student loans to everyone, and then everyone was able to go to college, and then the prices of university and college went up astronomically because the government was just subsidizing everybody's education.
Wait, so when did we give student loans to everyone?
Well, I guess anybody who applied for the loans could get it.
Weren't they always means tested? Like, weren't they always means tested?
On some level.
If you want like subsidized loans, they are, yes.
But like, my point is that like the U.S. government was giving lots of people loans, and those loans were increasing the price of college.
Let's be particular about this. Like, yeah, would you be fine if they just charged, those drug companies charged U.S. whatever the amount that they wanted to?
There's no reason we have to let that happen.
No, we wouldn't be in favor of that.
Because we have to think about like again perverse incentives. If we allow like that level of rent seeking, our system could functionally collapse. Like that's not okay. Like there's no reason to do that. Like you're. Like, I'm sorry,
we would actually get like the worst of both worlds, right? Like we'd have a capitalist entity that wasn't innovating, and then we'd have
I want the people who have been arguing against us to answer. Right?
Nobody agrees that we should have unregulated capitalism.
Yeah, okay. Regulate.
Is anyone like again like just like full thing for the family? Is anyone like actually against like like groups of people inside like an insurance pool like negotiating for like drug prices and stuff?
No,
I feel like
we like barter.
Yeah. Even like private companies like do this. Like just I don't know. All right.
You said. I saved $320 by using Rocket Money to cancel subscriptions. Here's how. Just open the app.
But Gambit, you said previously that putting in. Oh, and maybe I'm misinterpreting what you said, so I don't mean to. But it seemed like you were saying that if we started to regulate these industries, right, we would be disincentivizing them, and then making the market worse.
I see where you're missing me. I said putting in more regulations of the types that have been discussed here would do that. So I agree that we have some level of regulation now. What I'm talking about is,
do I need an army to go intercept this? Is that what this is?
Proposed that I've heard. Maybe there's something that all of us on this panel could agree with. Just the things that we've been discussing today aren't that.
The thing I was talking about was essentially profit reduction, right? In the end, profit reduction.
Yeah, but how you do profit reduction, right? We can agree or disagree on that, right?
It's just one of the tools. This is all hypothetical because, like, yeah, like I think we can all agree that there's like a level that we can reduce it to where we're still the most profitable country. But I don't think any of us, but none of us are policy experts. So, like, well, again, like,
and again, we have to keep in mind. Okay, so people. Okay, when it comes to investment, when it comes to companies, okay, there have to be these risk-adjusted profit margins for things to make sense. Again, imagine you walk into a giant building and you've got 20 companies you can invest in. One gives 10%, another gives 10%. One is twice as risky as 10%, but it gives 20%. One is half as risky, it's very safe, it's 5%, right? With the risk adjustment, all the profit margins should be roughly equal. If you're reducing the profit margin,
stocks versus bonds, right? Yeah, like,
or anything, yeah,
yes.
or just some companies versus other companies. If you're talking about reducing the profits of pharmaceuticals, then necessarily capital will flow away from these industries. So if you're just going to cut profits, then people are just going to stop doing pharmaceutical investment, because why would you? You can just invest somewhere else.
Okay, so then you're in favor of.
We could make it less risk averse in Destiny by saying, like, maybe in this case, like, say moving from a 75 public-private split to maybe like a 50-50 public-private split. So that way, even like you'll get less returns, it's safe.
I don't know what public-private split. I don't know what that means.
Oh, sorry. I said earlier in the panel. Right now about.
Hold on, I'll cut you off. I know what you mean when you say there's a lot of general research done, but like, so there is no public investment in creating drugs, right? Drugs, like the actual application of the public sector research, it's all done privately. The government doesn't create drugs for the people. Like, if we want to talk about like splitting that up more to give the government some incentive, I think that you run into a lot of weird problems there potentially, in that. I don't know. That's a whole other conversation. If you want to talk about like shouldering more of it on the government is going to have to start making decisions on what drugs it wants to manufacture or where it wants to point that research, which is a different type of thing.
So I wanna nail this down, and then DB wants to say something. That'd be great. But I want to nail this down with Destiny and with Fnatic to understand their points. So Destiny, you're saying that if we reduce these profits, the capital will flow out. We were posting information like comparing the profit within the group DM that we have, comparing the profits to other large companies, but whatever, right? Doesn't matter. In any case, you're saying that capital would move out, and that would be a bad thing. So, would you say that you don't want Medicare, for instance, to be able to negotiate with these companies to lower the price? If that's the case, then because it would damage your profits, and then capital would flow out. So that would be a bad thing. Anything to reduce the profits made would then be a bad thing.
Anything to reduce? Theoretically. Oh God. Okay. I'm very cautious talking about this because I haven't read this whole study. I don't know if any of you have. So I see that you linked this. The profitability of large pharmaceutical companies compared with other large public companies. So the findings for this, in this cross-sectional study that compared the profits of 35 large pharmaceutical companies with those of 357 large non-pharmaceutical companies from 2000 to 2018, the median net income earnings expressed as a fraction of revenue, so we're talking about profit, was significantly greater for pharmaceutical companies compared with non-pharmaceutical companies. So every time earlier I said profit, I kept whispering risk-adjusted, risk-adjusted, risk-adjusted. So I don't know if this study does this, so I'm cautiously saying this, but I would be hesitant to compare 10 large pharmaceuticals to 10 non-large pharmaceuticals, because my understanding, this is just layman, I could be wrong, but my understanding is that pharmaceuticals are necessarily more risky. So let's say, for instance, I had 10 different companies in the P sector and then 10 companies in the T sector. Let's say that for the P sector, the chances of one of those companies making it is 10%. Let's say that in the T sector, the chance of one of those companies making it is 20%. Well, let's say that I compared the top 10 P companies to the top 10 T companies. Let's say that the P companies were twice as profitable as the T companies. Well, if I look at that, I'd be like, wait, holy shit, P companies are they're twice as profitable as the T companies. That's insane. But the problem when we compare the top 10 largest is that we're not doing the risk adjustment necessary for all of the initial startup costs, because only half of the companies that start compared to the only half of the P companies, the pharmaceutical companies, are going to make it compared to the T companies, we'll say tech companies in this case. So even if the top ones are more profitable than the other top ones, that's because they overcame a lot of initial risk. Yeah, sorry, the risk adjustment is really complicated. Yeah.
No, it makes sense. Hold on. I gotta nail this down. Right? So that's fine. I understand what you're saying, but still, in the end, talking about like reducing profits, that's what I want to nail you down on. Like, is it bad? I mean, would that be detrimental, and would that be something you would not want to see, that the profits reduce of these companies in any way?
No, I want profits in pharmaceuticals with risk adjustment should be in line with the profitability of any other sector. It has to be. Otherwise, if they're lower, then that sector will just dry out until only the most profitable things are invested in, and then everything else just goes away.
we would have to find some way if we make it less profitable, like to reduce the risk of it. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So I guess like I have a question about like say for like legacy or older pharmaceutical companies, right? Because like I could like totally understand say like a smaller pharmaceutical company having like a lot of like initial startup costs, and like if they don't make like their one or two like drugs like being a hit, like they're kind of fucked. How do we feel about like again? Larger companies, or at least like legacy companies like Johnson & Johnson, those kind of things, I don't think they're going to say immediately collapse. So once I like to say maybe a pharmacy company gets through like the riskiest phase of development, would we be okay with like again like taking some money from them? Or like,
yeah, but the problem is that like these companies are still, and I think it's gotten massively higher year over year over year. These companies are still funneling a fuck ton of money into R&D. My understanding is that none of these large pharmaceutical companies are sitting on like a fuck ton of money, like cash, like Apple. They're constantly reinvesting this stuff into R&D. To comment on something earlier that was said a little bit, and this is kind of a separate thing, people have this idea, for instance, that pharmaceuticals will just tweak drugs, and they'll just, they added like a minor, they added a compound, they added a fucking amino acid group, like, it's the same thing. People say this over and over and over again. I haven't found great examples of that. People oftentimes will go to insulin, and they'll say like, oh my god, like we've already got animal insulin, like blah blah blah, ignoring the fact that these analogs actually provide significant benefits over the like traditional insulin that was founded like 40, 50, 60 years ago. I don't even know how long ago it was. It was ironic because like I've seen like there was a Reddit thread that popped up that showed that like, oh my god, like this guy died because he couldn't afford his normal insulin, and he went to Walmart and he bought the shitty insulin, and people were like, oh my god. And in that very same thread, people are talking about like, like companies just like make this new insulin just to make it more expensive, blah blah blah. No, they don't. Like that guy was a type 1 diabetic. The longer lasting slow release insulin is so much more important when it comes to regulating your blood sugar than just pumping you full of like fucking pig insulin and being like, oh look, it's bro, I've like your blood sugar levels go crazy when you're using the shitty version of insulin. Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, I wouldn't be clear. That's when I was not referring to something like that. No, you're talking about. It seems from that example like two different types, right? That do two different things, right? And there were basically two different product lines that you're referring to. I'm talking about the same product line that's pretty much the same name. I have to find you examples. I'll look that up for you later. But this is the thing that's done. But I'll look that up. But let's just get to BB, and we're going to wrap this up to go to our next topic.
So I was just kind of curious as to what you mean by reducing profits, because you guys talked about a lot of patents and about how much it costs to get drugs through R&D. So I was kind of doing some research on the back end here, and it says that the average cost to get a drug to market, right, through research, through clinical trials to market to actual people, is about $1 billion, right? But that doesn't really account for the fact that 90% of drugs that start clinical trials, which cost upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars to even get through the trials, 90% of those drugs fail. Right, so they need these drugs that do get through the trials, that do make it a market. They need the profits from those drugs to make up for the losses that they incurred on 90% of the other shit they've been doing. So a lot of these patents have been going on for 20, 30 years or so. Right, the profits from these patents are still being used to fund research on new drugs, and 90% of these new drugs fail. So I'm wondering, like, when you said you want to reduce profits or you want to fuck with the patents, like, what exactly do you mean by that?
Again, so I get what I would say. Again, I'm not like an expert in like pharmaceutical profits, right? But if we are currently like the best place in the world for like X industry, unless everyone is like so mega hyper competitive that like the next person is or the next country is literally like right on our ass and it's like a 0.0001% difference, we could theoretically reduce like the profitability of a given industry and like they would still like want to exist here. And like as long as we don't like fuck it up like ridiculously badly, there's always going to be diversity in regards to like how like the benefits and incentives versus like the detriment that Destiny was talking about, where it's not the same for every company regardless of like their industry. So like there's a potential for us to move it a little bit or fuck with it a little bit. Again, this isn't even like my like big solution. It's just like one of like the things we can tweak as like say like an executive agency in terms of how like it regulates that sort of stuff. I would say like what would be more damaging to the profits of these companies, which they would probably eat at some point if we were able to successfully have a public option system or anything more extensive than that, is that if we were able to negotiate drug prices, or even if Medicare, like as it exists, was able to negotiate drug prices more, there would be a hit to profits. or it would have to be forced onto other people inside the market, whether it's like private insurance companies who can't negotiate as like powerfully as Medicare. There's going to be externalities from that. I would say that right now, though, those externalities are worth it because like we get more people like covered under a public system. It's not that there's no like bad things that are happening from this. It's just again you got to weigh like cost benefit for it.
Yeah, of course. But again, I'm just wondering what exactly Prime means, or even Dustin, you mentioned like this finder's fee, right? It's like potential solution. But if it costs $1 billion to get a drug to the market, and then on the way to that one drug, they have 90% of other drugs that are failing in clinical trials that cost hundreds of $1 billions to even get through. Right? So,
just
like,
as a real quick on that,
finder's fee would account for that?
Just as my understanding is that I've heard estimates anywhere from $500 to $1,000 million, $500 million to $1 billion. That's supposed to account for all the failed drugs as well. I believe that is the case. But like, yeah, what the finder's fee would be is, I guess, whatever the government would have to set the profit margin. So if you R&D, if it costs you so much, I mean, you'd have to do a year-over-year calculation or year-over-year calculation to figure out like, okay, this is about, it seems like it's about like $1 billion, about $900 million to bring it to market. Then your finder's fee is going to be, I guess, whatever the government deems profitable. That gets hard to figure out exactly what it would be.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering because we're talking about like de-incentivizing these things. So if these companies that have these old patents are using the profits from these really old patents to fund new drugs, and 90% of these drugs are failing, it just seems like stripping those patents away, right? Like whether it's the EpiPen or other thing. Well, what then? I'm asking, like, what do you mean? What do you mean by?
I'm sorry. We spent a long time talking about it, and we're actually on there. But I'd love to go at you with this again at some point. But yeah, we just gotta move on to the next thing. And like I said, this didn't have to be a conservative stomp on our friend Sprouticus. There are plenty of disagreements to have all across the political spectrum here. But anyway, I enjoyed that, so thanks, guys. Right. To my audience, we're going to go on to our next topic. Before that, if you've been enjoying this content, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on. So you know I'm going live. I do 6 nights a week. We always have content for you. Always. I have not missed a day in a year and a half plus of streaming. I have not missed a single day. You always have content here. So come back at some point in time. Hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on. So I'm going live. Especially for social and chat. To follow us on social media. Follow us on Twitter for channel updates. Jump into our Discord, which is the heart of our community. We're constantly having conversations in our Discord about politics, but also about anime, gaming, anything, right? We're talking about all kinds of things. Be a part of the community that we're building there. Jump into the Discord, like conversations on text and the voice calls. It's all happening at literally all hours of the day. Are engaging. So we want you to be a part of that community, be a part of the Discord. Finally, the YouTube, so you'll find the VODs. The VODs live there. They don't live here, right? So help us make YouTube a sustainable platform by subscribing, liking, commenting the videos that you see there. So thank you so much. Again, hit that follow button. Thank you. All right. So we'll go on to our next topic. And again, I really appreciate all your participation so far. Really good. Topic 2. Not from you.
Yo, are these guys only in this like 1 or 2 systems? Can I just like kill them in that one system and win? And they're gone? Or do they have like a huge empire somewhere else?
A subreddit exists called the Herman Cain Award. In this subreddit, posters track the lives and eventual deaths of people who have been infected by COVID while publicly being anti-mask or vax. This has been criticized as a celebration of the misery of political/cultural opponents. But is that so terrible? Is there value in demonizing political adversaries? This subreddit focuses on private citizens. So does your answer change when dealing with public figures? For example, when a politician exerts their power against the downtrodden, is it wrong to revel in their misery, even though they are a fellow citizen and have a family? Okay. Yeah, so Herman Cain Awards, we're doing this. I was just introduced to this by someone. Was it Gambit? Was it you?
No, I sent you the Facebook.
That was me.
That was you. Okay, Fanatic. Thank you, Fanatic.
I was drunk at the time.
You were, yeah. Okay, I thought maybe it might have been topped off. But okay, so I had just been introduced to this very, very recently, and exactly what it sounds like. Herman Cain, in case you don't know, he ran for the Republican presidential nomination 2 years back eventually jumped on the Trump train. During the COVID pandemic, he publicly talked about how, it's a scam or whatever fuck, hoax. Nothing to be worried about until he was infected by COVID-19 and died himself. And so now someone has created a subreddit where they're cataloging all of these things, right? All of these incidences that they can find like on Facebook, right? There's so many, like your aunts or your very Republican aunt or something.
Their flea power is like overwhelming.
It's all a hoax.
But then again, I don't have like any
whatever.
fleas, so maybe I should start building ships.
Letting the world know that they aren't going to take the vaccine, or aren't going to wear a mask. Then they get infected, and then for many of them, for oftentimes, they pass away. So that's getting a Herman Cain Award. Is it right for that to happen? And we're going to touch on all kinds of things here. So we'll start with introductions. Let's go Fanatic.
Okay, as a sober man, I can now talk about this soberly and recognize how absolutely atrocious it is. I read that subreddit, and it's not good that I do. It's awful. But I think ultimately what's really at stake here is that people are dying. And the reason why people are dying is because we've become so partisan and so politicized, and our news organizations are so untrustworthy that a lot of times things that should be shoo-ins, that we should be able to just accept things as facts, a lot of times they're slanted so heavily that it's really hard for us to accept it. I remember looking at a poll that was just talking about trust in the media, and if you look at the difference between Republicans and Democrats, it's insane, stark differences. And so I think, when you have these news outlets that are just so incredibly biased, you're encouraging this kind of behavior. And then the fallout is when there's an actual threat, something we should be really concerned about, instead of us actually being able to have this concern, instead of us being able to all get on board and decide hey, this is what we should be doing as a country, we're instead distrustful and everything is propaganda and so on and so forth, to where people are literally dying as a result of that. And I the pompousness and the disrespect of these individuals, it makes you feel good when they die. No, you don't feel good when they die. It makes, I don't know, you feel some type of way when you see the results, but ultimately you should, I would hope, if you have a conscience at all, you should also feel a sense of loss, wow, we're so far gone that we can't get people to do such a mild inconvenience as wear a freaking mask, right? I don't know, I'm torn.
Okay. All right. MATLAB.
So we have a long history as humanity of ridiculing those who are just blatantly wrong, right? And mocking death. There's this thing called the Darwin Awards that existed in the 90s and 2000s, and they sold lots of books, and they just made up fake articles about how people died, and they're just sold like hotcakes, right? So this is those two things kind of combined. You have very public figures who are saying, oh, this isn't anything to be afraid of, you're not going to die, and then proceed to die. So of course it's a gold mine for those who find this sort of dark humor kind of appetizing, right? So ethically it's wrong to get enjoyment from or derive pleasure from the deaths of people you disagree with. But there is this other need that exists where we are informing folks that people are dying because of their choices, their incorrect choices. And perhaps these deaths can save lives in other places. So it's really, really hard to draw a line, what should be allowed, because we don't necessarily know what people's intent is when they're reposting this stuff. But I would say, ethically speaking, if you're deriving enjoyment from this, that's bad. And if you're trying to inform everyone that, I just said it. If you're informing people that this is a danger and they should be aware of it, then that's good.
Okay. Hans.
Yeah. So I think Fanatic brought a really good point that honestly, like a lot of this stuff is like just like legitimately like horrifying. It's like you're watching someone like run off a cliff and you're trying to tell them to stop and they just keep doing it. And there is like the basic instinct to say like, oh, the leopard's eating faces party voter like is now getting their face eaten by the leopards. And yeah, I think at some point you have to laugh, otherwise you'll go insane just by watching people like willingly like making themselves like infinitely worse off. But I don't believe in spite-based like politics from a policy perspective, and I still want them to get health care. I still want to make sure that they're all right. I'll probably chuckle like when I see like someone who told me that potholes don't exist, they step on one and fall in their face. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to try and fix the fucking potholes. So I think we have to be very like specific in like differentiating laughing at dumb fucks, and say like actually still trying to help them and understand that they're still people. Like I don't think I've ever gotten to a point, and I hope I never get to that point where I'm so black-pilled that I'm like, fuck it, no Republicans get healthcare because they fight so hard against it, right? Like I don't believe in that sort of policy, even if I will laugh at people for being stupid. I think that's a pretty basic position that most people hold, and anyone who says that they don't laugh at someone like who's expressly ridiculous and dumb doing dumb stuff and like seeing the quote-unquote consequences of their actions, I think that'd be like kind of virtuously polite to say.
Steven.
I think that the responsibility is different based on who you are in society. I think that as content creators, which sucks, but like if you're a content creator, it's probably not a good look. If you're like a big public-ish figure, I don't think that's good. But if you are just like an individual, I think it's okay to laugh. That's what I would say. Because if you're like a thought leader or if you're like an influencer, or if you're somebody that's directing people, then making fun of people dying is always going to be a bad look. Optically, it's just horrible. But if you're like an individual and you're having a little bit of a schadenfreude because you see somebody dying after making fun of vaccines for so long, I think it's probably okay to point out laugh. I mean, like, yeah.
Okay. We'll touch back on that. GB.
Yeah, so I can understand the temptation to, check this out and get it lit or whatever. But I think optically it's like radioactive. I think that it's not going to convince anybody to come to this sense about vaccines or masks. Anti-vax types who stumble upon this Reddit, stories about this Reddit, and go in there and see people celebrating the deaths of mothers and fathers and grandmas and whatnot, they're going to be further convinced that you guys are heartless state drones that are just fueled by demon fuel or whatever. And I think that like some of this thinks of like this like long lefty tradition, right, of like mocking poorly educated Southern white people, right? And I think it's pretty gross. I can understand temptation. I just don't think it helps anything. I think it's actively counterproductive, and I'd encourage people not to do it.
Okay. Miss Austin. You're muted, buddy.
Awesome.
Lucky, yes. I was quiet on last topic because I didn't really care too much about it or know too much. We're not going to make it. Regardless, I'm not going to be this year. I think the Herman Cain subreddit is hilarious. It's to be clear, right? You're not going against somebody who was like the Herman Cain subreddit is not like not going against somebody who's just like, oh, I didn't know if the vaccine was right for me, so I was going to get it. That's not what it's focused on. It's focused on people who are advocating and actively involved. Don't do this. It's a conspiracy or whatever, blah, 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 right? And then they die. It's that group of people. It's not somebody where they're out in the sticks and they don't know any better and they don't make any posts or whatever. And you just happen to know through a friend of a friend that they're like anti-vax or whatever, and they die. Those aren't the people being featured. It's the same thing, just like leopards ate my face, right? It's the same way like idiots in cars. You got people who are actively doing something dangerous and promoting the type of lifestyle. Then they said for the punishments of that lifestyle, and that's funny. You know better. The information's out there. You don't need to advocate for it. Like, fuck them. Like, that's the way it is. And to be clear, if a left person was doing this, if I live in Miami, I have a lot of left friends, right? A lot of them don't get the vaccine, right? But if I know, like, if they're out there on Instagram throwing it out like that, like, I personally won't because I don't spit on subreddit like this, but I'll put their asses up on Herman Cain, but we're just the same. Left, right, it's irrelevant. It's your position that actually matters on the vaccine. It just happens to be most of the people on the right, so people like to focus on that. They hate the right. No, they hate idiots that are trying to get other people not to accept the vaccine. So we still got to wear these dumbass masks.
Okay, let's go to Spartacus.
I think it's completely terrible that people are making fun of these people. I have someone in my chat said asked a friend why she believed in alternative theories. She said that they don't talk down to her and explain the mechanics in detail. And I think that's where society has failed in totality. Is that our society has decided to make fun of people who are vax hesitant, call them science deniers, call them anti-vaxxers, call them any name you like to call them, because just try and shame them into getting the vaccine, and then eventually try and force them to get the vaccine, which is double wrong, because you shame them to try and get the vaccine, and some people, when you shame them, it has the exact opposite effect, where it's like, no, I'm definitely not going to do it. Now you're going to try and shame me to do it? No. And then you try and force me to do it? Hell no. No, try again. And so I think if we would have gone about this with any other medicine, to where we show the benefits, we show these stuff, and we don't try and shame people into doing it or force people into doing it, we would have a much greater success rate. Fortunately, we don't have that. But to the people who are anti-vaxxers, I'm not going to laugh that you died, but I'm going to give you a fair warning that that I've said before in regards to a different topic, is you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So I would go talk to your doctor. I would go see if the vaccine is, if you're good to get the vaccine. And if your doctor gives you the okay, go ahead and get the vaccine, it's FDA approved for you, then you know what, go get the vaccine, because the science has shown that if nothing else, it keeps you out of the hospital and it makes the side effects less. So again, I would go talk to your doctor.
Yeah, so I think this is particularly disgusting. There's been a lot of, there's been memes on people that don't get the vaccine shouldn't be allowed to get health care because they're just a waste of cost in our system. There's a whole bunch of things that my good friends on the left have started to adopt, and I can't even believe that it's real life. But to speak a little bit to the partisanship that we have that is somewhat exacerbating these issues, we can look at things like the Facebook whistleblower today that showed that they understand that they are incentivizing partisanship. So the idea of advertising and how it affects our culture is it's overlooked, I think. And people that advocate for some of the censorship of things online are pushing people to the recesses of the internet, and then that's where these ideas start to fester. So it's kind of similar to a conversation I had with Hans yesterday, but I think that our prescriptions politically that we have are making us further and further apart, and that's why things like anti-vax is manifesting and spreading. So yeah, I think a lot of people get swept up into those things, and it's maybe just a fact of proximity, but I think that these people should be, treated with respect, and I don't think mocking somebody's death is a way to do that. I think it's disgusting.
So Gambit, I don't do this at least, right? But you've heard of the concept of triage, right? Where you have to make the decision to save X people, and say I'm a medic, but there's 3 people on the ground, they're all injured from a car accident, and I can save 2 of them who are moderately injured, or I can save one of them who's devastatingly injured. I'm gonna probably pick the 2 that I can save, and there's a limited amount of care in that scenario. I absolutely think it's abhorrent, for someone to say, oh, you didn't get back, so no healthcare for you. But if I have if with all other things being equal, and I had to pick between say helping a gunshot victim that's dying, right, versus say a person who got through no fault of their own, versus someone who got COVID, and they were aggressively against getting the vaccine for no discernible reason aside from the misinformation that exists in our society. I'll probably, if I have to pick one, I'll pick the gunshot person. I don't think we have to make that decision a lot of the time. There's the anecdotal stories that are popping up here and there, but in general, I don't think we really have to make those decisions. And because I don't so basic thing for that. I don't know if there's anyone on the panel that is of that position, so I'm just making sure that we're not arguing against a straw man for the purpose of the evening.
I think that it's fair to say, I don't think you can, there's a whole bunch of problems with turning away people that have quote unquote made bad choices to get there. But I think that when resources become strained, I absolutely think that unvaccinated people should be sent out to the parking lot and they can figure it out there. Then go to Walmart and try to buy some shit. Because I think that's a basic. I think that's pretty basic. People that are taking minimum precautions to keep themselves safe, that end up not being able to get into an ER because other people that haven't taken those precautions are hogging all of the beds. I think that's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, I think it is gross, but I mean, it's like, I feel like, Hans, you made the statement that, like, you basically said, well, like, you know, for no other reason other than that, like, you know, they're misinformed and stuff, and it's like, yeah, but that's a pretty huge reason, and like we probably should try to analyze, like, what is causing this misinformation, like, what's
we
at
can
the root of
absolutely
that.
fix that. Like, I completely agree that we can combat that. But like, if you like again held that in my head and like asked me the same question like that Destiny just said, that we have to pick someone to put in the parking lot. Yeah, the people who are like who made like the quote unquote worst decisions. Like, I'll probably put the person with the worst decisions. And like, I don't ever have to make that decision. Yeah, okay, cool. So I'm not sure. Like,
so, I to be fair, you'd put like morbidly obese people in the parking lot too, right? If you had to choose.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely.
No.
If you're gonna go with this, if they're morbidly obese and they don't have a health thing that went with it, then if you're going to subscribe to this theory, then you would then need to subscribe to sending morbidly obese people out to the parking lot because they made bad health decisions.
Or what about a drug addict having an overdose?
I mean, if you're gonna, I don't subscribe to this
low
theory.
vitamin D levels, all type of stuff. Yeah.
If we're getting to the point where we have to make these decisions, we have to make these decisions regardless. Like all of these people, right? Like this, we're not saying like turn them away, but like if all the hospital beds are filled and everything else like that, and you had to pick people, right? The people that put themselves in this own like precarious situation, those are going to be the first people I personally would pick and send outside. You're like doing shit like
the
stupid.
what's the drug addicts? Yeah.
I mean, like, okay, so
It's like if you have to pick, it's not an option.
Yeah. Do you prefer like a lottery? Like
They're privilege. Like you. No, but the thing is, like, there is a lottery system, right? Like, if you are obese or not prepared or being exposed to propaganda and like sucking it in hook, line, and sinker, it's because you didn't have the privilege to have a better life that would make you either more educated or have the right food source acquisition, et cetera, et cetera. It's not necessarily fair to say, oh, well, you know, you didn't make the right choices in your life, because like, who are we? Like, are we all like perfect individuals who haven't made bad choices? And should we be sent out in the parking lot because we failed to do our due diligence in every aspect of our lives? I don't think that's necessarily fair. I also want to point out that we live in unprecedented times in terms of targeted media. Like, never before in the history of humanity has there been a like system designed to target us with the types of news articles that we want to hear, and it's directly impacting our capacity to make reasonable judgment. So, like, I don't really want to mock people who are outright anti-vax because they're being exposed to, like, extremely targeted propaganda. And I think it's, like, very, very difficult for anyone to actually resist this propaganda. What we should be trying to do is actually try to brainstorm ways of, like, helping in this regard. And I actually kind of agree with GSU on some level that, like, if we're mocking them in, like, a Reddit somewhere, they're going to take this and use it as evidence to further their not-so-great belief.
Destiny, hold on. Destiny, you were going to say something to be about, like, when you brought up the morbidly obese people.
No, we can't. You can't like have. You can't start picking and choosing people based on health stuff because that just goes into nowhere land. You can't do that. You like if you have.
You wanted to do it based off vaccination stuff.
I said that if there was a limitation of resources, then you necessarily need to make those decisions. But we can't. I'm saying you can't just like turn away like obese people unless you're literally like running out of resources.
He's presenting you the same argument. There's limited resources and there's morbidly obese and non-obese people strung up at the hospital with COVID. Would you preferentially deny access?
I think you can make an argument. I think you can make an argument that there's a difference in terms of effort that you'd require somebody to exert to deal with like a virus. So like being obese requires an entire lifestyle change. Saddling somebody with that responsibility is a lot different than just getting a vaccine.
Okay, so let's talk about vitamin D deficient people, right? Vitamin D deficiency has been linked
you're probably not going to be able to find me a single example of something that is as easy as getting vaccinated. When you talk about like vitamin D, yeah, go ahead.
Taking a vitamin D supplement is easy, right?
No, nothing. Hold on. Wait. Nothing is as easy as getting vaccinated. Taking a daily pill.
That's not an argument I'm making. I'm not saying that this is as easy. I'm saying this is relatively easy. So why wouldn't you discriminate based off this criteria as well?
Because it's just a way higher burden. First of all, people don't know if they're vitamin D deficient, so they'd have to go to the hospital. They'd have to get blood work done. Secondly, they don't know, like you'd have to find medication, or not medication, you'd have to find some supplement, you'd have to take it every single day. Like, that's like a whole other burden. It's just far and away different than just getting vaccinated.
Also, we already make these decisions like right now, like in terms of organ donations. Like, so this is for all the people who are grant sitting right now, but how like we shouldn't like make these decisions. You have two people, they both need to live or they're gonna fucking die. One's a 60-year-old person who's like drank their entire life, and that's why their liver has been destroyed. The other one's like a 30-year-old non-drinker. The hospital will probably pick.
I think it's first come, first serve. I don't think this is true.
No. Well, we have to say at the same fucking time. Who do you pick? Fucking grant sitters on the panel. Who do you select? You fucking flip a coin.
It's about need.
I don't think anybody.
It's about need. Listen. It's about need. I served as a combat lifesaver in the Army. That was part of my duties in the Army. I served as a combat lifesaver. If I was ever to get in a firefight with the enemy, I would treat the patients prior to, like, they would be set up in accordance with need. Even if that means that an enemy combat needed medical care before any of my friendlies, I would have to treat the enemy combatant first with medical care. Before I could go treat any of my friendlies, according to international war laws. But what I'm stating is it's about the need of the care. It's not about external circumstances. It's about the need of the care, and that's how doctors will actually prioritize their patients, is by need of the care. They don't take anything else into consideration. And when they are faced with these bad circumstances as to
use the liver.
When they're provided with these bad circumstances, as to they have to let one patient die, and they have to choose which patient they're going to work on. Otherwise they're both going to die. They have to choose one that's going to live and one that's going to die. They prioritize that off of which one would be more lethal. If I ever had to go to I'm trying to break this down. I apologize.
No, I understand like the concepts of like how the system is functioning. You were providing us hypotheticals where we have to choose where people live or die.
I didn't provide that. Provide that hypothetical.
People who are agreeing with your position. So this is open up just to Sprout. I'm not trying to bully Sprout on this. But again, to the people who say like, oh, we can't do this, we shouldn't like prioritize. Like you're like freaking out about like pushing like some people to the parking lot. I'm telling you, here's the scenario for everyone who's listening. Bring it back to this. 2 people will die without a liver. All right, 100% fatality. We only have 1 liver. It cannot be shared between the 2 of them. They are both unconscious, so we do not know their wishes, only their medical history and their age.
Can we not create like a movie scenario for this? Like, this is, we don't need to go into the same hypothetical. We don't need to go into the same hypothetical. This is very simple. This is a very simple statement you guys are set forward.
I don't know what your choice is. Like, Hans, if you just want to flip a coin, tell me you'll flip a coin. But like, I will not flip a coin. I'm asking what you guys will do.
Hans, the whole medical transplant thing, like, there's perfectly good organs that are thrown out. Well, hold on. Let me just explain why this hypothetical
doesn't even matter.
It doesn't even work, though. But no,
you're getting mad at us for making.
No, okay.
I'm not mad.
All right, let me just get to the problem with this hypothetical. The problem with this hypothetical is that there's a huge problem with this hypothetical because there's never going to be just like a single organ just chilling. Like, hospitals literally
engage with the hospital. Let somebody else do it.
Hypothetical stupid. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. Okay, all I'm wondering. Okay, no, we don't. No, we don't. Shut up for 2 seconds. Shut up for 2 seconds, please. All I'm wondering, right? So I actually agree with you guys. Right? I'm just wondering how far you guys will take this. So if we have somebody who hasn't gotten their yearly flu vaccine, for example, right? And they show up at the hospital, this old lady with limited beds in the hospital. Are you going to push her out because she hasn't gotten the flu vaccine and she could have gotten that at any time? Like, she get the parking lot?
Hold on. No, this is what everyone is talking about. Only in instances where we have to triage and choose people to save.
Okay.
So yes, if it's just if she has the flu and there's enough beds, I don't give a fuck. Put all the fucking anti-vaxxers in there. The specific scenario, which none of you are like, you're all refusing to engage with because you either don't want to answer or it looks fucking.
I wasn't refusing.
It doesn't even look terrible.
Nobody's disagreeing about the allocation of shared resources.
Hey, we've deviated extremely far from the actual topic, so let's get back to the Herman Cain Awards. Let's talk about that for a second, really quickly. Right?
Wait, hold on. This is like the most. Wait, why would we derail that entire conversation? This is kind of pretty important, right?
No, because it feels like the original topic was about.
They don't want to answer.
The original topic was about the Herman Cain Award, and it sounds like now everybody just shifted into specifically this one specific thing. Like,
wait, it's not it's whether or not it's okay to withhold care from some people or make choices about whether or
right,
not somebody's taken.
That's not necessarily related directly to the Herman Cain Award. It is absolutely directly related. The Herman Cain Award
is about making fun of people that didn't make those choices. So if we resolve the argument of like, should we withhold care or should we not withhold care? If the argument is that we should never withhold care from anybody or ever make these decisions, it should just be first come first serve, then it seems like making fun of people under the Herman Cain shit is pretty shitty. Why would you make fun of anybody? Whereas if we say like, well, we actually can withhold care, like we should actually triage, we should make the decision, then it's like, oh well, fuck it, we should also laugh them in the parking lot because fuck them, they made shitty decisions. That's why they're there. I think this conversation is pretty relevant.
No. The reason why that doesn't actually work is because these two statements are not necessarily synergistic or synonymous. I can absolutely hold the view that one, we should withhold medical care, but also recognize that we probably, in cases of medical expediency, but still recognize that we don't necessarily need to make fun of the people. These things do not necessarily correlate automatically. So then just going down this rabbit hole, we can get down to the very end of it and then all come to the agreement, hey, we should be able to withhold medical care for medical expediency, but still recognize that these things are no, we shouldn't be making fun of them. So that we don't have to go down this rabbit hole.
Doctors do this every day. Doctors do this. Okay, Hans, listen. I was trying to explain, then I got interrupted. Okay, doctors. Okay, I'm trying to break it down in the simplest terms I possibly can. That way, there's no miss.
Let him go. Go ahead.
Doctors literally do this every day. When they have to choose when they got two people that need to go to the surgery table, otherwise one of them dies. They have to make this choice every day. And what doctors choose is how lethal something might be. Like if this person needs the table right now, there's a possibility this person can stay behind, and once he's done with the surgery, he could possibly get that person. He's going to choose the person that has the greater need. Now, if they're both in the same exact predicament, if they both need the table right fucking now, they go by quality of life afterwards. How young someone is, the quality of life afterwards.
Why do you is this all just you can say the 30-year-old? Because dude, if it's quality of life afterwards, I just said we have a 60-year-old lifelong drinker versus a 30-year-old healthy non-drinker. Who do we give the fucking liver to?
I was trying to explain it to you in the simplest terms and building my way up to it.
But now you can answer it.
The 30-year-old. Quality of life afterwards.
Fucking thank you. So we're not crazy for
triage. We're not crazy for
saying that we're insane is off base.
Wait, no, Hans. The reason why you need to answer the question is because you need to explain the reasoning underneath it. It's not just simply, if you understand the underlying principle, try to apply that same underlying principle that he just gave you to the COVID situation. It's not the same. It doesn't apply. That's why you have to wait for someone to fully answer a question so you get the underlying principle so then you can see if it actually holds up. Jesus.
Yeah. Already granted all things being equal with the exception they provided. He just provided all the things that were already accounted for.
Listening, quality of life for the two people post-treatment could be the exact same. It doesn't necessarily mean that both of these people, vaccinated and unvaccinated, will have a different quality of life post-treatment. So that's why your hypothetical doesn't necessarily apply here. That's what Sprout was trying to tell you, but you continually interrupt him and won't allow him to answer the question. You just want to
answer. And quality of life is different for the 30-year-old versus the 60-year-old. I understand that.
But that's not necessarily
how does this apply to
conversation.
How does this apply to COVID? Explain to me how your hypothetical
applies to COVID because Destiny and I both fucking said that if we have to pick, we have to triage, we have to send someone out to the fucking parking lot, we'll pick the people who are the anti-vaxxers who refuse to get the vaccine.
No.
Okay.
Hans, you're missing it.
How is this hard to understand?
I got you. I'll explain why it's so hard to understand because you're the one not understanding it. It's really simple. He gave a specific principle about quality of life after afterwards. So now you just really restate, all you did right now was just restate your original position that we would give it to the unvaccinated. I mean, we would put the unvaccinated out to the thing. Now you have to be able to make the argument that the unvaccinated person will have a lower quality of life after their treatment, and you can't make that argument. So that means you're not engaging with his actual principle, with the actual principle that he expressed. All you're doing is just listening to it and then restating your original thing, in which everybody here is trying to explain to you these things don't apply. It's not immediately applicable that an unvaccinated person inside of a hospital is necessarily going to have a lower quality of life after you treat them. That's why it does not apply.
You gotta
Jesus.
You really need to.
Now, I will say, here, let me take care of you.
One fucking second, Madeline. I'll respond to you in just a second. So, I can completely understand that how these hypotheticals work is that all other things being equal, there's one decision, whether it's, say, the quality of life for the 60 versus the 30-year-old, or getting the vax versus not getting the vax, that we make the decision on. I'm sorry that the hypotheticals weren't directly analogous. I thought we were all adults and could understand that, yes, with one critical difference, we have to
You're missing it? Really? You're still missing it?
I literally just explained it to you.
Jesus. Okay, look, Fanatic actually nailed it on the head.
Okay, here, wait. Yeah, can I just give the example?
No. It's Destiny, go on.
Okay, wait, Hans, this is what you're missing, okay? Or this is the example he's trying to set up, okay? It sounded like in the beginning we wanted to make a comparison to people that are getting livers, right? But the thing is that when we make a comparison to people getting livers, we're only looking at quality of life post-transplant. So the better, if these guys would stop fucking screaming and think of a good example. So here's the question. Let's say that you have a 70-year-old that's like kind of not in the healthiest condition. Let's say he got vaccinated, all right? And he's in the hospital. Then let's say that you bring in like a 24-year-old. He didn't get vaccinated, but he has to go to the hospital. Even though it's more likely that the 24-year-old is going to have way more longevity ahead of him, he didn't get vaccinated. Are you going to prioritize treating the 70-year-old over the 24-year-old? That's the question.
Got it.
Okay.
In that specific case, we would do what you said about comparing, like, say, how easy it is for, like, say, deal with obesity versus getting vaccinated. And so if we can, like, pinpoint, like,
obesity has nothing to do with that.
No, so I'm explaining that there are a collage of factors and the ease of dealing with them that you brought up earlier, Gambit. So I know, so here's the question, right? So we have a list of things, we have to take them into account when we do the triage. If we can say, hey, like someone was like super obese, someone was like, say, like vitamin D deficient.
Can I ask you the simple question? Because this is the simple question.
You're not answering.
This is the simple question. The simple question is, I'm gonna give you. Destiny tried his best. I'm gonna try to. Okay, the simple thing that he was giving you is, when you're saying that you would always prioritize the vaccinated person, he's giving you a situation where the quality of life of the vaccinated person post-treatment could be worse than the 24-year-old who typically is going to recover faster.
Yeah.
And he's asking,
That's really the question. I don't need you to explain it. I'm literally telling you right now.
So why are you bringing up obesity?
It's just like an explanation of like multiple factors. We're talking about quality of life as opposed to
talk about the question he asked you.
Cool. So then we have I'm breaking this hypothetical down. This is super simple. Ready? We have quality of life afterwards because they both survive because they get health care like inside the ICU. The 24-year-old's probably going to have a better life. The second part of this hypothetical is that one of them made the very simple and easy decision to get vaccinated to protect themselves and the people around them. So I have to weigh these two things: quality of life versus the good decision. And in this case, I would pick the good decision. I'm fine biting that bullet.
Okay, so hold on. Wait,
Years to answer that question.
Wait, hold on. One second. It just seems like
so fast. I did it like
if you would pick the 74-year-old who got vaccinated over the 24-year-old who also needs a hospital bed, it seems like you're more concerned with punishing the people who didn't get vaccinated than the actual like health outcomes long term of these people.
Yes.
Is that the case?
No.
Then why would you pick the 74-year-old?
It's not a matter of punishing somebody. So the problem is that sometimes when we go to make policy decisions, there's not a good answer. Like, somebody is going to suffer, right? So the issue is, while you're saying, oh, well, you're punishing the 24-year-old, you just want him to die just because he made a bad choice, you could also flip the route and say, like, oh, wow, you're punishing the 70-year-old. Like, this guy did everything correct, but now he's fucked because a younger person was irresponsible and he decided not to get back. Somebody's going to get, quote-unquote, punished. Somebody's going to get fucked over.
Well, yeah, that might be true, but I think the thing is that what product is provided for us, which I think is a really great thing. I didn't know that was a policy, but it sounds very, very reasonable and sensible to me. The idea would be that, like, yes, you would be judging these things. There is a barometer of health outcomes that sounds like a reasonable thing.
But hold on. To be clear, that's not the question. That's not the question that we're asking right now. We're not asking.
It is.
No, hold on. The question on this panel is not what are the current medical policies on the book. You don't need a panel to discuss it. We can all Google the answer for that. The question is what.
I'm not saying that that's the question. The fact of the matter is, he provided us with a sensible policy that sounds reasonable, and because the reason why it's unsensible and reasonable, then that means it implies that it relates, it makes sense to our own personal ideas of what should be done. So now applying this new thing that he provided to us, which sounds reasonable and sensible, now we're considering it as well. Like, okay, good. So using this newfound thing that I guess most of us probably weren't aware of, I definitely wasn't. Now let's apply that. And do you think it's worth chucking that out the window to punish a guy for making a bad decision?
It's not about
that's what Hans is doing.
So when you phrase it like that, that's like asking when you phrase it like that, it's like saying, why do you think it's okay to murder a baby in a mother's womb? Right? The answer is, well, never. So, stop! Don't fucking monologue for 20 fucking minutes. Holy shit! I'm just telling you that when you
I've spoken less than dang near everybody in this panel. We haven't even monologued.
When you phrase things like, oh, you're punishing this guy, you're going to punish that guy. Well, obviously nobody wants to punish anybody. But the reality of the situation is you're always going to be punishing someone. So don't phrase it like that. Why are you punishing? It's not about punishing. It's about making a choice.
It is. Wait, hold on. No. They are not equally the same thing. In this case, you are directly punishing. You're saying this is the behavior and this is the action I'm taking because of this behavior. I'm doing this. Hold on. I'm doing this specifically because of this behavior. That is a punishment. If you're saying if you're saying stop interjecting. If you're saying this is an adverse interaction, this is an adverse reaction, specifically because of an action that you took. So this is a reaction. This word. If this is a reaction specifically to bad behavior, then by definition it is a punishment. In the other case, it's not a matter of punishment. It's a matter of just the merit of the decision that quality of life matters, and that's what we're doing. That's why one is a punishment and the other one is not. You're not punishing necessarily. Punishment has a definition, and we understand that the other one would not be a punishment at all.
This is like a 2-year-old's understanding of like punishment. I don't know how to engage with this type of thing.
Oh my God! Don't challenge your vocabulary. It's a punishment by definition. Stop.
No, fuck that shit. I've been waiting. I would have waiting in line for so fucking long to comment on this because what Sprout said from the beginning is wrong with the way they're doing it.
Just ad hoc with 2-year-old.
My
Freak out of here.
Right. So this is then I'll ignore Ben. I will talk to Gambit. It's Gambit. Like you seem reasonable. So do you understand that we could say that using Fanatic's definition of punishment, that if we take an old man who's done everything right, he's masked up, he's vaxxed up, he like did all the lock-in stuff, and he got sick going to the fucking grocery store, did everything right, should we punish this guy because some young motherfucker wanted to go to like Virginia Beach or like Calhoun or whatever, like for like spring break?
How does this guy have so many fucking fleets with one system? How is he here with fucking 12,000, 2,000 firepower fleets?
Like,
yeah,
it's so for the death. Okay,
like, hold on, really quickly. The definition of punish. Hold on. We're getting lost behind some stupid sauce. When I know everybody's vocabulary, definitely vocabulary is not this stupid. So let me just go ahead and make sure we understand this really quickly. Punishment is to inflict a penalty or sanction on someone as retribution for an offense. So there has to be an initial offense in order for you to say something is a punishment. So in this case, we are saying the offense was your decision not to get vaccinated, and as recompense for that, we are inflicting a penalty, which is to deny you health care. That is not a 2-year-old's understanding of a punishment. That's just what the word punishment means. So in this case, directly related to the offense, directly related to the actions of the original individual, we are making a decision to deny you healthcare. In the other case, with the old man, we are not doing it by any decision he's making. We're not intentionally punishing him. We're not
you don't need to restate the same point 50 times. Holy shit. Okay.
No, I said just explain both sides.
You're not explaining both sides. You do this thing where you give an example, and then you give an example, and then you say, and then you give another example, and then you have to say that there's even another example that fits it, and then you got to give another example, and then this is something that's not an example. Like, Jesus, just calm the fuck down. Holy shit.
Well, then interact with it the first time, and I won't have to do that.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so you understand that if two people show up at the hospital, okay, one is 70, one is 30, 70-year-old's vaxxed, 30-year-old is not vaxxed. You have to punish one of these people. One of these people will be turned away. Do you understand that?
So that's why I always repeat it. This is why you were so quick to jump in. You were so quick. 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 I started speaking first. You were so quick to jump in when you completely missed what I said. Actually listen this time, and I'll say it quietly. So then that might get you to listen a little bit more. Okay? It's really simple. Okay? A punishment. Shut up. Punishment is a direct response to an action, right? I'm sorry, I'll read it one more time just to make sure we're clear here. It needs to be retribution.
Can you come in and do an interpretation?
It needs to be retribution for an offense. So in this case, when we are punishing the vaccination guy, it is retribution for him refusing to get vaccinated. When it's the case with the old guy and just the 30-year-old guy, we're not punishing any offense. The old guy didn't do anything offensive. So this isn't a punishment. It is just us applying a basic merit to the idea of quality of life afterwards. In order for there to be an actual punishment, there needs to be a direct retribution. Now I am saying it twice to make sure we're clear.
Okay, we don't need to say it. We're not talking about doing a punishment. We're talking about triage.
No, you said punishment. You said punishment. Please don't try to change that now.
Hold on.
You gotta say it because you said the word punish. You gotta punish.
I don't remember when the fuck I said the word punishment. That's not.
I promise you did. You watch the tape. You said it.
That's a good job. Go clip it and post it somewhere. I don't give a fuck. Okay. The reality is that if two people show up to a hospital and there's one bed available, do you acknowledge that one of these people is going to be turned down or punished?
Yes. Turned down.
Wait, hold on. One person's going to be turned down, but not punished. Wait, no. Hold on. One of these. I'm not qualifying it. He said turned down or punished. Punished is the thing at the center of this conversation. My entire argument has been it is not a punishment. So when you try to lob in punishment like that in some form of Martin Bailey, then I have to respond to the fact that you use the word punish again.
Okay.
After you now deny that you said the word
hold on.
punish.
Sorry, I'm not trying to deny anything. Okay, you're just like in fucking like massive big dick debate mode, and you're trying really fucking hard to score points. I'm just trying to get to like the center.
What about scoring points? Stop doing it.
The last 5 minutes of you talking has been a waste of everybody's time on this panel. Okay, we haven't gotten anywhere in this conversation because you're trying to big dick your way through the conversation. I'm just trying to forward the conversation. Okay. All I'm saying is that if two people show up to a hospital, okay, you're gonna have to make a choice of who goes in. Somebody's not gonna get in. Okay. Now, without all the screaming, okay, my understanding is that you just object to the word punishment here if you don't let in the 70-year-old, but you do object to the word punishment if you do let in like the 24-year-old. Or if you don't let in the 24-year-old, right? Because you're saying that you're not letting the 24-year-old in because of an action, but we wouldn't let the 70-year-old in because of like policy that's already on the books. Is that what you're trying to say?
Okay, it's basically what I'm saying is there is a basic principle that Spartacus applied that we all agreed to, and it sounds like we are penalizing the other guy and deviating from the principle in order to punish the bad behavior of the person not getting vaccinated.
Okay, you're
in those cases, I would be right.
Okay.
So I'd have a problem with that. Okay. I'd have a problem with punishing a person.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so now my issue is that wouldn't the old person feel like they're being punished?
They wouldn't feel like they're being punished. It would feel. I can't tell. I don't care about how they would feel. It would not be. They would not be being punished. So if they felt like they were being punished, they'd be feeling that in error. Because ultimately, if we have a system that is designed around a specific form of merit, and we're applying that merit towards everything, then at that point, it's not. No one's being punished. So if they feel that way, they're feeling that way in error, and I can't be bothered with your feelings when we have a system in play that's accurately being employed here.
So when I ask just a quick question to maybe boil down what we're talking about. So in any other situation, not any, in most other situations, if you had to weigh the consequences of putting a 25-year-old out in the parking lot versus a 70-something-year-old. Right? The U.S. Life expectancy is, I think, below 80. This person's toward the end of their life anyway. I think most of us would agree that you'd probably put the older person out in the parking lot, right, and treat the younger person because there's a greater chance for long-term quality of life and yada yada yada. Right. So I'm wondering. So Hans is saying in this situation, no, he'd treat the 70-something-year-old person and not the 30-year-old or whatever. And it seems like the only reason he's choosing not to do that is because the old person chose to get the vaccine. Right? This person's at the end of their life anyway, right? Whether or not they have this vaccination. The younger person, long term, they're going to be around long, probably going to be around long. So why would not choosing this person, where you feasibly choose them in any other situation, it just seems like a consequence of not giving the vaccine. And if that's what it is, that's what it is.
We currently do this in our system. Alcoholics are lower priority for liver transplants. Like, we already
that's fine.
Hold on, wait, stop, hold on. Don't go down this road, okay? We don't take into account behavior. You take into account the quality of life afterwards. An alcoholic won't be treated differently because they're an alcoholic. They're treated differently because they might have other complications that would make it so that if an organ was given to them, then it might be wasted. Right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't say, oh, that guy's an alcoholic now. That's not true.
New salsa.
Yeah, I just want to make clarification. So Sprout is correct, not during COVID times, right? So on a first come basis and everything, they're going to pick who needs it more, blah 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 blah. But I've been reading articles during this entire time trying to find something that supports Sprout. I could not, right? Where it basically says where now they're just having save more lives. They acknowledge, right? Ethically, this is a little bit weird, as it favors young people, right? And it throws older people to the curb. But they realize they have to save more lives, and this is unique, and that a lot of hospitals are going through. There's no governing body that says like you have to do it like this or you have to pick and choose like that. But like they're distinctly doing it differently.
I was at. Give me 1 second. So the ethics doesn't change because it's a pandemic. I'm just gonna let you know that ethics don't change because it's a pandemic.
I'm taking that from you versus like the stuff that I was reading about. I don't get it.
Okay, well, I'll give you a link. It's literally describing the AMA Journal of Ethics, which is what medicine uses. So you can find that in the group Discord for the Reverie. But ethics doesn't change just because it's a pandemic. Now, what does change is there's people constantly coming, right? So if the 7 off the bed and a 24-year-old comes in, there's no beds, they're not gonna be like, oh, hey, yeah, 70-year-old, hop on up off that bed. A 24-year-old needs it. Okay, that's not gonna happen. So that's why it's deemed to become different for COVID. Ethics does not change because of a pandemic, and I don't know why anyone would suggest that ethics does change because of a pandemic.
Yeah. And new salsa,
I'll link.
But even more new salsa, if your goal was to save more lives, you'd have to consider quality of life after care, which would still go back to his principle, and it wouldn't be a refutation of anything that he said. So everything that you said is just nonsensical almost.
Bullshit. So Hans, like no, like it's when it comes.
If you preferentially treated people with worse conditions after care, you're stupid. This makes no sense.
You can acknowledge, right? You can acknowledge.
You said a dumb thing, and we can move on.
No, what the fuck? I'm telling you what the fuck I've been reading about this thing. It's like I'm gonna link it, right? You're going out with Sprout, and you're going with everything that he was saying, right?
I actually looked up stuff too. I'm not going.
No, and so share with me what the fuck you got, and I'll share with you what the fuck I got, and we have countering things. That's it.
It's extremely wholesome. It's beautiful.
That was actually sharing now.
It does go off need prior to quality of life afterwards. If someone needs it more, they will go off need prior to quality of life. Quality of life is literally the last deciding factor. So yes, if someone needs it more, then yes, that they're going to get a bed than someone else. Yes, need does come before quality of life.
I think maybe the old person needs the bed more. The healthy young person has a better shot.
Matt Ladd.
Well, technically, Hans, they don't have a better shot because they didn't get vaccinated, right? That's a good joke. All right, whatever. So the only thing I really wanted to say was that we can actually use the vaccine directly as a way of determining not just quality of life, but like who's in more dire need, right? So, like, the 70-year-old person who's been vaccinated will likely have a less severe, life-threatening case of COVID versus the unvaxxed person who is more likely to have a severe case of COVID that will require intubation, right? Now, age does impact this as well, obviously, and there's a bunch of factors, but like we could literally use the vaccine as just one of those factors. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks for having a 40-minute argument about punishment and stuff.
I mean, like, thank Prime, like, fucking banger content for him. You're welcome.
Wait, so Hans, can you just answer the question that I asked earlier?
Sorry, did you answer?
Sure. So, basically, you were saying that you would choose the 70-something-year-old in the situation because they made the decision to get the vaccine, whereas the 20-something-year-old did not, and so we're going to prioritize a person who made the right decision. But it seems like, I can't think of any other situation where we would prioritize the care of a 70-something-year-old over like a 20-something-year-old if they're in like similar like dire health circumstances. Like,
they're both gonna die, right? Okay.
Yeah. So you choosing to give the bet to the person who made the right decision. It seems like you are penalizing the younger person because in any other situation, the older person wouldn't get the bet because they're at the end of their life anyway. This is kind of getting back to there's this
person that like okay. I remember.
Hold on, wait a second. Wait. This kind of gets back to what was it? Death panels. There was this meme move out of the way, Grandma. You're costing us millions of dollars to keep you alive. Yeah, sorry, Grandma, it's time to go. If that's, I think most people, when that topic came up, so yeah, at some point, it does make sense to say, hey, we can't spend millions of dollars to keep this person alive, to extend their life. It might make more sense for those resources